Chapter 3691. The stench of blood assaulted the nose along with a chilling sensation. Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji have been reduced to two corpses in no time at all. Various thoughts popped up in people's mind. The five heroes of duality have lost two members just now, but most importantly, they were the sons of influential big shots in Vajra, the Grand Commander and the Grand Chancellor. A storm was definitely brewing on the horizon. How will Vajra react? One expert wondered. Executing the two youths in public meant challenging Vajra's authority. A direct insult. The court might mobilize an army to destroy Li Qiye. Vajra is one thing, but the two clans won't let this go. Another cultivator shook his head. These two ancient clans have been around the holy ground for millions of years. The roots were deep, the same with their resources. They would definitely do everything in their power to avenge their successor. It won't be easy for him. One expert stared at Li Qiye. Li Qiye's sword point was wondrously profound and powerful. However, these two clans had ancestors lucky enough to survive the eras. If they were to go all out, Li Qiye alone couldn't contend against the two clans. Not to mention an individual, few powers had this ability. Plus, sword point might not be enough to deal with the ancient ancestors from the clans. His death might be inevitable. At the same time, some expert swordsmen didn't care about this. Their mind was fixated on sword point, wanting nothing more than to learn it after seeing Li Qiye's mighty display. Learning sword point means becoming invincible. The students from duality felt an insatiable itch. Though the death of two heroes truly shocked them, they became increasingly impatient and wanted to return to Comprehension Peak as soon as possible in order to learn the technique. In their opinion, they had a higher chance of learning this technique than outsiders. This was because they were students from duality. The fate connection was automatically higher. This guy might cause a bloody storm in the holy ground. So devilish. One ancestor concluded while looking at the nonchalant Li Qiye. The ancestors couldn't see through a junior like Li Qiye, something quite perplexing for them. It wasn't only because of sword point. Everything good in the world seemed to fall into his lap. Moreover, his attitude was quite strange and shouldn't be found in someone his age. For example, he was perfectly fine despite antagonizing two behemoths. This could be attributed to confidence or ignorance. For the first case, how could a woodcutter from a desolate region oppose the Li and Zhang? Moreover, Vajra was there as well. Okay. Anyone else wants to take a look or try to rob me? Li Qiye put away the saber and smiled tenderly at the crowd. The spectators exchanged glances. No one dared to open their mouth. The treasures were tempting, but they preferred to live. Zhang Yunji and Li Xiangquan were prime examples. Moreover, sword point was unfathomable. They would never make a move before having a solution for this move. No one? What a shame. Li Qiye patted the dust off his robe before leaving. Everyone on the street made way for him, whether it be the young geniuses or the ancestors. He got a bit far before Yongling calmed down and gave chase. She was shaken due to the death of the two heroes from duality. As a student, she had seen them in action before. Their power left a deep impression on her. But now, her young master killed them so easily with his shabby saber. Once she caught up, she took a deep breath and asked, "Young master, about sword point." She found it hard to continue because she abandoned sword point for duality master's technique. Of course, she didn't regret choosing something from the great founder. Nonetheless, watching Li Qiye in action left her amazed. Unfortunately, though he used it 3 times, she still didn't understand the move at all. What's the mystery behind it? Why does everything, offense and defense, seem useless before it? It seems able to bypass all techniques. She carefully picked her words. Intuition told her this about sword point. You're not too dumb, at least you saw something. However, this isn't bypassing. Li Qiye smiled. Then what is it? She inquired. Everyone misunderstands the technique. It should have been named something more obvious. For example, sword displacement or spatio-temporal sword shift. That'll give people some clues. I see. She then recalled the fight while contemplating. After a while, she became surprised and asked, "So it focuses on spatial and temporal manipulation?" "Close enough," Li Qiye responded. "I still don't understand. How can that action result in spatial displacement? There wasn't any fluctuation or power capable of doing so." She shook her head. Li Qia's thrust didn't create anything strong enough to have this effect. There lies the profundity of the move. Li Qia chuckled. If it's that simple, people would have figured it out long ago. In fact, it represents Sword Emperor's supreme Tao. He concentrated his Tao on this move. It's an outline of sorts. Chapter 3692. The news of the duo's death caused quite a stir in Buddha Emperor Division than the rest of the Holy Ground. A rising storm. Who will get pulled in? One expert wondered. Many talked about the issue in private, not daring to be too blatant in order to avoid needless trouble. After all, the Li and Zhang must be furious. They might try to vent by punishing others. The ones most affected were the youths, especially students from duality. Most were in disbelief for a long time after hearing the news, trembling with cold sweat. The two belonged to the most brilliant group, albeit not the strongest. They also came from prestigious clans. All the students knew what they were capable of. Only a few were actually stronger than them. But now, they worked together yet still died to Li Qia. Prior to this, they thought nothing of Li Qia. The only thing impressive about him was his unbridled tongue and undeserved confidence. Some actually thought about teaching him a lesson so that he would stop insulting the academy. A junior like him shouldn't be allowed to act in this manner. Now, these students thought that it was a blessing that they didn't go provoke him. Otherwise, they might be buried underground just like Li Shangquan and Zhang Yunji. On the other hand, many rushed towards Comprehension Peak again in order to take a look at Sword Point. Normally, the place was relatively crowded already. Today it was packed. Not even one drop of water can trickle through. Even some teachers came. This is Sword Point, the technique that defeated the two heroes. One student said, they couldn't do a thing, as helpless as fish on a chopping board. Are you exaggerating? Another who didn't witness the fight remained skeptical. I'm not exaggerating. In fact, I don't think your imagination or my retelling are doing it justice. The first student continued. I'm not the only one who watched. Li Qia used Sword Point only during the 3 exchanges. Zhang Yunji and Li Shangquan employed their best offense and defensive abilities only to fail. Even the great treasure, Omni Carapace, was instantly broken. The student meticulously repeated the sequences to his peers. Students who were there nodded as confirmation. The others carefully listened and took a deep breath once the story was over. They exchanged glances. Sword Point is real and can be understood. We just didn't do it right. A powerful youth concluded. Now, because of Li Qia, everyone was going crazy again trying to learn Sword Point. Alas, the result was the same as before. The teachers among them were exceedingly mighty and talented. They didn't fare any better compared to the students. I don't know about this. A gifted student wavered after putting in so much effort. On the other hand, a few teachers began to see a thing or two after listening to students recalling the battle. We're not at that level. This isn't a sword technique but rather, Sword Emperor's Tao. An ancestor-level teacher elaborated. Sword Emperor has to be the teacher in order for us to learn. Otherwise, in order to use it, the performer must be at the peak of the Sword Tao, maybe not as great as Sword Emperor but has to be at least a supreme. His peers agreed with this assessment. The problem became, how did Li Qia learn it? The brat is too devilish, he must have many hidden secrets. Another teacher smiled wryly. The teachers knew their limit and gave up. Meanwhile, most students didn't feel the same way and continued studying the legacy. On the day after the battle, a great cavalry soared through the sky in the formation of a dragon. The clouds and winds dispersed along its path. A militaristic aura overwhelmed the region. The leader was an old man with impressive divinity. He rode a fierce beast while adorned in full armor. His weapon of choice was a sky halberd, seemingly able to cut the celestials and split the earth. Lightning arced within his eyes in a frightening manner. Rumble! The group traveled in an unstoppable manner. Anyone who blocked their path would be swiftly dealt with. Their destination was the capital within Buddha Emperor Division. The Grand Commander is back. The return of the Grand Commander shocked both Buddha Emperor and Metropolis Division. He was the leader of the generals in Vajra, the clan master of the Li, and Li Shangquan's father. Isn't he supervising the border? One official became startled. There have been skirmishes at the border, so the Grand Commander personally went there for a quick victory. Thus, his sudden return came as a surprise. His son is dead. You think he would just sit there? Another said. The commander has returned in a grand manner. Everyone understood that it must have something to do with revenge. Not long after, golden brilliance engulfed the sky of Metropolis. The presence of the Tao manifested as if an immortal was arriving. Creak! Numerous carriages could be seen with flying banners blotting out the sky. This fanfare could only be seen by an emperor patrolling his domain. The unaware would think that this was the king of Vajra. However, upon looking at the symbol on the banners, the answer became obvious. The Grand Chancellor is back too. A cultivator at the capital shouted. The officials in Vajra became alarmed after seeing this since the Grand Chancellor spent the majority of his time presiding at the ancient court. Vajra was currently in charge of the Holy Ground, but the capital at Buddha Emperor Division didn't belong to it. The actual main branch of Vajra was located at Archaic Sunday. As the leader of the officials, the Grand Chancellor usually presided at the court in Archaic Sunday. Now, he was coming to the capital, but most importantly, in such a flashy fashion. He immediately came to see the king of Vajra first. Rumor has it that he asked the king to give permission for him to kill Li Chia, taking the guy's head as an offering to his late son. The truth remained unknown. Nonetheless, evidence pointed towards the two big shots wanting revenge. The Li and the Zhang are more than enough, but if Vajra joins, Li Chia will not have a grave. His clan might be brought down too. One expert commented. Chapter 3693. The return of the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor stirred up the dynasty. The two have always been scheming against each other, but now, many speculated that they were going to team up in order to deal with Li Chia. Young master, my father wishes for me to return. Yang Ling received a summon from her clan during the turmoil. Go back then. Li Chia smiled and nodded. I'm afraid that something might happen. The messenger said that my father's expression wasn't so good. She looked nervous since the messenger secretly told her about the situation. She was there by Li Chia's side during the killing. There was a chance that the Li and the Zhang would target her as well. Her father was a noble and this title was hereditary. The clan wasn't under the jurisdiction of the two big shots either. Alas, the Li and the Zhang were just too influential in Vajra. If they wanted to cause trouble, it would be quite unfavorable for the Yang. A time of chaos. Li Chia chuckled. What if those two clans want to capture me? She hesitated for a bit before asking. She certainly stood no chance against those two behemoths. Don't worry, I'm here. You're in no danger since I can handle anything. Li Chia answered. It's good if they want to do something, there will be a fun show. He revealed a smirk at this point. She felt much better after hearing this since she trusted that he would keep his word. Then I'll take a trip back. She took a deep breath and bowed. He nodded and gave permission. She went to pack up her stuff before returning to say goodbye once more time, then left with her clan members. Both Metropolis, Buddha Emperor Division, and especially the capital, were busy with the incoming storm. Some didn't want to get involved in this mess. On the other hand, Li Chia didn't give a damn and continued to cultivate. Someone visited not long after Yang Ling's departure. The first thing one would notice about the guest was his shiny bald head and colorful kasaya. Who else could it be but untethered monk? Amit Ba. The monk bowed deeply towards Li Chia and said, How should I address you, sir? He took a glance at the bronze ring on Li Chia's finger. You tell me. Li Chia accepted the gesture and remained sitting. Well, I'm no longer part of the Buddhist doctrine. I am a merchant now. The monk smiled while acting prudence. He rarely needed to act in this manner. This ring was a big deal. If he was still a part of Heavenly Dragon Temple, then he would be subjected to certain restrictions and rules. This wasn't the case since he was now the chief manager of Wish Ward. Forget it, it's fine. You may call me young master. Although you might not be in a Buddhist sect, your heart is still with Buddhism. Li Chia said. Thank you, young master. The monk bowed again. Li Chia was right. He had left Heavenly Dragon Temple and some considered him a traitor. Nonetheless, he still cared deeply about the temple since he was born there. What is it? Li Chia asked. Young master, I heard you came to Wish Ward to look for precious metals. Our auction house coincidentally has some top types right now, some found by us, others on consignment. Would you like to take a look? Your information network isn't bad. Li Chia smiled. The monk was clearly here to curry favor. You're too kind, young master. The metals are in our treasury. Shall we go? The monk smiled. All right. Li Qie wasn't in a rush to find the metals, but if the monk actually had something good, it would be fine. In reality, he had no lack of precious metals if he actually needed them. After you, young master. It is an honor to have you here in Wish Ward. The monk smiled brightly and gestured for Li Qie to walk in front. He then showed Li Qie the way to the treasury. Wish Ward stood for two different things. The first was the overall market available to everyone in the form of a city. It was large enough to be comparable to other great powers. The second referred to the actual store named Wish Ward, a subdivision within the area. It also had a large auction house. Branches like these scattered across the holy ground and even righteous sect. One could find them back in the southern kingdoms as well. The one here was the main branch, situated at the center of the city. Because of its presence, the city continued to grow, on the verge of becoming as large as Metropolis or Buddha Emperor Division. The entrance, surprisingly, didn't look grand and splendorous. It was a normal wooden gate, quite old judging by the tint of the wood. Nonetheless, it had an elegant appeal to it. The power and resources of Wish Ward only came into full view after entering. Inside was a great courtyard with lakes and mountains. This was a separate dimension, allowing the store to look like a great sect with boundless territories. It didn't stink of money at all like another auction house. The beautiful scenery comforted the spectators. Li Qie stopped after arriving and stared at a large bronze statue. Albeit, there was a unique distinction. It resembled more of an art piece built in a medley fashion than a regular statue. The entire thing wasn't in one piece but rather countless parts assembled together. The fit was perfect. It looked natural as well, seemingly not made by men but already had this form from its inception. The great entity stood there and stared at the horizon as if it was the ruler of the world. Since it has been here for so long, vines and weeds covered the bottom. However, the lack of rust was surprising. It still had a bronze glow, ready to last for another eternity. Untethered monks stopped and waited for Li Qie, staring and appreciating the statue as well. Young master, did you gain anything? The monk asked after Li Qie averted his gaze. Numerous people have stared at this statue but few could do so for long. Moreover, Li Qie was special as well. The monk couldn't miss this opportunity to ask. Gain? No. I do know of its origin though. Li Qie smiled. You're aware of its origin? Does that mean you can control it? The monk became ecstatic. You know quite a bit. Li Qie glanced at the monk. It's nothing, I've only heard from the seniors from the auction house. This status is apparently quite old. An ancestor from Wish Ward excavated from a great sect. The founder of this sect took it from a secret area. Many seniors have checked it out to no avail. It's definitely not just a statue though. The monk smiled wryly. Indeed. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 3694. What is it? The monk stared at Fei Yun with his bright eyes. A weapon. Li Qie glanced at him before revealing. I see. The monk had expected this answer but was still shaken. This gigantic statue turned out to be a weapon? What kind is it? He took a deep breath and asked with a solemn expression. The level of this weapon depends on the user. Li Qie chuckled in response. The monk was a top master so he immediately understood the grade of this statue. This answer exceeded his and the ancestors' expectation. Young master, may I ask how does one control it? The monk took advantage of this rare opportunity and asked for guidance. Our ancestors have tried everything, from Tao methods to ancient arts, and still failed. They naturally knew that it wasn't a simple statue or a work of art. This must have been something incredible but they couldn't invoke anything out of it. They had no choice but to give up, thinking that it might not be an actual treasure. This continued on in the long history of Wish Ward. However, intuition told the monk that Li Qie definitely knew the secrets behind the statue and even a method to control it. There was no reason for this belief, only mere intuition. Others would find this illogical and ridiculous. Not the monk. Ancient arts? How old are these ancient arts? Li Qie asked. At least from the 9 Worlds epoch. The monk contemplated and said, a few were created by the great emperors. The previous epoch was so long ago. It became a part of legends now. Only a few arts and techniques have been passed down to the present. Wish Ward had enough resources and a strong foundation, granting them access to these old arts and methods. 9 Worlds. Li Qie shook his head in response. This statue appeared in an epic way before that. Way before? How old is it then? The monk gasped and said. The 9 worlds were part of the past. In reality, the majority of cultivators had no idea about its existence. Beyond your imagination. Li Qie told the truth. I see. But I suppose that's not enough to trouble you, young master. The monk calmed down and flattered. Monk, don't play games with me. Li Qie glanced at the monk and said. Amitabha, I do not dare to do so. The monk placed his palms together in a dignified manner, trying to act wise, but this didn't work due to his appearance. It's true, I can control it. Li Qie smiled and moved on. The monk was shaken after hearing the confirmation despite his prior intuition. Just imagine, the Great Wish Ward couldn't understand this statue, yet Li Qie could do so in no time at all. Perhaps Li Qie was similar to an immortal. Regular people had no chance of gauging him. Young master? How do we do it? The monk caught up and asked. Li Qie chuckled and didn't answer, continuing his stroll through the courtyard. The monk was smart enough to drop the issue. If Li Qie didn't wish to tell him, no need to pursue this for further humiliation. Not bad at all. Li Qie eventually commented. There are many hidden ace cards buried here, a treasury too. Just a few things to take care of the thieves, haha. The monk smiled. Let us see your metals now. Li Qie ordered. Please follow me, young master. The monk led the way. Wish Ward had too many stores and buildings. It was no different from a labyrinth. People could easily get lost on the first visit. He brought Li Qie to a secret room inside a mansion. They then traveled through numerous portals and doors, each guarded by powerful cultivators. Perhaps the entrances would take people to a different treasury. Thus, mighty ancestors kept an eye out. The truth was that as the biggest store in West King, the foundation here exceeded virtually all powers. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the treasury of Vajra was truly inferior in comparison. The presence of wealth demanded vigilance. Outsiders weren't qualified to enter, but the monk was a special exception. Nonetheless, despite being the current chief manager, the monk alone couldn't make a decision on something so important. He required the keys from several ancestors before entering the last treasury. Our best divine metals are in here. Some belong to us while others are on consignment. Please take a look. He said. The lack of light in this particular storage was made up by the scintillating rays exuded from various metals. Each had its own cabinet protected by seals. An intruder wouldn't be able to take them right away. Li Qie came to the closest one. It had a fire ore around the size of a fist yet wielded the intensity of a sun. The flames oozing from it could incinerate the firmaments. Fortunately, it was sealed inside. Purified solar onyx. Li Qie smiled and said. This was a rare divine metal reserved for supremes and Tao lords. It's on consignment from a sect. They want to trade it for longevity pills at the supreme level. Untethered monk said. Supremes were extremely powerful since they stood at the apex of the heavenly sovereign realm. Once these beings were old, it became quite hard to replenish their vitality. Moreover, they have used plenty of longevity pills before, so this type of medicine became less effective. Thus, a bottle of pills capable of prolonging their life was immensely expensive. Li Qie didn't say anything else. The monk could tell that he wasn't interested and introduced him to something else. How about this one? Our 8th generation chief manager bought it from an ancient sect. It has been here for a long time. This particular ore looked like snow. They felt a chilling presence from it before getting close. Chapter 3695. People couldn't help shivering after getting close enough and feeling its bone-biting chill. It wasn't a pleasant sensation. Tiny snowflakes still leaked out of the seal. Even the cabinet in the shape of a pillar was frozen due to its power. The thing was extraordinary regardless of its origin. The name is Glacier Lord Meteor. We've been wanting to create a cold affinity treasure with it, but haven't found the right Tao bone. It's not for sale currently. The monk introduced. It's a good one, perfect for that affinity of a weapon. The result will be tremendous. Li Qie nodded. For example, the Tao bone of an ice dragon. That will put it at the top of this affinity. The monk was happy to hear the praise. However, Li Qie was obviously not interested either. How about this one over here? The monk introduced another one. The thing looked like a large piece of jade rather than metal, around the size of a thick screen. The outer layer was red with white rays coursing around it. It became a duality of red and white. The red looked like a surging river while the white resembled a frozen lake. Red-white aqua metal. Li Qie nodded after seeing this large piece. "You're so knowledgeable, only needing one glance," the monk said with admiration. Though it looked like jade, it was indeed a piece of metal, also rare and precious. Few had the privilege of seeing it before. It contained both the soft and hard affinity, making it a great material for crafting. Big shots would love to use it for crafting their own treasure. It's on consignment as well. This one has high purity. The monk commented. "It's nice." Li Qie only smiled. The monk wasn't one to dwell on a disinterested customer, so the two moved on. He introduced another dozen or so. Each was the finest grade of metals. Some were unheard of and never seen before even by the top experts. These ones belonged to Wish Ward, even purchased from customers or excavated from their mines. In fact, just some of the ores alone were too expensive for Vajra to handle. Unfortunately, Li Qie only glanced briefly without caring too much. This particular one, we don't know its name. The monk looked a little embarrassed while introducing the next. It looked like a broken section of a pillar and had numerous mottled spots, seemingly the scars after being cut by sharp objects and weapons. It was black from top to bottom, a bit similar to the onyx earlier but lacking the bright glow and a metallic hum. The broken surface was uneven as well, looking quite ugly. Someone must have struggled before finally breaking it down. It has been around for a long time. A guest pawned it here several generations ago in exchange for a sky-high sum. The monk went on. "Your store accepted the exchange. Impressive insight," Li Qie said. "You're too kind, young master." The monk chuckled. This was a place of business. They naturally thought that it was special in some way. The guest said that this is their clan's heirloom. A very long time ago, their ancestor took this down from a divine mountain. It is something capable of connecting with the sources of heaven and earth. The monk elaborated. "Don't believe in all legends," Li Qie said. "Right." The monk agreed. Putting the story aside, it is quite magical. We don't know what it is and or what it consists of. Your side agreed because it's extremely tough, Li Qie said. Amazing. Yes, both sides had no idea of the item's origin or its name. Nonetheless, it's strangely tough. We tried numerous weapons but only managed to scratch the surface barely. We then used a mighty weapon and took off a small corner. Mighty weapon. Here must have been something heaven-defying. I want this one, Li Qie said after hearing the introduction. This one? The monk wasn't too surprised because Li Qie was clearly interested from the start. The monk immediately removed the seal and took the metal. He handed it to Li Qie and laughed. This isn't enough to show our respect to you, but please, take it. Li Qie accepted without replying. This metal clearly had immense value. Moreover, the ward paid a large sum for it back then, aware of its worth. This could fetch an exorbitant sum on the market, yet the monk gave it to Li Qie without batting an eye. Of course, not just anyone was worthy of their generosity. Could you tell me its name, young master? The monk became curious afterward. This is a movable steel, extremely rare and not part of this world. It's hard to see it in this epoch or the previous. Calling it something capable of connecting with heaven is an exaggeration, but it does have a similar effect. Immovable steel. This was the monk's first time hearing this name. He thought that it was suitable given its characteristics. Are you looking for anything else, young master? We still had more metals. The monk said. No need, if I keep on looking, I'm afraid your store will be crying for a long time. Li Qie glanced around before refusing. Please, young master. The monk replied. The metals here are considered precious for regular people like us, but they're nothing more than scrap metals in your eyes. Offering them to you is our honor. It sounded like flattery but was simply the truth. Ordinary materials weren't worthy of Li Qie's time. Wish Ward should feel flattered and honored since it had items capable of entering his eyes. The duo left the secret treasury. A member of Wish Ward immediately reported something to the monk. A guest wishes to see you, the monk told Li Qie. The moment he finished speaking, someone hurriedly rushed closer to them. Chapter 3696. The visitor was none other than the Crown Prince of Vajra. He had a worried expression and spoke right away. Young master, things have soured. Marquis Yang and Miss Yang were captured. Captured? Is it Vajra? Li Qie slightly furrowed his brows. No. The prince was afraid of a misunderstanding and answered right away. It's the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor. The Li and Zhang. Amitabha. Is this the wish of His Majesty? Untethered monk placed his palms together. Of course not. The prince shook his head. The Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander came to the palace, but father has been busy with pill refinement. They didn't get to see him. He paused for a bit before continuing. Those two clans acted on their own accord and captured Marquis Yang. Pill refinement again? The monk smiled with a changed expression. The Li and Zhang are crossing the line by capturing a noble with a title bestowed by the court while having no permission. Well, the prince smiled wryly before revealing. My younger sister was there. Elaborate. Li Qie said, not looking worried. The Zhang summoned Marquis Yang. The prince then recalled the events in detail. So it turned out that after a failed audience with the king, the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander summoned Yang Ling's father. The latter had a clear idea of what happened in Wish Ward. Though his daughter was with Li Qie, he knew that she had nothing to do with their death. Li Qie was the sole culprit. Plus, given his status and a lack of a serious crime on top of not being questioned by the current king, these two clans couldn't do a thing to him. Unfortunately, he misread the situation. The Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor disagreed with his justification and detained him. Both of them thought that Yang Ling couldn't absolve her responsibility from being involved with their son's death. Thus, they demanded for her to be buried as well. Of course, the second princess of Vajra was also present during this exchange. The group thought that given their status and influence in Vajra, burying this little girl wasn't a big deal. Moreover, they had the support of the second princess who could represent the royal clan to a certain extent. Marquis Yang naturally refused, so a fight broke out. His guards weren't a match, so the father-daughter duo became prisoners. The crown prince had a capable information network. He immediately left after hearing the message in order to tell Li Qie. Bury together? I see. Li Qie smiled coldly. Amitabha. The monk closed his eyes and placed his palms together. Li Qie was obviously referring to the two clans when he said bury together. Not Yang Ling. What will you do, young master? The prince nervously asked. Despite being the crown prince, he wasn't that popular. Both the Grand Chancellor and the Grand Commander wouldn't show him any face since they secretly supported the third prince. Furthermore, they were blinded with rage right now. It was impossible to reason with fathers who have just lost their sons. What else can I do? Either they release her or I'll annihilate their clan. Li Qie flatly responded. Annihilate their clan? The prince became startled. Few dared to utter these words. The Zhang and Li had deep roots in Vajra after working for generations. Not to mention a single cultivator, even an entire sect could touch them. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. The monk began chanting as if he was trying to appease some spirits and cross the dead over to the other side. Information traveled fast in the capital city and metropolis. Everyone found out right away in a short time. The Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander suddenly captured Marquis Yang and his daughter. This was a big deal. Marquis Yang didn't have the same authority and his clan was weaker as well. However, he still had a hereditary title bestowed by the royal clan. Now, this detainment naturally caused quite a stir across the court. Other officials and nobles debated heavily on this subject. This was also the case for other cultivators and powers outside of Vajra. The Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor are out of line. One official murmured. How could they do this without His Majesty's permission? Well, His Majesty hasn't been involved in administration unlike the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor. There are only a few men who can deter them. One general answered. Most agreed with this. The current king only cared about eternal life instead of being a good ruler. He spent his time looking for a longevity method or craft more pills. As for the ancestors of Vajra, they remained reclusive. That's why the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor feared no one in the court. Perhaps only the Minister of War and National Teacher. This alliance is forged on something more than just benefits, vengeance. One official said, it's unstoppable if the ancestors from the royal clan don't come out. Until now, each clan had control over one main branch, civil and military. The two sides have always competed with each other, but now, the death of their son started a temporary alliance. Moreover, they had the support of the second princess as well. This was enough to do anything in Vajra. I can't believe the princess is involved too. What's going to happen? Another became worried. This might be more than just an act of vengeance. At the moment, the position of crown prince has been decided. Without anything unexpected, the current crown prince would inherit the throne. However, the third prince actually had more support than the crown prince. He had toiled at the border and had numerous meritorious contributions. His prestige far exceeded his older brothers. The Li and the Zhang had a good relationship with him. Most believed that they would offer him their support. Now, some believed that this move of theirs was meant to be a catalyst. When His Majesty came out of isolated cultivation, he would pursue this matter. At that point, they would team up and make it difficult for him while demanding a different successor. This was their chance to test His Majesty and the royal clan's bottom line. Another clue for this speculation lies in the princess. She was close with the third prince, so the fact that she took charge in this matter was worthy of rumination. That's also the reason why the crown prince was in a hurry to let Li Qie know. He also felt something amiss. An eye for an eye. The murderer of my son shall be buried with him. The Zhang and the Li made an announcement at the same time. Traitors who scheme against Vajra deserve death. The second princess joined in as well. The storm has finally started in Metropolis with these announcements. You have 2 hours to release them unharmed. Otherwise, I shall annihilate both of your mansions. This message came next as a response. 1. Actual ranking still unclear, but we'll go with Marquis since he doesn't seem that important, can't be Duke. Chapter 3697. The response shocked everyone. All eyes stared towards the direction of the voice. Li Qie. Some recognized the speaker. The entire metropolis clamored afterward. The main character is here, this will be fun. Numerous cultivators paid attention to the development. He's not trying to avoid the storm? Most found this astonishing, especially the officials and generals of Vajra. Prior to this, these men believed that this alliance would lead to a monumental change in Vajra. They didn't think that Li Qie played an important role and that he was only being used as an excuse. They cared more about the alliance being able to change the current king or the crown prince. However, their speculation was interrupted by Li Qie's answer. Destroy the 2 clans? That's a domineering claim. One expert said. Ignorant brat, they'll exterminate his clan for this. One official snorted and disagreed. These 2 factions represented authority and power in Vajra. If Li Qie actually tried to attack them, Vajra wouldn't sit still. The army would naturally get involved. Is this a declaration of war towards Vajra? A young cultivator said. He must be tired of living, wanting to provoke Vajra. Everyone knew that the 2 clans were a crucial part of Vajra. Who would dare to do this? He's Li Qie, the son of miracles and the heaven's favorite. There's nothing he's afraid of, and remember, he kept his word each time. An expert said. We'll see. An older master remained calm. Li Qie's provocations seemed to have worked. Both the Li and the Zhang sent out another message. The burial ceremony will commence in 2 hours at Black Robe Alley. No mercy to anyone who tries to stop it. They were decisive and resolute. Anyone could feel the bloodthirst from the words. Once again, this spread across Metropolis at a rapid rate. Isn't that too early? People couldn't believe it. They thought that this storm would last for a while, but the climax was coming in just 2 hours. They would look weak if they didn't respond to Li Qie's aggressive comment right away. Someone understood right away. Killing Li Qie is of utmost priority. The ones from the Yang are just baits or an excuse. One official said, their real plan is for later. This is to re-establish their prestige and also to test the water. How is Li Qie going to get through this? His cultivation is just too weak. Other means can't possibly be enough. An expert wondered. Just wait and see, he's as devilish as can be. Most just wanted to watch a fun show. Come, let's get there first. There might be a great battle ahead. Numerous cultivators ran towards Black Robe Alley. The crowd wasn't limited to experts from the capital and metropolis. Even those from the other divisions joined in. The capital had 2 parts, a lower city and an upper city. The latter was named Buddha Emperor City, the place for the royal clan and officials. It was a floating city with bright Buddhist lights. It seemed as if a great Buddha had blessed the city, allowing it to float forever. It was home to the royal clan and some officials. Rumor has it that during the Holy Ground's foundation, Buddha Dao Lord stood in this place to look at the heroes of the world. Diana and Vajra Dao Lord also did the same. Today, Vajra was in charge, so the dynasty also took roots at the capital. Beneath was another great city, commonly referred to as the capital. It consisted of citizens and various powers. The majority of officials and generals were here as well. Outside of that were thousands and thousands of other cities. They were part of Metropolis Division. Black Robe Alley was a famous place with a high concentration of officials down in the lower city. One would find a first-rank civic official or a general in virtually every 10 houses here. The most important mansions belonged to the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander. They always had the same owners since the start of Vajra. These mansions were given to them by the royal court. However, the Zhang and the Li have been there for so long. Therefore, some refer to them as the Li and Zhang residents. Of course, their ancestral ground wasn't actually here. Their real home was somewhere else in Metropolis. Most interestingly, these two mansions were facing each other and looked quite similar in architecture. Some said that this was done on purpose by the royal clan in order to foster competition and maintain a balance of power. A few believed that these mansions were more than that. They could serve as a defensive line once combined together into a formation. When under siege, this formation would be a mighty line of defense to protect the floating city. Whether true or not, this section of the street was the most prestigious in Black Robe Alley. By this point, there was a big crowd waiting for the show. Creak dash, the thick and heavy gate of the Grand Commander's mansion slowly opened. 2 lines of golden armored troops marched out. Their lights chased away the clouds. Their weapon of choice was the spear. The Li's Golden Regiment. Some spectators shouted. The regiment consisted of 50,000 elites. Its name alone instilled fear into the listeners. It once followed the Grand Commander onto the battlefield and had plenty of notable victories. Today, the Li was using this famous regiment, a testament to how serious they were. Just to deal with Li Jie? The officials wondered after seeing this. The entire regiment had a grand momentum. This seemed like the prelude to a great change in Vajra. Chapter 3698. The Golden Regiment marched onto the eastern side, rendering the area impregnable. All the streets were under watch. Those without permission couldn't enter. If the regiment was in charge of the east, then the west must be the Zhang's responsibility. Sure enough, the mansion of the Grand Chancellor opened soon after. 2 groups began marching out. They wore tight, black robes instead of armor. Each member was an expert with no emotion on their face and a billowing vitality. It felt as if 2 black dragons were climbing out of the abyss. People could faintly hear the roars of the dragons. This is the Grand Chancellor's personal force, Abyss Dragon Regiment. A spectator shouted its name. The Zhang and the Li were ancient clans. Just because they worked for Vajra didn't mean that they didn't have their own forces. The 2 regiments began working together to guard Black Robe Alley. Not even a drop of water could get through without permission from the Grand Chancellor or Grand Commander. Bloodthirst permeated the streets. Numerous experts were lying in ambush. They were the pillars of the 2 clans. They chased away the spectators and outsiders. The latter naturally didn't appreciate this, but there was nothing they could do. First, Black Robe Alley wasn't exactly a public location. Moreover, the 2 regiments would have no problem forcing them away. Some uttered a few words of grievance but still chose to obey. It wasn't worth provoking the big shots over wanting to watch the fun show. The streets became quiet as a result. One could only hear the sounds of breathing. Meanwhile, the 2 factions have erected a ceremonial altar for the dead. The hour was approaching. This is quite rare. One spectator watched from a distance. After all, to sacrifice 2 nobles in the capital was unheard of, borderline rebellious. The Li and the Zhang have the power to do so. Anyone else would have been killed by Vajra by now. Someone from the last generation said. Most agreed with this statement. After all, wanting to bury a noble and his daughter? Only the royal clan would be able to do something like this. They can do whatever they want, even changing the direction of Vajra. An outsider added. These words were rather taboo and better left unsaid, especially for the officials. Alas, this made the crowd contemplate. The Grand Chancellor and the Grand Commander might be doing something, wanting to pick the younger prince as a successor instead. This alliance and the current circumstances allowed them to do so. The second princess finally appeared. She stood in front of the altar with a murderous glare. It's the second princess. The spectators paid careful attention. Both the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor have not shown their face, so the princess was in charge. People actually wondered if she was representing the royal clan in this event. Vajra is supporting their action? Or just giving implicit approval? Someone murmured. No, they wanted to see the king but couldn't. Vajra didn't express its stance yet. This is the princess' personal view. Another close to the court said. She's very close to the third prince and has always been supporting him. One more joined in. Strangely enough, despite being siblings, she wasn't close to the crown prince at all. The opposite of her relationship with the third prince. Something will change. Those who supported the crown prince became dejected. If the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander wanted the third prince to be the next king, maybe this would actually happen with just a little support from the royal clan. The hour draws near. Bring the criminals here. The princess checked the time before ordering. Yongling and her father were taken closer to the altar. They were sealed and immobilized. Their clothes and appearance looked fine. It seemed that they weren't tortured. Take them up, she ordered. The disciples below pushed the two up the altar. I want to see His Majesty. This is unlawful, Your Highness. Yongling's father shouted. The princess ignored the comment. It's time. People looked up at the sky, then at the street. Li Qie was nowhere to be found. Is he coming? This became the main question. Him alone against two top clans? That's suicidal. He probably fled already. One youth said. You know nothing about Li Qie then. He's a force to be reckoned with and wouldn't run away before the battle. He faced 100,000 men alone back in Myriad Beast Mountains and maintained a calm expression from start to finish. Since he made a statement, he'll definitely go all out against them. An older cultivator disagreed. What is he going to do? Most couldn't fathom how one man was going to take on the Li and the Zhang. The current forces right now weren't the clan's full strength. Nonetheless, it was tough enough. Not even an ancestor from a great sect could take down these mansions right now. From what I've seen so far, there's nothing Li Qie can't do. A cultivator who was there for all of Li Qie's exploits said. The majority haven't seen Li Qie in action. Is he really that devilish? How can a conqueror like him touch the two clans? How ludicrous. One skeptical soul said. Just wait and see. Nonetheless, the skeptical crowd still wanted to see a miracle. He's here. A crowd member shouted after seeing a person standing by the western side. This youth didn't have a carriage or an auspicious beast, merely sauntering forward. That's Li Qie? One spectator became disappointed because his image of Li Qie was completely different. The ordinary-looking guy didn't look like he could decimate the mansions. Li Qie. The second princess gritted her teeth, not bothering to hide her hatred for him. Not long ago, she was forced to strip in public, but worst of all, he killed her lover, Zhang Yunji. Young master. Yongling was ecstatic to see him. She had full confidence that he would come and save her. Her father also stared at the young man. He thought that Li Qie would look quite impressive. This was far from the case. Chapter 3699. All eyes were on Li Qie after his appearance. He glanced at the sky and said, The hour is almost over, it's not too late to release them. And if we don't? The princess strongly responded. Blood and viscera will feel these streets then. Li Qie smilingly answered. Those capable of listening became frozen as if they could see the scene of carnage already and smell the terrible stench. As fierce as always. One expert commented. Others gave him a thumbs up for always maintaining this image. After all, the two clans could do whatever they wanted in Vajra. This was doubly so after they teamed up. That's why Li Qie looked so courageous to the crowd. You must be daydreaming if you think you can trample this place alone. I shall add your head to the ceremony as an offering to the dead. The princess glared murderously. I've heard that plenty of time before. People are right about one thing. Big breasts, small brains. This phrase is perfect to describe you. Li Qie waved his hand and interrupted. Some listeners couldn't help laughing but eventually restrained themselves. The princess was adored by the royal clan, so they knew better. Nonetheless, waves of laughter were still audible. Some also stared at her breasts, whether on purpose or otherwise. They agreed that they weren't small. Those who have actually seen her naked back then started fantasizing. She turned red with embarrassment and trembled with rage. Li, I swear I'll cut you to pieces today. She gnashed her teeth with a twisted expression on her pretty face, seemingly wanting to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Let's get started. I want to see what the two famed big shots have up their sleeve. Li Chia glanced at the two mansions. Even a fool could see that he didn't give a damn about his opponents. This relaxed attitude looked quite domineering, causing the spectators to gasp. The two regiments took note of this and were furious. They might not be the strongest groups in Vajra but were still famous for their battle prowess. They have killed countless on the battlefield before. Thus, Li Chia's disdainful attitude was directed towards them as well. Men! A general on the west side from Abyss Dragon Regiment shouted. To formation! The troops roared and marched forward in an orderly fashion. Their voices loudly echoed in everyone's ears. The soldiers to the west were brimming with powerful and bloodthirsty auras. They're quite strong. One spectator admitted. Don't think that the Grand Chancellor and his men were useless for being civic officials. The former was mighty, not inferior to any clan master. The members of the Zhang weren't weak either, not limited to bookworms. Some honed their crafts on the arduous battlefield. Li Chia, take out your weapon. You're not leaving this street alive today. This is what you deserve for killing a member of our clan. We shall have vengeance. The general of the regiment shouted. Well spoken, but we'll see who'll die soon. Li Chia clapped and smiled. The crowd watched with great anticipation, paying extra attention to the saber hanging by his waist. Sword point again? One of them wondered. I want to see him use it again. I've been trying to learn it recently and finally felt something. Maybe just one more time. One duality student's eyes lit up. Sword point. Some yelled at him. I want to see him do something else. It'll be boring to see sword point again. An expert disagreed. After all, not everyone could learn sword point. Some have given up since learning the technique was impossible. They would rather see his other ace cards. You're right. I heard he got treasures from the Hug Mouse. It would be nice to see them. One cultivator said, looking quite hopeful. They wouldn't mind seeing some top treasures from the mouse during this battle. Don't worry, the weapon is here. A newcomer interrupted the rowdy crowd. The sky suddenly turned dark as something gigantic appeared on the western entrance. People looked over and saw a large statue appearing out of nowhere. Once they got a better look, they found that a monk was carrying it with one hand. It looked heavy, but the monk had no problem doing so, looking quite relaxed. Untethered monk. They were surprised to see him. He seemed to be aiding Li Chia. Untethered monk is on Li Chia's side? Since when? One spectator said. The general of Abyss Dragon became startled. The same with the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor, who were still in their respective mansion. The monk was a businessman with a carefree attitude, not paying attention to trivial courtesies. This didn't change the fact that his power was not inferior to the four grandmasters. If he were to join the battle, no one in the two factions would be able to stop him. Untethered monk. The general staggered backward. Relax, relax. The monk smiled and cupped his fist. I'm not here to fight, just putting this weapon down. Young Master Li is eager for an exercise, so I'm just a deliverer this time. I hope he'll find it suitable. Having said that, he dropped the statue in front of Li Chia. Boom! The street caved down a bit, a testament to its weight. Young Master? Is this weapon okay? The monk placed his palms together and smiled. That statue is a weapon? One spectator asked, bewildered. Why not? An expert said, it's pretty unstoppable if he can lift it, enough to smash half of the street. Wait a minute. This looks like the statue from Wishward? Isn't it meant for decoration only? An older cultivator recognized the statue's origin. Those who have participated in the auction at Wishward have seen it plenty of time. Chapter 3700. Most were stunned while looking at the massive bronze statue. How would one use it as a weapon? Lift and smash it at the regiment? This wasn't a bad idea due to the weight of the statue. However, this would still greatly limit the user's movement and actual abilities since it was too cumbersome. Attention fell on Li Chia. Would he actually use it? Li Chia chuckled and glanced at the monk. Young master, try and see if you would like it. If not, forget about it. The monk put on a forced smile. The spectators didn't know the underlying story. They thought that untethered monk was Li Qiye's backer. After all, people would think twice if Li Qiye had his support. This applied to the two powerful clans as well. Only Li Qiye and the monk actually knew what was going on. The latter wanted to know the mysteries of the statue. How would one use it as a weapon? This question has been haunting him. The ancestors of Wishward have failed to understand the statue. His only hope was Li Qiye. He couldn't directly ask Li Qiye to divulge the method to them. They gave him a precious metal, but to ask for the solution would turn the whole thing into an unsavory exchange of benefits. Thus, the monk took advantage of this opportunity in a tactful manner. Li Qiye understood the monk's intent. The guy wanted to know but couldn't ask or negotiate. Fine. Then watch carefully. I won't repeat the instruction. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Amitabha, thank you, young master. The monk bowed with a dignified expression, feeling immensely grateful. Li Qiye had no obligation to tell them the method. They wouldn't dare to demand it from him either. Meanwhile, the spectators didn't understand the bow. It looked as if it was an honor to support Li Qiye right now. The whole thing seemed ridiculous. The monk then smiled towards the soldiers of the regiment and said, I have no business here since I'm just an errand boy. Feel free to continue, gentlemen. Having said that, he waved his sleeve coolly and floated into the air, leaving the battlefield. The soldiers and generals heaved a sigh of relief. The same with the Grand Commander, Grand Chancellor, and the ancestors from the two clans. The direct involvement of the monk would ruin their plan. Their two clans together still weren't a match for him unless they could invite their ancestors from the ancestral ground. However, these older ancestors wouldn't come out without an existential crisis. Li Qiye smiled at the soldiers and said, My merciful self will let you all start first, so at least there'll be a chance. The soldiers became livid and red from the blatant disdain. They weren't used to this treatment due to their reputation at the holy ground. Vanguards, assume your position. The blood of the enemy shall bolster our prestige. The general of the regiment shouted. The blood of the enemy shall bolster our prestige. The soldiers' roar echoed and caused the listeners to tremble. The leading soldiers raised their shield and spear. The shields acted as a bronze wall in front of them. The spears then inched forward from the opening, revealing the shimmering tips that could pierce through any foe. Activate the formation. The vanguards roared and released their vitality. Chaos True Energy empowered the leading formation. The runes lit up and they became connected as one without a single gap for the enemy to take advantage of. Forward. A deafening horn accompanied the order. Kill him. The vanguards rushed forward, resulting in loud explosions. Both the ground and the buildings nearby quaked violently. Boom! The first line turned into a triangular drill with an all-piercing tip. It surged forward with a frightening momentum, akin to an unstoppable mountain of steel. Even the largest mountain range stood no chance of slowing it down. Pretty decent. A formation from the Zhang is naturally good. One expert standing far away praised. The Zhang might be in charge of the civic officials, but after seeing this regiment, everyone knew that they were capable in terms of military strategy as well. Not necessarily inferior to the military Li clan. Rumble! The drill made it to Li Qiye in no time at all. The spectators held their breath. Li Qiye looked tiny compared to the massive drill. His tiny and feeble frame could be crushed in the blink of an eye. In this crucial second, Li Qiye raised his right hand and started chanting. Venerable waves and jade spirits. His arm became resplendent with Dao runes emerging. The characters that he spoke manifested and attached themselves to his arm. One could hear sizzles as if someone was branding his arm with a branding iron. The right arm of the statue also lit up. Clank, clank, clank. Pieces from this section automatically peeled off and flew towards his direction before latching onto his right arm. Strangely enough, the pieces were extremely large, but they were reduced to the perfect size before the attachment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only the strong masters saw the whole process clearly. Meanwhile, untethered monk in the distance opened his eyes as wide as possible. He memorized all of Li Qiye's actions and words. The pieces covered his arm and became a single piece as if it was cast in this manner in the first place. Poof! It immediately shot out a blue flame with impressive offensive potential. Break! Li Qiye directly punched the incoming drill afterward. Boom! The world seemed to be shattering from the explosion. Time came to a halt. Crack! The spectators saw his bronze hand crushing the drill tip. The formation crumbled afterward, then the spears and shields. Ah! The first wave of soldiers got sent up into the air before exploding. Bones and pieces fell down on the pavement, issuing loud noises. A rain of blood started as well. The vanguards were helpless before Li Qiye's punch. Numerous soldiers bellowed in agony before being pulverized in the air. Chapter 3701. Just one punch was all it took to destroy the vanguard. This shocked all the spectators. Their dazed eyes were focused on both the statue with its missing arm along with Li Qiye's bronze arm. A while ago, they assumed that Li Qiye would smash or throw the statue towards the regiment. After all, that seemed to be the only way to use the massive entity. No one expected that the right arm could actually peel off and empower Li Qiye instead. What is that thing? Many stared at the statue, astounded. In fact, most assumed that it was only a work of art displayed inside the main store of Wish Ward. This no longer seemed the case. Amit Ba. The monk was the only one who understood everything. He found himself enlightened as a result, able to understand the mysteries of the statue. This was a unique weapon. Its power couldn't be gauged by conventional wisdom. As for the general of Abyss Dragon Regiment, he instinctively staggered backward after seeing this. His men were battle-hardened. Not to mention a Conqueror-level junior, even a myriad form expert wouldn't be able to beat them with one move. Alas, his vanguards have been wiped out by one punch. He felt suffocated while staring at the statue. He tried to analyze it to no avail. At this point, Li Qiye strolled into Black Robe Alley's Western Street. Clank! The remaining soldiers unsheathed and readied their weapons. Stand in my path and die. This place shall fall today. Li Qiye nonchalantly declared. No one doubted his ability at this point. What's that thing? An ancestor inside the mansion of the Grand Chancellor asked. Unfortunately, the Grand Chancellor and his ancestors had no idea despite their vast knowledge. The thing has always been in the courtyard of Wish Ward. They never moved it before. Another ancestor said. Their group has visited Wish Ward and saw the statue plenty of time before. They didn't pay any attention to it previously. As Li Qiye walked forward, the regiment matched his pace in retreating. They waited for an order, not daring to attack without permission. Center march. The general finally gave the order. Battalions that were part of the center unit consisting of tens of thousand troops instantly surrounded Li Qiye. Go! An officer shouted and leaped into the sky. Celestials appeared beneath his feet as he summoned a cauldron. He chanted and chaos true energy oozed out. The fate palaces of this officer opened. The flames of life oozed out from the cauldron of life, fully engulfing the airspace. Clank! A sonorous clank could be heard as the runes of the officer came together to create a fiery cauldron. The other soldiers also disappeared and became one with this massive cauldron. Terrible heat waves emanated from the mouth. The spectators in the distance had to back off. The entire street was in danger of melting from the heat. Poof! More and more billowed from the mouth like a volcanic eruption. Inside the cauldron was more lava, ready to rush out and show the world their destructive nature. A few drops actually leaked from the cauldron and melted the ground, resulting in deep pits. Some shuddered at this sight. A full-scale attack from the cauldron would immediately turn someone into liquid, turning them into a part of the lava. Die! The cauldron mouth aimed at Li Qiye before shooting up a torrent of lava wrapped in flames. Zzz. Some buildings nearby were reduced to ashes. He's gonna turn into roast meat. No, evaporate from this. One spectator shouted. In the next moment, loud clunks could be heard as the entire statue disassembled into millions of pieces. They fully surrounded and latched onto Li Qiye's body. In just a split second, the statue disappeared and Li Qiye was adorned in a full set of armor. Boom! The lava torrent slammed on him, but he was completely untouched thanks to the armor plates. The regiment couldn't believe this result. This wasn't their first time using the Great Cauldron. They once destroyed another army using this one move. Alas, it was completely ineffective this time. Of course, everyone could tell that this was due to the armor, not Li Qiye's power. What the hell is that thing? One spectator loudly shouted. Too weak. Li Qiye patted his chest to wipe off the dirt. That move earlier couldn't even scratch an itch. My turn. He smiled and blue fiery particles emerged around him. Boom! The particles twisted together and created a frightening pulse. It shot forward and blinded the audience, instantly piercing the cauldron and reducing it to nothingness. Ah! Miserable cries sounded. The tens of thousands soldiers of the center battalion suffered the same fate. They didn't put up much of a fight against the pulse. This doesn't make any sense, the spectators shuddered. This pulse was insanely strong. Amitba! The monk chanted, but his expression wasn't one of mercy and pity. He looked quite excited from understanding the weapon more and more. Chapter 3702. No one expected the elite soldiers to go down without putting up a fight. That thing is insane. The crowd was horrified by the statue. I've never seen anything like it before. An erudite ancestor shook his head. Monk, what is this thing? A regular customer at Wishward was familiar with untethered monk and shouted at him. Buddha says to not divulge. The monk placed his palms together with a wide smile. This is your store statue, right? I've never seen you use it before. Since when is it such a capable weapon? Another big shot asked. Amitba. Merciful Buddha. Amitba. The monk blabbered on without answering. Sure, Buddha might be merciful but not a meat-eating monk like you. Those nearby gritted their teeth since the monk was acting so annoying. A dog couldn't spit out ivory indeed. Despite the monk's silence, everyone could tell that Wishward might not have been able to use it in the past. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been treated as decoration in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the general standing near the altar turned pale. His regiment has fought from south to north, never having tasted defeat. Today, it seemed that his clan had messed with the wrong person. Li Chia alone massacred his pride, the regiment. As Li Chia strolled through the street, the place turned dark. His shadow seemed to be engulfing the area and overwhelming everyone's heart. Whoosh! Bright lights flashed as numerous weapons soared towards him, forming an inescapable net. These were the experts from the Grand Chancellor's faction hiding in ambush, a total of 18. Their sword resembled the fangs of serpents aiming for his weak spots. The assassination group from the regiment. One spectator shouted. This group was quite famous and normally followed the regiment. Their mission usually involved killing the enemy's commanders and generals for morale purposes. This was usually effective, so their contribution was notable. Li Chia didn't bother to move against the incoming sword thrusts. Clank! 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 Fiery sparks splashed everywhere. The swords aimed at his weakest spots, but this was useless. They couldn't leave a mark on the bronze plates, let alone penetrating the armor. It's so tough. The spectators couldn't believe it. The assassins immediately retreated after the failed attack. They knew better than to linger around. Stay and play. Li Chia chuckled and waved his hand, unleashing fiery particles. The 18 assassins couldn't get out in time and took out their strongest treasures. This was still futile. Ah! They and their treasures were reduced to ashes. Once the particles dispersed, the ashes finally fell to the ground. These assassins were mighty cultivators capable of killing commanders on the battlefield, but had no chance resisting the blue flames. Leaders of a dynasty? Not that impressive. Li Chia chuckled while looking down on the zhang. Alas, no spectators dared to criticize his arrogant words. What do you want? The general shouted as his foe drew closer, frightened. I'm obviously going to destroy these two mansions. Li Chia smiled. Stop him. The general roared again. The remaining soldiers of the regiment had to go forward and formed a shield, separating themselves from Li Chia. We need help, asked the Grand Commander. The general ordered. Being a general from the Zhang, asking the Li for help was quite humiliating. They believed that their regiment was not inferior to anything from the Li. Alas, they had no other choice and sounded the horn. The Golden Regiment on the Eastern Front hesitated. Normally, it would be best to watch this massacre since the Grand Chancellor was their opponent. However, they were on the same boat now. If Abyss Dragon were to go down, they would become the next target. Fortify the defenses. Meanwhile, the general ordered. The remaining troops released all of their energy and vitality onto the shields. A great golden wall erected in front of Li Chia, seemingly impregnable. Li Chia smiled in response. We'll see how useful it is. Having said that, he slightly shook his body. Clank! The armors immediately assembled into a new form before the bewildered crowd. A massive ball. Rumble! As it started rolling, the world seemed unable to withstand its weight. The tiles on the street instantly cracked and crumbled. It kept on spinning with an unbelievable speed and weight, aiming for the great golden wall of Abyss Dragon. Boom! The thick wall didn't last a second before being destroyed. The next victims were the members of the regiment. Their bones shattered and another rain of blood started. Enough blood had spilled to form streams on the street, akin to an aftermath of a hurricane. The place became hellish to say the least. Once people calmed down, they saw Li Qie standing there, still dressed in full armor. The ball was nowhere to be found. It felt like an illusion if it wasn't for the blood streams on the street. The smell. Ugh! A young cultivator vomited. This treasure is unstoppable. An expert took a deep breath. In their opinion, that ball's weight alone shouldn't have been this powerful. However, it easily smashed that fortified wall. That weapon can transform into anything? An ancestor murmured. This was their first time seeing such a versatile weapon. 1. Idiom meaning no good words are to be expected from a scoundrel. Chapter 3703. Everything happened so quickly. Golden Regiment didn't have the chance to help before the remaining forces of Abyss Dragon were utterly crushed. The lone survivor was the general. He stood there in a daze, as pale as can be. He had fought numerous battles with the regiment and decapitated countless foes. He wouldn't claim to be invincible, but due to his experience, the regiment should be able to stop a powerful heavenly sovereign. Alas, they couldn't do a thing to Li Qie. His fear was understandable after the total defeat. Of course, no one thought that this was because of Li Qie. They attributed the whole thing to the bizarre statue from Wish Ward. This was something new even for the experienced cultivators present. Ba. While everyone else was frightened, the monk's eyes were bright. He looked happier than ever. This weapon exceeded his expectations. This was a great development for Wish Ward. Stop. The general unsheathed his sword and placed it next to Yongling's throat. Li Qie, take off your armor or I'll kill her. He crazily shouted while the hand holding the sword was trembling. Don't listen to him, young master. Yongling ignored her own safety. The crowd wondered if Li Qie would actually take off his armor in order to save Yongling. Doing so would make him helpless against the two clans. Did you hear me? Take dash, the general bellowed again. A red ray 1,000 times smaller than a strand of hair suddenly flashed before he could finish speaking. Only the top masters noticed the flashing ray. It sent the general to the Yellow River along with the two soldiers holding Yongling and her father back by penetrating their forehead. The three had no idea what happened before dying. They had no time to scream, let alone struggling. A few noticed that the ray came from the helmet of Li Qie. There seemed to be a ruby hidden in the top front. It disappeared after shooting out the ray. The General of Dragon Abyss is a Grand Dao Sacred Physique cultivator. Someone shuddered after seeing the death of a top expert. Young master. Yongling hurriedly ran over to Li Qie's side. Her father did the same. Kill him. Golden Regiment finally launched their offense. It wasn't that they were slow. Li Qie just took down Abyss Dragon in no time at all. Once they got here, their allies were already dead. Rumble. The members of Golden Regiment became a flood of steel, gathering their vitality and power together. This was a magnificent scene. The Golden Flood looked unstoppable, like a world-ending tsunami. It could easily take down numerous mountain ranges. Li Qie stood before the incoming storm. He looked feeble in comparison. He leaped up in the air and the armor plates assembled into a bronze warhead with him inside. It fell down onto the golden tsunami and instantly exploded. A cold energy rushed out and froze the entire area. Mist and vapor shrouded the scene. Once they dispersed, the crowd became astonished by what they saw. Black Robe Alley was frozen along with the soldiers from Golden Regiment. The latter was encapsulated in ice while still maintaining their offensive rush. Their face looked aggressive and heroic. Their mouth remained open from the battle cries. As for Li Qie, he stood there as if he hadn't done anything previously. There's a technique like that? They couldn't believe it. That bomb detonated and froze an entire regiment. Cultivators have learned ice techniques before, but Li Qie didn't do anything like that. This was all due to the armor. This treasure is incredible. It's powerful and versatile. One ancestor commented. Definitely. A few can accomplish this feat, for example, The 4 grandmasters. I don't know if they can do it as fast as this though. Another expert nodded. I believe it is on par with a Dao Lord treasure. One more added. This caused people to swallow their saliva. It's way easier to use. Not just anyone can use a Dao Lord treasure since it requires some power. As for Li Qie, he can control it despite being at the conqueror level. This means that anyone can wear it. Someone else joined in. Everyone's heart beat faster. One sect master shouted at the monk. Hey, is this armor for sale? Yeah, is it for sale? Another big shot shouted. Just name the price when this is over. No, just give us a number right now. The armor was too tempting. If Wish Ward wanted to sell it, many great powers would pay any price for it. Chapter 3704. The crowd stared at the gigantic glacier on the street. Li Qie walked up to it and gently knocked on it. Dum, dum, dum. The knocks had a particular rhythm. Next came a loud bang since the entire glacier crumbled, resulting in an avalanche of ice and snowflakes, a wondrous spectacle. Alas, the spectators shuddered with fear because when the glacier crumbled, so did the members of Golden Regiment. Bam! Ice and snowflakes filled the street along with bits of flesh and bones. The former melted into water and washed the gruesome bits away. Another army has disappeared in no time at all. Not even corpses were left behind. Their existence was completely erased. Everyone could feel the coldness wafting in the air. Who knows if they were trembling with goosebumps due to the cold or because they were afraid of the development just now. They clenched their fists and found that their palms were covered in sweat. Those who have killed thousands of people were still intimidated. That armor on Li Qie was truly monstrous. This is it. Li Qie stretched, looking as relaxed as can be despite taking down 2 famous legions from Vajra. If the Zhang and Li continue to exist, they won't rebuild these 2 regiments afterward. A big shot said. The loss today was grievous for the 2 clans, but most importantly, it was humiliating. The regiment names would never be used again. The crowd had nothing to say. These regiments swept through countries and clans in the past. Now they were wiped out by Li Qie, finishing the cycle. Li Qie stood before the gate of the Grand Chancellor's mansion at this point while everyone watched with bated breath. One could only hear the gentle breezes and light breathing right now. Nothing else. However, no response came from either faction. No one came out to face him. He lifted his foot and stomped down. Boom! Dust scattered everywhere. Once they settled, the gate of the Grand Chancellor's mansion was crushed along with the plaque. This plaque was given to them by a late king from Vajra. It represented ultimate prestige and honor. They have never changed the plaque before, but today, one was crushed by Li Qie. He's gonna do it. Someone murmured. The rest thought about his intention in coming here. Just 2 hours ago, he claimed that he would flatten the 2 mansions. Some thought that this declaration was too bold. He alone couldn't oppose the Li and Zhang. Just staying alive was already amazing. I told you Li Qie always keeps his word. An expert confident in Li Qie said sentimentally. For all clans, the gate and the plaque served as a symbol of their clan. This went double for these 2 mansions since the plaques were given to them by the king. Strangely enough, no one came out to stop Li Qie from dishing out the humiliation. It was as if all the members were in hibernation. It had nothing to do with cowardice. The ancestors just didn't have a sure kill method to deal with Li Qie after witnessing the previous battle. In their opinion, sending more disciples and legions was suicidal. You don't want to come out? Fine, I'll come in. Li Qie smiled and walked on top of the rubbles to enter the mansion. The Grand Chancellor was in charge of the civic officials. His mansion was naturally massive, enough to be considered its own city. Those seeing it for the first time would be in awe and be lost without a guide. Fortunately, Li Qie had no chance of getting lost. He simply destroyed all the buildings in his way while moving forward. Rumble! It didn't take long before a dozen or so crumbled beneath his feet. The spectators smiled wryly, not knowing what to say. Get ready! Suddenly, a voice came from a higher location in the mansion. Buzz! Large platforms engraved with chaos stones started floating up in the air. On top of them were massive crossbows. These platforms were created by powerful heavenly sovereigns and empowered by chaos stones. They were able to unleash offensive power at this level. the disciples of the Zhang began loading the crossbows with arrows. The arrow tips were made from extremely sharp blade breaker metals and infused with poison. Furthermore, heavenly sovereigns also blessed them. God-slaying arrow formation. It's meant to be used against heavenly sovereign invaders. One expert said while looking at the crossbows aimed towards Li Qia. Blade breaker metal can penetrate any armor. The poison should be made from rare bony outgrowths, capable of injuring the true fate once it gets in there. It's not just a physical poison. Another big shot said. The Zhang is showing their fangs. I wonder if this is enough to break Li Qia's armor. One ancestor added. In reality, this mansion was only considered one branch of the Zhang. Nonetheless, it was still well equipped to deal with most enemies. The question for the crowd became, are these arrows sharp enough to take down the incredible armor? The members of the Zhang were even more nervous. If these arrows weren't enough, then they had nothing left to take Li Qia down with. The ancestors from their ancestral ground would need to take action themselves. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to ask for reinforcement from the ancestral ground. Chapter 3705. Thousands of crossbows targeted Li Qia, making the spectators wonder if the armor was good enough to withstand an onslaught at the sovereign level. Can the armor handle this? One youth quietly asked. Yes. For some reason, the majority had absolute confidence in Li Qia. Li Qia will be just fine. I'm sure that a sovereign-level attack can't touch this armor. This arrow formation is far from being sufficient. Others nodded in agreement. Most were only interested to see how the armor would fare, especially the big shots who were interested in purchasing it. This was the best time to show their purchasing intent to Wish Ward before more competition could come. Fire! The Grand Chancellor ordered after all the strings were pulled back to the limit. Whoosh! 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 The ocean of thick arrows blotted out the sky while flying straight for Li Qia. Boom! The world seemingly spun as the arrows struck him. The destruction was mighty. Pits appeared beneath while mud and debris splashed everywhere. The crowd took a deep breath, thinking that the flesh had no chance of withstanding the arrows. Each was capable of penetrating a mountain. Once the dust settled, Li Qia appeared again. His surroundings were devastated, but the ground directly beneath was perfectly fine. Thus, he was standing on a large pillar in the middle of a crater. Not a single injury despite no attempt to dodge. It's completely nullified. Someone assessed. Li Qia didn't move an inch after withstanding the barrage directly. Unbelievable. This armor is insane. The big shots palpitated with desire, ready to pay any price if Wish Ward wanted to sell. They thought that an offense of this level would at least send Li Qia flying. However, he didn't stagger backward at all thanks to the armor. My turn. Li Qia smiled. Certain plates on his armor started shooting out red rays. The rays didn't immediately pierce through the disciples on the platforms. The moment they made contact, explosions detonated. Anything near the platforms was destroyed. Not even the remains of the disciples could be seen. The ground dried up from the heat. So brutal. One spectator stated. Ordinary cultivators can't take down those sovereign-level platforms. There's nothing left of them now. Another gasped. Remember, the platforms had sovereign-level chaos stones engraved on them, allowing them to be sturdy enough to fire off the arrows. Breaking them wasn't easy, but the red rays had no problem annihilating them. No one knows how to fight? Li Qia moved on, looking quite bored. The crowd exchanged glances. Li Qia was unstoppable even in the mansion of the Grand Chancellor. The members of the Zhang found these words unbearable. It felt as if they have just been slapped. The Zhang has dominated for too long. Being the underdog was entirely new to them. It was shameful to have their residence destroyed by a youth. Junior, you're too arrogant. Finally, a man wearing a long robe appeared in the sky and looked down at Li Qia. The Grand Chancellor. A spectator shouted. The other party has finally shown up. He had no choice but to do so given the circumstances. They had two options: flee or fight. He didn't come alone. Behind him were three gray-haired old men. Their vitality and energy were still plentiful despite their old age. Clouds and winds gathered around them. The three high elders of the Zhang faction in charge of protecting the capital. Another said, I see the Zhang has no choice but to fight. One more concluded. This clan's actual foundation and ancestral ground were in another location. Nonetheless, the capital was the center of power and authority. Thus, they had high elders as well guarding the mansion. Normally, these high elders wouldn't show up since the Grand Chancellor could take care of anything until now. They had to stop Li Qie or he would really destroy the entire place. The real battle begins now. The spectators became excited again. One side was about to go down. "I've always been arrogant, you found out just now?" Li Qie chuckled. The Grand Chancellor's expression was ugly. The plan in burying Yongling and her father today was a test towards Vajra. Alas, Li Qie ruined their plan. They didn't expect this development at all. They thought that they could easily subdue the junior, so they only focused on dealing with Vajra. For example, if the ancestors of Vajra didn't respond, they would make the third prince the next heir instead. Alas, this plan of the Rare Alliance had no chance of materializing since Li Qie crushed it at the very start. "Junior, it's not too late to run. Our clan has always been merciful and will forgive you for the transgression today," one of the elders said. His words were strong and cool. However, everyone could tell that they were indirectly accepting defeat. Chapter 3706. The Zhang has never been benevolent and merciful in the past. As a leader in Vajra, it had both decisiveness and mercilessness when dealing with its foes. The listeners weren't stupid enough to fall for the elder's righteous words. The guy was trying to make his clan look better while still accepting defeat. The crowd stared at Li Qie. If he were to stop now, he would still be the biggest winner. No one would think that he was afraid of the Li and Zhang. He annihilated 2 regiments and broke down the mansion of the Grand Chancellor so effortlessly. This battle would go down in history at the Holy Ground. Few battles were more impressive due to the circumstances. He should drop this now while he's ahead, one expert murmured. Many thought that it was wiser for Li Qie to let the 2 big shots off the hook. He had already established his status in Vajra. "Right, there's no point," one ancestor said softly. "This is the best result. He should think for himself, not just the enemies. A dog will bite once pushed to the limit, and these 2 clans are dragons, not dogs. Overly pressing them will have unimaginable consequences." This statement was reasonable. These 2 clans were ancient with deep roots in Vajra. Li Qie could flatten the 2 mansions today, but the clans would not give up. They had more power back in their ancestral ground, especially their ancestors. Even Vajra was wary of these cultivators. He wouldn't be Li Qie if he knew when to back off. An older cultivator shook his head. "He won't leave something unfinished." Li Qie stretched and said, "You want to drop this? I'm afraid you're not qualified to be making demands. Whether I spare you or not depends on my mood." The 3 elders' expressions sank. The veiled presence was torn apart. Unfortunately, they had no way of breaking Li Qie's armor. Fleeing was one possibility, but that would be throwing away their clan's reputation. How could they continue to rule the other civic officials afterward? Others would start challenging them. Many have already been wanting to encroach on their authority. It's too late to give up anyway. I've given you a chance before, but you declined. Your 2 mansions shall fall today. Li Qie smiled and added. The crowd knew he was right. Unfortunately, no one took him seriously since he was alone versus 2 behemoths. "Okay, let's get started. I hope you can survive 1 or 2 moves." Li Qie patted his armor and said. The spectators along with his enemies became frozen. Just the pats alone seemed so intimidating. These experts looked like specks of dust on the verge of being wiped away by the overbearing Li Qie. "See, I was right." The old cultivator gave Li Qie a thumbs up. "A fierce battle is coming," one expert said. "Fierce battle." One ancestor stared at the armor and said, "I don't think so. There's no contest when Li Qie has that armor. His foes will be the only ones to struggle. He can probably destroy both mansions with one hand wave." Others shared this thought due to the unstoppable nature of the armor. "Ha ha ha." The Grand Chancellor started laughing from being too angry. He loudly responded, "Li, so be it. One of us will die today. I will take your head and offer it to my dead son in heaven." "That's impossible, but don't worry. I'll send you down to the Yellow River with your son so he won't be too lonely." Li Qie smiled. The Chancellor trembled with rage. His face was as red as can be. His eyes spewed out clear hatred towards his son's killer who was still running his mouth. Go! The three elders behind him shouted. Right! He calmed down and formed a hand seal. The three elders did the same. Boom! Terrifying chaos energy erupted above and started ravaging the area like a storm. Space seemed to be within their grasp. With loud explosions, it seemed to be melting. What's happening? The spectators felt as if they were trapped in a quagmire. Even their actions slowed down as if thousands of mountains were pressing down on them. The spatial fabrics are melting. One ancestor calmed down and quickly retreated out of the affected area. The other cultivators tried to do the same. Alas, they found this awfully difficult and became frightened. What merit law is this? One expert took a deep breath. A secret art of the Zhang spatial storm. A spectator answered while looking at the bright spatial manipulation taking place. It's one of their clan's ace cards, powerful and has a large radius. A high elder from another clan became emotional. A Zhang ancestor used it before to instantly take down a clan. It's quite something. Zzz. The ground beneath Li Qie started melting. He seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. So why is this called spatial storm? One spectator said. No, this is the Li's death crystal pit. A knowledgeable ancestor shouted. A trap that is impossible to escape. People instantly turned towards the mansion of the Grand Commander. They finally noticed the figures up above. These men were also carrying out a secret art in order to trap Li Qie. They were too preoccupied with the Grand Chancellor and the three elders to notice anything earlier. Chapter 3707. No one expected the Li to catch Li Qie off guard in this manner. The trapping technique was a resounding success. Everyone paid full attention to the Grand Chancellor's mansion, forgetting about its ally. This gave the latter a great opportunity to deal with Li Qie. No one can survive the death pit once trapped. One high elder shuddered. Though this ambush was unbefitting of the Grand Commander's status, they no longer had a choice. Zzz. Crystal walls materialized around Li Qie and fully sealed him. A familiar scene appeared again. He looked to be trapped in ice. They did it. No one can survive this detainment, at least according to the rumors. One spectator became emotional. This fatal move seems effective against the armor. An ancestor got chills. Boom! A terrible storm appeared in a bizarre fashion with Li Qie at the center. There were no loud gales, only a twisting of space. The capital seemed to be pulling into this spatial storm. Ah! One spectator was still too close and got twisted into a bloody mist. This made the rest run even farther away from Black Robe Alley in order to avoid a similar fate. Rumble! The storm continued twisting around Li Qie, wanting to tear him to pieces. It's over. Everyone thought that Li Qie was finished since he couldn't move an inch while being stuck in the center of the storm. He still failed in the end. Another said. The two clans were just too strong and shouldn't be underestimated because of Li Qie's prior successes. Boom! During this crucial moment when everyone doubted him, Li Qie's body shook once. The armor exuded blue particles and crushed the crystal walls. The flames then burned away the death pit and incinerated the land. Clank! 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 The plates opened up and resembled bronze scales. Boom! The terrible storm was sucked in by the opening and disappeared from sight before the crowd could react. Peace returned once more as if nothing had happened. Boom! The next development took them by surprise because the armor instantly released the storm in the other direction. It continued to spread and swept through the Grand Chancellor's mansion. Damn! The Chancellor and the three elders couldn't believe it. They activated their Grand Dao in order to protect their home. Unfortunately, buildings were as fragile as dried branches before the terrible spatial storm. They were uprooted and turned to little pieces. The Grand Mansion turned into ruins in no time at all. Only a few buildings made it through the disaster. Even the four were sent flying. They smashed into the ground and vomited blood. No one expected this sudden reversal since they thought that Li Qie was finished. Their head was empty after seeing the destruction of the mansion. Well, that mansion is finished. He actually did it. One soul regained his wits after a while and commented. Everyone seemed to have the word shocked written on their forehead. I can't believe we're seeing this day. One ancestor smiled wryly. The Zhang has been illustrious. Most believed that as long as Vajra was around, So would the clan and its mansion at the capital. Opposing this clan was awfully unwise in the present. Today, Li Qie alone easily destroyed this area. We spoke too soon earlier. We still underestimated Li Qie and that armor. One high elder commented. It's a heavy loss in terms of materials and pride. One official from Vajra quietly said. This was only their mansion at the capital, not their ancestral ground. Nonetheless, it was still a grave loss. The mansion represented their authority in Vajra. It meant a severing of sorts. The Zhang might be able to keep the position of the Grand Chancellor in the future, but the opposition would be fiercer than ever before. Not hard at all. Li Qie patted the mud off him before walking towards the Grand Commander's mansion. He's not stopping, one spectator said. Right, there's still one more. The older experts had nothing to say, aware that Li Qie was determined to carry out his promise. The Chancellor's mansion was finished. One more remained. Alarms and bells resounded in the commander's mansion. Chaos and anxiety overwhelmed its members. This was unprecedented for this great military clan. Ordinary disciples, leave right now. The Grand Commander ordered. Regular members of their clan would only be throwing their lives away by directly fighting Li Qie. Chapter 3708. An evacuation ensued at the Grand Commander's mansion. The young and the weak retreated to the very back of the mansion while leaving the strongest members to fight Li Qie. The Li has never faced a humiliating crisis like this before. The generals and soldiers of Vajra were under their command. People's color changed after hearing their names. In fact, when the officials walked near the entrance of their mansion, they would tidy up their robes and put on a respectful expression. Today, their entrance and plaque have fallen. Their members ran like headless chicken or dogs without an owner. Their prestige and reputation shattered beneath Li Qie's steps. Boom! He stomped down and crushed a series of buildings. The ones staying to fight him felt their knees buckling while the evacuees mustered all their might to run faster. I have to be fair to both sides. Li Qie smiled while watching the chaotic scene. Have a taste of this slash. He raised both hands and after a loud bang, sound waves emanated from the gauntlets towards the mansion. It looked like a world-ending tsunami ready to destroy everything. Thousands of buildings crumbled right away. Debris and dirt shot to the sky. The magnificent mansion lost its splendor in the blink of an eye. The crowd was still astonished, albeit not to the same level as the destruction of the Chancellor's mansion since this was their second time. Normally, no one would dare to cause trouble near these two mansions, let alone destroying a building there. Now, Li Qie caused untold destruction to both, hence the astonishment of the spectators. The mansions were actually massive. The resulting ruins might be the largest ones in Buddha Emperor Plateau. Everyone took a deep breath at the extreme shift, from a place of glory and authority to piles of rubble. Li Qie is not just the heaven's favorite, he's a brutal monster. One expert commented. I've never seen anyone like him before. An old cultivator agreed. How will the Li and Zhang retaliate? Will they invite their ancestors? It'll be tough for Li Qie then. One more spectator wondered. Most spectators were still overwhelmed due to a betrayal of expectation. Some started thinking about the implications. As Li Qie walked among the ruins, the members of the Li glared at him with fury. The clan was their home, but now, Li Qie had destroyed it. They wanted nothing more than to annihilate the guy in return. Young noble Li, please stop. A dignified and calm voice sounded. Everyone saw a middle-aged man with an imposing aura. He looked noble and lofty regardless of the situation. He seemed to be a natural-born commander. The Grand Commander. A keen-eyed spectator shouted. He wasn't alone and had several ancestors behind him for support. The fight hasn't started, but people could sense the brewing storm. You think you can stop me? Li Qie glanced at him and chuckled. The commander's expression was darkened. He obviously was in a terrible mood, but Li Qie's armor was simply too strong. He took a deep breath to subdue his anger before speaking. Young noble Li, let's end here. Take one step back and realize the immensity of heaven and earth. We can still get along in the future. Stop repeating this nonsense. I'm the one in charge here. Have you ever seen a fish negotiating with a butcher? Li Qie interrupted and waved his hand. The commander had to calm his anger again. Normally, other generals were always nervous and prudent in his presence, not daring to breathe loudly. Now, It was time for him to experience the frustration. Young noble Li, if you drop the issue today, we will absolutely make it up to you. The commander spoke. The spectators exchanged glances. Some thought that they had misheard him. The commander chose to acquiesce when the guy literally stepped over the ruins of his mansion? This was a disgraceful choice. Really? I'm afraid there is nothing you have that can tempt me. Plus, even if you do, I can just take them whenever I want. Li Qie shook his head. The crowd smiled wryly. Li Qie was treating the two prestigious clans like they were fish on a chopping board. Young noble Li, negotiating peacefully with us will be very beneficial in the future for you. Why bother going to the extreme? The Grand Chancellor spoke from a distance. I'm sorry, but that's just who I am. Plus, do you talk to the fish you're about to eat? No, the only thing to do is to boil and eat. Li Qie responded. The two big shots trembled with rage while wearing an ugly expression. This junior showed them zero respect in public. What do you want then, young noble Li? The commander kept a low voice. The Li can satisfy your demands. Young noble Li, do you want treasures or money? We won't be stingy with your demand. The chancellor added. Both wanted a truce at this point. Chapter 3709. If the spectators weren't here to see it in person, they would never believe that these two big shots were giving up. No words could describe the authority and prestige these two had in Vajra. Moreover, they came from ancient clans with plenty of resources and power. Those who offended him would find it hard to survive. Thus, most trembled with fear and trepidation in their presence. Li Qie had destroyed their mansions. This was more than enough for them to cut him to pieces and drink his blood. Alas, they were letting this go and wanted peace with him. What a development. One youth found this surreal. The majority of experts here, especially the vagrant cultivators, wanted to become stronger and earn a spot with these two factions. They considered the chancellor and the commander to be at the apex of life. Now, these two were begging for mercy. Those confident in them prior to the battle felt their face becoming hot as if Li Qie had just slapped them. They have no other choice. An ancestor had a good grasp of the situation. They can either go all out regardless of the price or to endure the humiliation and ask for forgiveness. They're both experienced officials, that's why they choose to preserve their power. A high elder nodded after seeing this. If these two picked the first choice, it wouldn't be good for their clans. First, these two clans were too strong. Vajra was wary of them, so if they were to be weakened, the consequence was obvious. Most would rather die than suffer this level of humiliation. It was better to be broken jade than perfect tile. This wasn't the case for these two. They had other things to keep in mind. Their reputation and prestige didn't matter as much. As long as the verdant hills remain, there will be firewood. Presently, Li Qie was unstoppable with this armor. They only needed to get through today and there would be more chances to destroy him later on. He wouldn't always have this armor on him. You have missed the chance to surrender. There's no escaping today. Li Qie stretched lazily and refused. The two big shots have abandoned face and begged in a shameful manner. Alas, Li Qie didn't let them off. This was as humiliating as can be. It's pointless to kill us, young noble Li. The commander's voice became deeper. Stop playing the same old tune. As if you would show your foes mercy. Li Qie retorted. Many agreed with him. These two big shots certainly had no thought of sparing him before the battle. He could have begged however he wanted and it would have been useless. They would have killed him to avoid needless complications later on. Young noble Li, you seem so sure of yourself. The chancellor was losing his cool. Since begging was useless, their words became tougher. Got an ace card? Feel free to show it to me. Li Qie smirked. I don't care what you're doing right now, actually begging or just buying time. Do your worst, but just know that it'll be useless. I see. One listener said, maybe the commander and chancellor are just buying time. Their clans might still have some hidden moves. There's a high chance of this happening. An older cultivator said. Right, they were just buying time. There's no way they would beg a junior for mercy. Someone who respected the two immediately said. Others with a similar sentiment nodded in agreement, thinking that this was all just a ploy to delay Li Qie. Maybe they've invited the ancestors from their ancestral ground? Someone from the last generation said. I think they still have some surviving heavenly sovereigns from back then. These beings are extremely strong and should be unstoppable once they come out. An expert took a deep breath. It won't be that easy. The clans have faced several disasters before, but these ancestors didn't come out. These were just 2 mansions belonging to Vajra. Is it worth it for them to come out? Another big shot shook his head. Amitba. Untethered Monk glanced at the 2 mansions and knew what the ace card was right away. The commander and the chancellor exchanged glances. These 2 rivals have been pushed to the edge, needing to work together and use their hidden ace cards. They then nodded seriously, ready to abandon everything for an ultimate move. To death then. The commander shouted. Indeed. The chancellor roared. To death. The disciples of both clans shouted in unison. Their roar echoed across the entire capital. So they still have something available? A spectator wondered. Begin. Both the big shots shouted. Boom. A pillar of light emerged from each clan. Rumble. The crowd was still lost as 2 temples rushed out of the ground next. They had Tao runes around them along with blinding lights. Perhaps a supreme grand Tao. What are those buildings? The confused crowd asked. The entire capital started shaking next. Something seemed to be coming out of the ground. Boom! There were 8 pagodas situated in 8 different directions in the capital. They became resplendent. Their rays started connecting with the lights from the 2 temples. Chapter 37:10. The 8 pagodas and the 2 temples harmonized into one group to the astonishment of the crowd. Those are the scouting pagodas, right? One cultivator from the capital asked. In his impression, the 8 pagodas have always been here with no obvious uses. Some said that they were meant for military purposes or just general observance. All in all, no one had a good idea of their exact reason for existence. Amitba, it's starting. Untethered Monk saw this and placed his palms together. Boom! The 2 temples exuded endless light like 2 springs. The light gushed up for thousands of meters. Tao runes rushed out along with the lights as if they came from the source of the Tao. Warning gongs could also be heard from the 8 pagodas. The noises echoed throughout the city. Rumble! The entire place trembled as if a great bull was turning its body. The atmosphere shifted as the city entered a battle-ready state. Clank! 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 3 sonorous and long bells could be heard across Buddha holy ground. They came from 3 distinct locations, above the floating city, another from an army camp outside of the capital, and one more from archaic Sunday. Despite the different sources, they were heard at the same time by everyone. Martial Hall, War Camp, and Ancestral Temple. Will Vajra's 3 trump cards join in? The older experts aware of these locations became alarmed. It's just a state of alert right now, but it's quite problematic still. An ex-official of Vajra's expression changed. Vajra is dragged into this mess too. Other big shots felt the same way. Vajra was in charge of the holy ground for a reason. Though its current power was inferior compared to its golden days, it was still enough to make ancient clans like the Li and the Zhang to serve as subjects. Being recognized by Sacred Mountain and the other divisions was one thing. Its power was extremely important along with these trump cards. The 3 trump cards have kept the dynasty going all this time. Normally, they would never use it outside of an existential crisis. Boom! The lights from the pagodas shot into the 2 temples, eventually forming a barrier covering the entire capital. The rumor is true. This is another line of defense for Buddha Emperor Division. People looked up at the wondrous barrier. So the 2 mansions had access to this defensive line. One youth said with admiration. The mansions were owned by Vajra, then given to the commander and chancellor as their residence. Rumor has it that these 2 mansions served a defensive purpose, but most didn't believe it until today. What if they still can't kill Li Qia after activating all of these things? An ancestor took a deep breath. It's time to test their real power. One civic official replied. For generations now, the clans have been adding their members to Martial Hall and War Camp. Is it enough? The ancestor added. The commander and chancellor have thrown caution to the wind. They actually activated Vajra's defensive measures in order to kill Li Qia. Keep in mind that these things were solely meant for time of war or when Buddha Emperor Division was in grave danger. It also required the permission of the king. Today, they did so on their own accord, at least with the defensive line in the mansion. By doing so, the other 3 trump cards would be alarmed as well, thinking that something was wrong. The two were confident in mobilizing martial hall and war camp. Ancestral Temple was a different story. Their clans have added men to the former two for generations now, and had considerable influence there. They understood that this was a reckless choice since they have pulled Vajra into this mess. Nonetheless, in the case of success, it would further consolidate their reign over the military branch of Vajra, perhaps able to take it one step higher. On the contrary, losing meant that their clans would face an unprecedented crisis. Vajra and the royal clan might start oppressing them. Boom! While the crowd was still thinking about the implications, the power gathered at the two temples was immense. It instantly sent Li Qie outside of the defensive line despite his armor. So strong! The spectators couldn't believe it. They all saw the power of his armor a while ago. It easily dominated his foes and flattened the two mansions. Now, this defensive line was able to retaliate. Of course, Li Qie was still perfectly fine outside of the barrier. The Dao runes from the two temples continued to twist and combine, eventually culminating in the shape of a Vajra. The item emitted the flames of a Dao Lord, capable of subduing gods and devils within the 9 firmaments. The aura of this Dao Lord suppressed everyone. The weak got on their knees, unable to get up. The weapon of Vajra Dao Lord? People were scared out of their minds. According to the legend, Vajra Dao Lord was an expert in military and weapon crafting. His Vajra was placed among the top 10 Dao Lord weapons by some. The Dao Lord really left his Vajra here? It's an unbeatable weapon, an expert murmured. Remember, the dynasty considered this Dao Lord as an ancestor and even changed their name from Archaic Sun to Vajra. Most thought that the dynasty was overreaching in trying to establish a relationship. The Dao Lord himself didn't like the dynasty, but if this was the case, why did he leave his weapon to Vajra? Chapter 37:11. Evil Breaker Vajra, one of the top 10 Dao Lord weapons. A frightened spectator said. This particular weapon far exceeded its peers. It might be the Dao Lord's strongest weapon. At first, the weapon was simply known as Vajra since this was the simple name chosen by the Dao Lord. Later on, he entered the forbidden zones to fight evil creatures. During that generation, the Evil Breaker part was added to its name. It served as a symbol of his crafting prowess. That's why everyone became afraid to see it right now. This was a treasure capable of dominating a forbidden zone. No wonder why people always talked about the last defensive lines at the capital. Once the walls fell, this one was enough to stop the enemies from invading. No, this isn't the real thing. A mighty ancestor carefully observed instead of being astounded. It's only a seal left behind by the weapon. The Dao Lord probably did it himself. It contains some of the weapon's power. The astonished crowd stopped talking and focused on looking at the floating Vajra. Sure enough, it became clear that it was only a seal. The ancestor was right. Correct. Another ancestor privy to the inner stories elaborated. Archaic Sun did everything they could and used different connections and fate in order to earn the favor of Vajra Dao Lord. He then left behind this seal. The Dao Lord came from the royal clan of Archaic Sunday. Of course, he was far from being part of the main branch, only a prince from a side branch. Archaic Sun didn't care about a distant prince like him. Alas, he became an unbeatable Dao Lord later on. Thus, the court had no choice but to cling to this thin relationship. It wasn't easy for them to eventually earn this seal. A seal, yes, but it still has a top 10 weapons power. This tiny portion should still be frightening. One high elder had a serious expression. No one disagreed with this statement. It would be foolish to look down on this seal. It should be enough to instantly reduce a sovereign to ashes. Can Li Qie withstand it? Cultivators shuddered while sensing the suppressive aura of the Vajra. All eyes were on Li Qie. This was an apex weapon in 8 decimalaces. Hard to say, anything else and he would be perfectly fine. The problem is that he's dealing with the famous Vajra. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that its target will either die or be grievously wounded. An ancestor who thought highly of Li Qie remained skeptical. You chose hell instead of heaven. The Grand Commander floated up high and looked down at Li Qie. That's why today will be your last day. His eyes were decisive and murderous. His weak and helpless appearance earlier was nowhere to be found. I'll cut you to pieces. The Grand Chancellor gritted his teeth. They lost their son to Li Qie along with their mansion. That's why they no longer gave a damn about anything else and wanted to settle the score with Li Qie. Look at your confidence swelling up. Li Qie smiled and said, "It's just one seal. I'm rather disappointed if this is your ace card. It should have been the real thing at the very least. It's more than enough to kill you," the commander uttered. They have suffered heavy losses today. Even clans as resourceful as theirs would have a hard time recuperating. Don't be so sure. What if it can't kill me? Do you think Vajra will be on your side? There's a huge hole in your plan. Li Qie asked. The two grimaced upon hearing this. They have committed a serious offense by activating the defense without permission. Vajra might actually maneuver against their clan. They needed to win, or this might be the start of their clan's downfall. You don't need to worry about that. Just be ready for death. Let's go. The commander didn't want to waste time. Start. The chancellor ordered. With this, the two temples became brighter and released more lights and flames. The seal of the Vajra unleashed a boundless divinity, enough to crush everything in the realm. People got a full taste of a top 10 weapon. Just one seal alone was dreadful. Boom! The Vajra made its move. Dao laws as thick as mountain ranges manifested and descended. The celestials lost their brilliance. All cultivators became as insignificant as worms. God damn! One cultivator screamed in horror after seeing this. In this key moment, Li Qie's armor had blue particles oozing out. They erupted like 1,000 volcanoes, a scene no less magnificent than the Vajra's attack. The blue flames condensed together into a thick shield. Boom! The Dao laws struck the shield. Li Qie's location crumbled and became an abyss in the next moment. Debris was blown away and blinded the spectators. Oh! The spectators were overwhelmed with shock. The High Elders and ancestors couldn't believe it. They thought that they wouldn't be able to block that attack earlier. Just the seal alone was destructive enough. They didn't dare to imagine the real weapon in action. How is it looking for Li Qie? One spectator asked. Either death or serious injuries. An expert murmured. The guy had nothing against Li Qie. The attack was just too strong. The majority thought that he wasn't able to block it. Chapter 37:12. The cataclysmic attack could kill heavenly sovereigns. It frightened the hell out of the crowd. Its pressure was unbearable and forced them down on the ground. The dust in the air made it impossible to discern whether Li Qie had exploded to pieces or merely buried underground. Is he dead? The members of the two clans waited anxiously. They prayed that he was dead to avoid further complications. After all, he scared the hell out of them. His continual existence would always plague their mind. What do you think? An expert stared attentively. Everyone has seen the power of the armor previously, but the seal of evil breaker Vajra was no slouch. Their confidence in the armor wavered as a result. The attack was ridiculous. Ordinary sovereigns couldn't withstand it, let alone anyone else. An expert from the last generation shook his head. That armor is as profound as can be. Maybe Li Qie can still turn the tides. A few big shots remained hopeful of the armor. It had nothing to do with Li Qie. They weren't his supporters. They merely wanted the armor to be something exceptional so that they could buy it from Wish Ward. Look over there. An eagle-eyed spectator saw a shadow in the abyss and pointed. The dust gradually dispersed and Li Qie finally appeared. He looked a bit disorderly due to the mud and dirt on his robe, but was without visible injuries. He's alive. The crowd screamed after seeing him. Not just alive, he's completely untouched. An old expert sighed after careful observation. The big shots carefully gazed at him up and down without missing a single detail. They were afraid that the armor might have been damaged. It would be a damn shame. It's at least at the Dao Lord level. One ancestor concluded. The Vajra embedded in the defensive line wasn't a real weapon, only a seal. However, it was personally prepared by Vajra Dao Lord and had a portion of his power. The majority of weapons and artifacts had no chance of blocking the attack. On the other hand, the armor nullified the entire thing. It must belong to a Dao Lord. Another cultivator added. It's way better than a Dao Lord armor. An ancestor from another clan elaborated. Dao Lord armors are obviously powerful, but because of this, few can actually control them without sufficient cultivation. On the other hand, Li Qie can wield this armor despite only being in the Conqueror realm. Do you see how magical it is? Those nearby nodded in agreement.
This was another reason why the armor was highly coveted.
Tao Lord artifacts were wonderful, just difficult to control. At the very least, one needed to be at the myriad form realm before wielding them. To actually use them to their fullest potential required far more power.
These requirements weren't present in the armor.
Li Qie freely used the armor previously. He's still alive.
The Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor turned pale. The same for the members of the two clans.
They placed all of their hope on the seal earlier to take down their enemy. Even if it couldn't kill him, it should have grievously wounded him. That would give them a fighting chance. Now, the seal didn't even damage one strand of hair. The armor remained immaculate as well. The two big shots trembled with fear. Despair started rearing its ugly head. It was impossible to kill the armored Li Qie. If they couldn't do so, they would be the ones dead today. How can this be? The commander blurted out. Others shared the same astonishment. Having that armor means being unbeatable? An important character had this belief. If the armor could nullify all offenses, paying any price for it would be totally worth it. Your seal isn't a true Tao Lord weapon. It can barely scratch an itch. It's a shame. I want to see your Tao Lord's true power. Li Qie patted the dirt off his robe and chuckled. The real evil breaker Vajra. The crowd smiled wryly. There was no way the Tao Lord would leave the real thing here since he didn't like Vajra in the first place. It should be stored in Sacred Mountain. If that's all you got, time to end this. Li Qie smirked. We must not hold anything back. The two big shots exchanged glances and shouted. Their men piled chaos crystals into the temples in order to maximize their effects. The ancestors present at the mansions also added their vitality and chaos true energy into the temples. Activate! The big shots roared and released their fate palaces. Various empowering affinities rushed towards the temples. The ancestors did the same, no longer holding anything back. The members of the two clans saw this and followed suit. The temples became filled with life forces and chaos energy. This massive energy expanded and blotted out the sky. The thick vitality condensed into the greatest force and gestated a great being. Boom! A blinding radiance erupted from the temples. They suddenly became red as if their walls were made from condensed blood. Divine rings started pulsing from the core and grew bigger and bigger. The temples looked sacred, serving as incubators for something great. Finally, the flames of a Tao Lord erupted. The monstrous aura of one swept through the world. The flames then gathered together to form a massive figure. The moment it appeared, everything else seemed insignificant in comparison. The world and all things meant nothing. The being looked like the ruler of all. Just one hand wave could sever the six Tao and reverse the yin and yang. Gods and devils had no choice but to plead loyalty. A Tao Lord, the image of Vajra Tao Lord. One ancestor bellowed in horror. The spectators felt the urge to kneel. The ones with weaker Tao hearts started prostrating with haste. They became emotional. Some felt that their life was worth living since they got to see the image of this great Tao Lord millions of years later. It was truly an honor. Chapter 37:13. The domineering figure was ready to embark on the Tao path alone since no one else could keep up. They had no choice but to bow and offer their respect. Vajra, a top Tao Lord from Buddha holy ground. The latter's reputation rose under the Tao Lord's leadership and reached a new height of prosperity. He entered a forbidden zone and fought numerous battles there before returning alive. This mighty feat was decorated in the historical annals. Nothing in the forbidden zone could stop him when he had his Vajra at the ready. In the holy ground, some believed that he had the strongest fighting potential out of all the Tao Lords. This might not necessarily be true, but it still served as a testament to his tyrannical power. A glowering Buddha's warrior attendant would be the right image to envision the Tao Lord. He might be the reincarnation of one. Oh, Supreme Tao Lord! A few cultivators started shouting with reverence. Regardless of their background, they were still part of the holy ground. Thus, Vajra Tao Lord was their Tao Lord or an ancestor of sorts. To see just his figure alone was a lifelong honor. The figure grasped the seal of the Vajra, recreating the majestic scene of his past. Though the spectators weren't born in the same generation as him to see his illustrious conquests, the scene today brought back the glorious past. Some were actually moved to tears. The Tao Lord answers our call, we're saved. The members of the Li and Zhang applauded. A hint of red returned to their pale complexion. They have recklessly channeled all of their vitality and chaos energy into the temples. Thus everything came down to this.
We'll win for sure.
The Chancellor became excited. Absolutely. The commander nodded and murderously said, We'll cut him to pieces in order to rid ourselves of this hatred. The figure of the Tao Lord gave them hope again and brought them back from the brink of despair. They didn't expect this line of defense for the capital to be so mighty. The Zhang and Li are risking everything. One spectator became startled. What else can they do? They have to either kill Li Qie or die. This is the only choice. A high elder had a wry smile. But, killing Li Qie here will still end with an unbearable loss. There's a good chance that the majority of them will be crippled. Channeling their energies into the temple was the easy part. Taking them back was virtually impossible. For the best outcome, they would be bedridden for a long period. As for the worst, either death or being crippled.
Li, get ready to meet your maker.
The two big shots confidently shouted at Li Qie, acting like their old selves once more. Trying to kill me with just a Tao Lord figure? Li Qie smiled.
You'll find out soon enough.
The Chancellor uttered coldly. Okay, I'm coming. Li Qie smirked and walked forward. This next exchange will shock the world. The spectators couldn't wait to see the next development. They have never witnessed a Tao Lord in action before.
Though it was only a figure or a shadow of one, it would give good insight into how a real Tao Lord would fight in battle.
Ba. Untethered monk finally raised his voice and said, Young master, show everyone your invincible style by using the armor's ultimate move.
This was certainly the wrong time to make this comment since the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander's life were on the line.
Of course, the monk didn't give a damn about any of this crap, hence his title. Yes. Show us what this armor can do. One big shot couldn't help shouting. His peers felt the same way. The armor belonged to Wish Ward but they failed to understand it. That's why the monk wanted Li Qie to show him what it could actually do for better comprehension.
As for the neutral big shots, they simply wanted to see how strong this armor was in order to have a better assessment of its value.
The commander and chancellor became vexed. This battle could determine their fate, yet these men only wanted to test the armor. No need to use a real blade to kill a chicken. Li Qie smiled and said, A Tao Lord is not here in person. Just some heavy artillery is enough. Heavy artillery? That's fine. Just broaden our horizon. The monk's eyes lit up. Though everyone didn't know what heavy artillery was exactly, the potential buyers became interested. Begin. The two big shots didn't want to waste more time since more issues could arise. Clank, clank, clank. The individual plates fell off Li Qie and turned into liquid metal. It seeped into the ground. Boom! A base instantly formed and more assembly happened next, something resembling a muzzle. It was a massive cannon built on top of a fortress or a wartime pillbox. The cannon muzzle had complete freedom with no dead angle. I've never seen this before. The crowd became startled. This is what he meant by heavy artillery, I suppose. One big shot murmured. The armor continued to impress the crowd. Some big shots among the audience were experienced and have lived for a long time. This weapon capable of numerous transformations was still new to them. Where did Li Qie go? Someone asked since Li Qie was gone.
He should be inside the fort.
Another said. Ba.
As for the monk, his brows raised in delight while looking at the artillery.
1. Keep in mind that cultivation setting usually takes place during China's historical period or their golden age. Cannons and guns might be around but heavy artillery isn't. It's not too exact. Just take it for what it is. Certain things are harder to translate to English while keeping the same connotation. I had several words lined up and this took me 30 minutes. Some potential choices instead of heavy artillery were turrets, blasters, launchers. I lean towards turret, but as I think about it, maybe heavy artillery is a modern term enough for cultivators not to recognize. Chapter 37:14. The heavy artillery looking like a cannon fortress appeared before everyone. They haven't seen anything like it before. Kill him! The furious commander and chancellor bellowed, continuing to send all of their energy and vitality into the temple. Boom! The members of both clans did the same. The majestic figure seemingly came back to life.
It was as if Vajra Tao Lord was here in person.
His aura ravaged the 9 firmaments and 10 earths. The figure of the Tao Lord finally made its move and swung the Vajra towards Li Qie. In this split second, the spectators felt as if they were reduced to dust. The explosion from the smash could bring everything back to the origin. Though the attack wasn't aimed at them, they felt a looming crisis as if it was a warning. There was no chance to resist the attack before being pulverized. Goddamn! Some pissed in their pants and there but dropped to the ground, paled. Too strong. An experienced ancestor found this horrifying as well. Meanwhile, Li Qia's heavy artillery became resplendent and emitted boundless light. Wait a minute, it's absorbing light. A mighty ancestor noticed something and shouted. At the start, people thought that the weapon was becoming resplendent, something very common during activation. However, upon closer inspection, the weapon wasn't actually emitting light but rather, it absorbed lights from all other locations. The center of this absorbing force was the muzzle. A tiny black hole appeared, only the size of a fist. Nonetheless, it felt as if the space inside was limitless, capable of devouring the entire world. At the same time, the Vajra drew near, only a bit away from the cannon. Boom! Before a direct contact, the artillery shot out a black beam. The beam divided the world and severed all karmic and reincarnation forces. Nothing was sharper than the beam. Not even a divine sword. An unbelievable scene happened after the annihilative blast. The black beam actually stopped the Vajra from smashing down. The spectators were sure that the move earlier could destroy any sect or clan. No single cultivator was confident in stopping the Vajra alone. Alas, the black beam successfully stopped it. Rumble! The surrounding spatial fabrics became unstable from the explosions stemming from the competition between the Vajra and the black beam. Shock waves extended towards all 8 directions and caused the realm to quake violently. Those feeling the phenomenon were spooked. Boom! 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 The next sequence shocked people even more. The beam actually pushed the Vajra back, inch by inch. It became abundantly clear that the Vajra was unable to push forward. I'm impossible. The spectators became slack-jawed. How is this black beam capable of pushing back the power of a Tao Lord? It has to be at the holy sacred sovereign level, maybe even higher. One expert shouted. The beam was fair in size, yet it was able to push back the great Vajra. No one would believe this if told. Though it wasn't the Tao Lord in person and not the real weapon either, the attack still contained his power. This was an irrefutable fact, hence everyone's astonishment. Keep going. Li Qia's opponents were scared out of their mind. They roared and burned their true blood, even their true fate. Burning one's true blood was taboo and reckless enough, let alone burning the true fate. It meant certain death. Unfortunately, they had no other choice and wanted to take down their foe as well. Boom! The power of the Vajra immediately surged, becoming several times heavier. This allowed it to push the beam back by 1 meter. The side heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this. Alas, it was too early to celebrate. Buzz! The black beam suddenly became twice as thick before unexpecting eyes. It easily shattered the Vajra. What? Their mouth became wide open. No! The members of the 2 clans couldn't believe it and had a terrible feeling. Next, the beam continued forward and pierced the Tao Lord's chest. With that, the figure started dispersing. This can't be! The 2 clans shouted in despair. A figure of a Tao Lord still represented invincibility in the heart of the spectators. Today, the black beam took one down. As for the members of the 2 clans, they lost all confidence and fell into a pit of despair. In the next moment, the 2 temples exploded and shockwaves emanated. Ah! Miserable screams came next from the clan members. Some were blown away. Others exploded into bloody mists or fleshy pulps. Dismemberment and decapitation were common sights. Not a single member was unscathed. Even the 2 big shots were bloodied and mangled. The explosions from the 2 temples also razed both mansions to the ground. Li Qia had destroyed most of it prior, but there were still some buildings left. This was no longer the case. Chapter 37:15. Nothing was left of the 2 mansions. Everyone became empty-headed after seeing this. Most importantly, the Vajra seal and the Tao Lord's figure have gone down as well to the black beam. This was the most frightening part of this battle. Just what is that weapon? They found it hard to describe the event. Li Qia appeared again and the heavy artillery was nowhere to be found. The armor was back on him. It's already so strong when being used by a conqueror-level cultivator. What if someone stronger has it on? One ancestor took a deep breath. It's just like a patrimony weapon then, a sect master said with a pale complexion.
In the hand of a true master, the armor should be unbeatable with a heightened destructive capability.
Amit Ba, merciful Buddha. The monk chanted in a dignified manner, but his expression said otherwise. He was clearly rejoicing after seeing the power of the weapon. Wish Ward got a real treasure here. Of course, some were staring at him, thinking about how to purchase this weapon. Though the monk and Wish Ward didn't express explicit interest in selling the weapon, some ancestors still began gathering resources and money. The sum necessary for the purchase would be outrageous, so they needed to prepare.
No. The Chancellor and Commander were lucky to be alive.
Nonetheless, they had harrowing injuries, and this might actually be worse than death. Their mansions have been destroyed. Thousands of clan members lost their lives. This was an unbearable loss to the two clans. Their hardened mind couldn't accept this defeat. Worst of all, they activated the capital's defense without permission. Nothing good would come from this. It was an utter defeat. At the start, Li Qie wasn't their real target. They only cared about supporting the third prince. Dealing with Li Qie was a matter of convenience. No one thought highly of him at the start. They prepared in order to change the direction of Vajra. In the end, the man they underestimated took them down before Vajra could react. They stared at the flattened fields, what used to be their mansions. Only despair was left. They no longer had anything left to deal with Li Qie's armor. They sat down on the ground, despondent. The crowd didn't comment while staring at them. These two enjoyed great status in the past, below one man but above all others. They were in charge of Vajra and its citizens. Other officials would need to maintain a respectful tone when speaking to these two. Now, they looked like stray dogs. Just fish on a chopping board. The crowd thought about Li Qie's comment a while ago. No one believed him then. Some even scoffed at the ridiculous comment.
Now, it seemed that he was telling the truth.
So devilish. One ancestor smiled wryly. A miracle indeed. One man taking down the two mansions. A high elder murmured. It's no miracle. Just another ordinary occurrence for Li Qie. Another big shot added. Most agreed with this. Li Qie had done some ridiculous feats recently. The Golden Spring and the Hug Mouse. Now, he flattened the two mansions, something an entire sect couldn't do despite only being at the Conqueror realm. A different cultivator at this realm wouldn't be able to do so with a Tao Lord weapon. The person wouldn't be able to exert its true potential. Li Qie's shocking feat couldn't be duplicated. Suddenly, a murderous aura startled the reflecting spectators. Winds and clouds surged. The temperature suddenly dropped, causing everyone to shudder. Once they calmed down, they noticed a cavalry entering Black Robe Alley. It moved with great speed yet was virtually undetectable, akin to a quick-draw sword technique. War Camp. Many recognized this group due to its banners.
Vajra's War Camp. Looking at them would make one feel a sharp sting near the heart.
Martial Hall, War Camp, and Ancestral Temple were Vajra's trump cards. War Camp was the name of a great legion with countless military exploits. It played a great part as to why Vajra could reign over the holy ground. In modern days, peace and stability were present. Vajra was firmly in charge, so the legion was rarely seen. Thus, its appearance took everyone by surprise. It meant that something great was happening. A transition period between dynasties or a great enemy. The spectators instantly stared at Li Qie. Vajra wants to attack Li Qie now? This became the next question. Highly likely. One expert said, Li Qie destroyed the capital's defensive line. This is definitely a declaration of war. Vajra has to do something about it. Most found this statement to be logical. Li Qie was virtually attacking Vajra by breaking down its defensive line. His Majesty has arrived. Someone in the distance shouted.
Chapter 37:16. His Majesty?
The crowd exchanged glances of astonishment. Archaic Sun King. Another elaborated. Oh, I see. Some were temporarily slow-witted from the shocking battle and eventually understood. Archaic Sun King was the ruler of Vajra dynasty, currently in charge of the holy ground. In reality, he rarely showed himself and gave an impression of being irresponsible. Everyone knew Sacred Mountain and Vajra dynasty. But if one were to hear Archaic Sun King, they might not know the answer right away. In fact, the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander had more presence in Buddha Emperor and Metropolis Division compared to archaic Sun King. The National Teacher and the 4 Grand Masters were even more popular and well-known. Everyone had little to zero impression of the king outside of his title. Most believed that even a clown could do a good job at ruling over the holy ground with the support of Vajra and Sacred Mountain along with the 5 divisions. This notion was rather understandable because many thought that archaic Sun King was no wise ruler. He was only known for seeking immortality. In recent years, he searched for a longevity method or a master capable of doing so. All in all, he neglected his duty as the ruler, rarely taking part in the court meetings and administrative duties. His inattentiveness allowed the commander and chancellor to gain more authority. If it wasn't for Minister Sima and National Teacher Yang Qiu, the court would be a mess right now. I wonder if the rumor is true, that the king is a useless idiot who only cares about immortality. One youth said while looking at the powerful cavalry. It's not that simple. The king might be obsessed with immortality, but he certainly isn't useless.
There's a reason why he stood out among the princes back then, and won the support of the 5 divisions and Sacred Mountain.
His senior shook his head. Really? Perhaps he is inattentive and careless at times, but definitely not easy to trick. The senior smiled. The imperial carriage decorated with gold and jade along with other treasures was pulled by 8 flood dragons. It exuded regality, clearly a symbol of Vajra's authority and nobility. The door was shrouded by a thin veil. People could only see a figure inside propping his elbows on the table for support. He looked rather weakly and dispirited, perhaps from an illness. Next to the carriage was a eunuch wearing a gray robe. He had a cold expression, looking dignified and imposing in an automatic manner. His lightning eyes, once seen, could cause people to tremble. The carriage slowly entered Black Robe Alley under the protection of War Camp. I wonder if he's here for Li Qia. One spectator quietly said. Greetings, Your Majesty, may you live forever. Many spectators prostrated and offered their respect. Those who came to watch the show happened to be officials of Vajra or were bestowed titles similar to Yang Ling's father. The king was viewed as incompetent, but Vajra's authority and power remained. They might have looked down on the king but wouldn't dare to show it. As for the members of other sects who didn't have a position in the court, they only bowed their heads slightly to show respect towards Vajra. Rise. A feeble voice came from the carriage. The king was still leaning inside, looking too weak to stand up to face the offenders. The crowd got back up and started thinking about the king's weak voice. Those who saw him for the first time couldn't believe it. The ruler of the Holy Ground had such a weak constitution? They thought that he would be a dominating cultivator at the sovereign level, or at least the Grand Dao Sacred Physique level. Now, he didn't look strong at all and might be completely useless. Why did Vajra pick such a useless person as the king? Zhang Chaoyang, Li Baiyan, are you aware of what you have done?
The eunuch moved to the front of the carriage and shouted.
He was formidable and sharp like an unsheathed divine sword, always ready to deliver the fatal blow. The crowd could tell that he was among the top cultivators present. His words carried imposing divinity and pressure, a sign of the sovereign level. Attendant Hong. One ancestor was intimidated. Is he really a eunuch? Some would absolutely mistake him for the king if it wasn't for the eunuch uniform. His eyes in particular were striking. Yes, he's the king's personal attendant and the most trustworthy servant. Someone in the know nodded. Of course, a cultivation dynasty like Vajra wasn't like the ones in the mortal world with eunuchs. However, Attendant Hong was a special case. He was born with that body part missing and grew up together with the king. They were as close as brothers. After the coronation, Attendant Hong served as his personal bodyguard and attendant. In all of Vajra, he was certainly the person the king trusted the most. There was another difference between the two. Attendant Hong was groomed by Vajra since his youth and learned the top merit laws there. He was among the strongest cultivators in the dynasty, perhaps not inferior to the national teacher at all or even the dynasty guardian. This guardian's identity was mysterious. People only knew that this person was one of the 4 grandmasters. Some even thought that Attendant Hong was the guardian since he had absolute loyalty to the king and the dynasty. As for the king, his lack of focus on cultivation made others have their own plan. Numerous princes from various generations wanted the throne, perhaps by killing the king. However, getting to the king required getting past Attendant Hong. Several assassination attempts all resulted in failure. The attendant easily killed the assassins. The bloodied commander and chancellor heard the shout and struggled over to the carriage. Normally, there would be a hint of arrogance in their expression since they knew the king wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Today, their mansions have been destroyed. Their clan members have fallen. If they wanted to stay alive and kill Li Qie, they required the help of Vajra dynasty. Chapter 37:17. The commander and chancellor looked quite pathetic while crawling to the front of the carriage. Today was the toughest and most humiliating day in their life. In the past, they weren't afraid of the king at all and made maneuvers in secrecy while lying to him. After all, their clans had such deep roots in the dynasty. If it wasn't for Vajra's foundation and power due to their trump cards, they might have taken over due to the king's incompetency. Do you know your crimes? Attendant Hong spoke intimidatingly instead of the king. In terms of power, these two were naturally not a match for the attendant. Normally, they relied on their clan and weren't afraid of him. The situation wasn't the same right now. They had no advantage to speak of and needed to acquiesce. We are incompetent. The two tried to keep silent about the major charges while admitting minor ones. Incompetent. Attendant Hong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, activating the defensive line and alarming 3 different powers. This act without authorization is nothing short of treachery and rebellious, a crime punishable by clan extermination. The attendant was serious. This wasn't a superficial rebuke. That's incorrect. Both smashed their forehead against the ground and complained. We were merely protecting the capital city. Our members are dead. Their blood is still flowing. This is all because of Li Qie. He committed unforgivable crimes and murdered the innocent. He conspired against the princess and attacked the capital. We tried our best to protect Her Highness and the safety of the capital, but he was too powerful. We fought to the bitter end, losing thousands and thousands in the process. At that critical moment, we had no choice but to activate the defense. The two insisted that Li Qie was a villain wanting to take down Vajra while they were loyal subjects dying for their country. Heroic tears streamed down their cheeks. They certainly looked the part of loyal officials. Anyone not knowing the actual details would be fooled while admiring them for their courage. Of course, they said nothing about wanting to avenge their son and trying to sacrifice a marquis and his daughter. The crowd listened and exchanged glances. They saw it with their own eyes and knew what was going on. The description was completely different. They stated that they were working for the dynasty instead of acting with a personal vendetta. They professed that their loyalty was seen by the heaven. Not bad at all, completely reversing the situation. Impressive. One spectator said. They felt that these two were truly shameless but still appreciated their eloquence. If Vajra takes the bait, Li Qie will be facing the entire holy ground. It'll be difficult for him then. One big shot murmured. Being enemies with Vajra meant facing far more pressure than just opposing the Li and Zhang. Father, this is absolutely true. The second princess got on her knees. This Li Qie wanted to capture me and make me his maid. He repeatedly insulted and disrespected me. The Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander's son died trying to protect me. She survived the battle earlier and immediately accused Li Qie. Her words carried more weight since she was ultimately a princess of Vajra. Her testimony made it so that Li Qie would definitely become the dynasty's enemy. Li Qie is finished. The king has always pampered the second princess. Everyone shared this belief. The two big shots heaved a sigh of relief after listening to the princess. Activating the capital's defense without permission was a serious crime. Now, they had a higher chance of not receiving the blame with the princess' help. All eyes were on Li Qie now. He was in a tough position because going against Vajra wasn't easy. Is this true? Attendant Hong asked while staring at Li Qie. He became the center of attention right away. He simply smiled and said, "That doesn't matter. Just know I will take their dog head today. No one can stop me." What kind of answer is that? The crowd couldn't believe this response. Li Qie didn't try to defend himself at all, seemingly accepting all responsibilities. Furthermore, his attitude and choice of words showed disdain towards the king. The king might be useless, but one must still give him some face out of consideration for Vajra. One might not respect a monk but should still care about Buddha in some manner. The two big shots were worried that Li Qie might try to defend himself. This wasn't the case at all. The guy chose to provoke the king and Vajra. They became ecstatic and thought that heaven was on their side. Li Qie was courting death and couldn't blame them. Why can't he just answer properly? This is only asking for more problems. One expert smiled wryly.
The truth of the situation was well known, but that no longer mattered.
Li Qie's disrespect became the prime issue now. Your Majesty, this villain has transgressed Vajra's authority and offended you. He deserves to be minced to 1,000 pieces. The Chancellor took advantage of the opportunity.
Father, he had looked down on the royal clan repeatedly. Please uphold justice and slay him.
The second princess started sobbing, looking weak and defenseless. Everyone thought that Li Qie's crime had been established. No words could change it now, even though he was actually innocent. Nonetheless, he still looked calm despite the unfavorable development. Attendant Hong continued observing Li Qie, not showing any anger. Your Majesty, please decide. He then bowed towards the king inside the carriage. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the king's decision. The two big shots and the princess were as anxious as can be. Victory or defeat was moments away. Most people thought that since the king was an idiot, he might actually believe the commander and chancellor. The king coughed several times, once again showing his deteriorating health. He spoke a bit later. Gentlemen, do you know that saber hanging on young Master Li's belt? Everyone became confused, thinking that this has nothing to do with the situation. They then stared at the saber. That's for wood chopping, right? I saw him doing it back in Myriad Beast Mountains. One expert said. The commander and the chancellor did the same, failing to realize anything. Chapter 37:18. The saber was inconspicuous, especially for those meeting Li Qie back at the mountain range. He used it to chop woods and path clearing, so their impression was that it was nothing more than an ordinary tool. Its shape was a little unique, but that's all. What was the point in caring about a blade like this? Now, since the king had said something, they paid more attention. There's something special about this blade? One expert became curious. It had to be special to warrant the king's comment. It's a treasure saber, maybe? One expert guessed. I don't think so. Who would use a treasure saber to chop wood? Another disagreed. Others found this more reasonable since it would be ridiculous. Meanwhile, Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else.
It is golden, the ancestral saber.
The king suddenly spoke again. What? That's the golden saber? The chancellor and commander blurted out. They stared at the saber, looking stupefied. As the leaders of Vajra, they naturally heard about this saber before. It was left behind by the dynasty's founder and had a unique symbol. It was stored in the ancestral temple, not the treasury of Vajra. Despite their high position, they have never seen the saber before since it has been a long time since the saber's last appearance. Not to mention outsiders, few in the royal clan have seen the saber. Only ancestors in the temple and up were qualified. Keep in mind that the ones actually in charge of the dynasty weren't the king nor the officials. The ancestors had this privilege reserved. These powerful existences were at the heavenly sovereign level. The strongest among them kept the saber. When there was an important decision or event, this ancestor would send a messenger with the saber to the royal palace with the command. So that's golden. A cultivator close to Vajra took a deep breath. The majority of the crowd hasn't heard of this ancestral saber before. They kept on looking and didn't see anything special about the saber. What is it? One junior said. It didn't look like a Dao Lord weapon. Why were people so afraid? It represents authority and power in Vajra. Its holder can decide life and death. An ancestor said with a solemn expression. The existence of the saber made it clear who actually had dominion over Vajra, the ancestors in the temple. This made sense since the kings were only descendants of the ancestors. Li Qie actually used such a precious blade to cut wood? Incomprehensible. One expert who saw the act in person smiled wryly. It was fine when they didn't know the origin of the blade. Now, they knew that Li Qie actually had control over the fate of so many, including the royal members of Vajra. The princes and princesses would need to treat the saber's current owner with respect. Thus, it was extremely precious. The saber has the right to kill both the royal clans and any other citizen. The king said, "Your accusation is nothing more than venomous slander. The young master has the right to issue judgments in Vajra. He killed your sons because they were disrespectful." The commander and chancellor became frozen like statues, as pale as can be. They wanted to drag Vajra into this mess and let them deal with Li Qie. Unfortunately, This plan was doomed because Li Qiye had the ancestral saber. Even the king couldn't do anything to him. To be perfectly blunt, Li Qiye could actually kill the king in a fit of anger and it would still be fine. The only way to change this was if the temple recalled the ancestral saber. As for the two clans, Li Qiye could kill any of their members. If their ancestors wanted revenge, it would be going against Vajra. Zhang Chaoyang Li Baiyan, what do you have to say now? Attendant Hong roared and glared intensely at the two. They became speechless since the situation has deteriorated beyond repair. Your Majesty, we deserve death. Please forgive us. The two of them prostrated and begged for mercy. Asking the king for mercy was the most effective solution right now. They were once trusted officials. He was the only one who could save them. You attacked the saber messenger and activated the capital's defense without permission. The king hesitated for a bit before speaking. This is a crime deserving of clan extermination. Even if I wish to spare you, the court and the temple's ancestors will not agree. The two naturally didn't care about the other officials' opinions. However, the ancestors actually had a say. What should we do, young master? The king asked Li Qiye. All eyes were on him since he could decide the fate of these two big shots now. Kill. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. So be it. The king then told the attendant. Carry it out. Criminal Zhang Chaoyang and Li Baiyan, bullying the weak and offending the strong, rebellious and traitorous. Death will be the consequence of their unforgivable sin. Attendant Hong loudly shouted. The Li and the Zhang clan activated the capital's defense, harming the dynasty's very foundation in the process. This is also unforgivable. All current officials from these two clans shall be removed from their position and imprisoned, awaiting further investigation. The two were horrified and shouted, Your Majesty, we were at fault, it has nothing to do with our clan. How dare you speak when you're just awaiting death? Die! Attendant Hong slashed with his hand and released a fire saber towards the two. They tried to block it but due to their grievous injury and exhaustion, they had less than 10% power. Boom! Both were beheaded. Chapter 37:19. The two heads' eyes were still wide open while falling onto the ground. The commander and chancellor didn't have a chance to lament before being killed. This happened so quickly and caught the crowd off guard. Various thoughts coursed in their mind. The two big shots were unreachable for most, below one man but above all. They could have done whatever they wanted in the dynasty. However, it only took one day for their heads to fall on the ground. They never expected this outcome and thought that they could change the direction of Vajra. Unfortunately, while walking on the Yellow River, they realized that they were nothing more than servants. Their military and civic influence couldn't save them. Vajra's generation is ending soon. A clan's high elder speculated. The real winner is Vajra though. Well, to be exact, archaic Sun King. A different ancestor said. I'm not sure about the king's gains from this, but Vajra definitely benefited. One more added. The officials or those who know Vajra well understood the implications and consequences of the event. The Li and the Zhang were immediately weakened since they lost all positions in the court and the military. Their roots in Vajra have been severed. Remember, they have been toiling in the dynasty for millions of years. Thus, they certainly had meritorious contributions. Unfortunately, their deep influence eventually threatened the royal dominion. If it wasn't for Sacred Mountain and the 5 divisions, they certainly thought about replacing Vajra as the new leader. After all, they had attempted to put a puppet on the throne. Today, their confidence resulted in a complete disaster. On the other hand, Vajra would once again take back control of the two branches. People actually thought that given the two big shots' persuasion, Vajra might have viewed Li Qiye as an enemy. The outcome was certainly unexpected. The real winner is Li Qiye. This established his position in the court. He has total control now, even more so than the king. One expert brought this up. At the same time, certain clans and powers thought about the newly empty positions in the court. This was their chance to fill these roles. Are you satisfied with this, young master? The king inside the carriage asked. He has everything now. Some became envious while staring at Li Qiye. Even the king wanted to follow Li Qiye's lead. How could he be so lucky? I want to be the golden saber messenger of Vajra too. One jealous soul had red eyes. They thought that they were far superior to him in terms of talents and power. Unfortunately, his luck surpassed everything.
It seemed as if he was the center of all the fortunes in the world. Everything good in this world was his for the taking. Still one more thing. Li Qie smiled and glanced at the second princess. She shuddered right away because he was in charge. Father, I don't dare to do it again. Please spare me. Father. She crawled to the front of the carriage and smashed her forehead on the ground. Young master, what do you think? The king asked Li Qie. The crowd knew that she was his favorite daughter. Now, would he be able to protect her after her serious mistake? What I think doesn't matter. Li Qie shrugged. You're the king of Vajra and should be aware of its rules. No need to ask me. A brief silence ensued. The king eventually told the princess, your offense is unforgivable. You have violated the ancestral teaching and disrespected the royal clan. No mercy shall be shown. No, father, please, I'm your daughter, the princess wailed and sobbed. Take her away. Attendant Hong ordered for her to be taken to the executioners. The spectators trembled. The king was tough enough to kill his favorite daughter. This reinforced the previous notion of Li Qie's authority even more. Will you stay at the imperial city, young master? The king invited Li Qie. I'll visit later. Li Qie chuckled. Great. I'll wait for your visit. Since the matters here have settled, I'll be returning ahead. The king smiled and said, ready the carriage, we're returning to the palace. Attendant Hong shouted. The spectators heaved a sigh of relief. This sudden storm ended just as quickly. Nonetheless, it did change Vajra dynasty and perhaps all of the holy ground. As the carriage was floating in the air, a dark figure suddenly emerged from underground and soared towards the carriage at an unbelievable speed. It resembled a venomous serpent trying to bite the king's neck. An assassin. A powerful ancestor among the spectators took note right away. This ambush took everyone by surprise. Who would try to kill the king in broad daylight and before everyone? The king wasn't prepared and became frozen like a wooden chicken before the incoming dark thrust. Boom! Attendant Hong reacted right away during this crucial moment. Though the sword thrust was swift, he was even faster. His palm strike diverted the trajectory of the sword, then he flicked his finger, breaking the blade into two pieces. He then waved his hand and stopped the assassin from escaping. Bam! The latter fell on the ground and vomited blood. Clank! 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 The members of war camp immediately surrounded the assassin. Your Majesty, please excuse our inadequate preparation. Attendant Hong immediately apologized. Chapter 37:20. The frightened king calmed down and waved his hand. You're not at fault. Who are you? Daring to try and assassinate me? The king then roared. All eyes fell on the assassin cloaked in black. The face was hidden as well. However, a faint glow from the back couldn't be hidden. Everyone became curious. Who would dare to do this in broad daylight? It was an unforgivable offense. The king might not be that strong, but he was still the symbol of Vajra and the representative of Sacred Mountain. This assassination could arouse the other powers. One misstep and war could break out. The flames of war might ravage the entire holy ground. A member of the Snow Shadow tribe? A knowledgeable ancestor frowned after noticing the faint glow. The assassin has been subdued by soldiers from war camp and brought in front of the king. Take the mask off. Attendant Hong ordered while glaring at the assassin. Affirmative. The soldiers then took off the mask and the concealing cloak. A beautiful girl appeared before everyone, causing their eyes to light up. She was around 20 with waterfall-like hair. Gorgeous and astonishing. She had a radiant complexion emitting a cold presence, akin to a peach blossom blooming in a wintry world, unapproachable yet tempting. People couldn't help wanting to pluck and catch a whiff. Her slender figure was curvy in the right spots, brimming with sex appeal. However, her cold aura made her resemble the statue of an ice goddess. The light behind her was actually her flickering shadow, looking a bit like snow. Though captured, her eyes were still fierce and fixated on the carriage. There seemed to be animosity between the two. The crowd was surprised to see a beauty as the assassin. They started talking among themselves. Which sect is she from? One spectator asked. This was a big deal since it could drag other powers down, resulting in war. White hair and a snow shadow. She must be from that ghost tribe. One ancestor said. What tribe are you talking about? Many youths had no idea.
A great ghost tribe existed in the distant past and used to reign this region. Now, few of them could be seen. Some believe that they have been wiped out. The ancestor elaborated. You're a survivor from Snow Shadow Pavilion? Attendant Hong's eyes became fierce. The assassin didn't answer, still focusing her hatred on the carriage. If she wasn't subdued, she would have tried again for the king's life. Snow Shadow Pavilion. The young thought nothing of this title, but the ancestors that have lived for a while became startled. They still have survivors. One aged ancestor took a deep breath, astounded. Is it a great power ancestor? A junior asked after seeing his emotional ancestor. Yes, it was older than Buddha Holy Ground and was in charge of this area before declination. The ancestor responded. I can't believe there is still someone from there. One high elder stated. I'm sure there are still resources and sparks left behind. After all, it used to be the strongest in the region. Another big shot from the last generation said. The pavilion was once renowned, strong enough to face true immortal sect alone. Back in its golden age, it had a similar status to true immortal. Its founder was Jade Sky Lunar Fairy. The sect mainly consisted of members from Snow Shadow Tribe. Rumor has it that the fairy was comparable to the final Tao Lord of true immortal Heaven Wheel. Other famous cultivators from this sect included the 6 holy generals. Keep in mind that during the era of the blessed, true immortal sect was in charge of 8 desolaces. It surpassed all other sects and countries. Nonetheless, the fairy and the holy generals were still unstoppable. The pavilion fought against true immortal several times and came out unscathed. To be on the same level as true immortal was unheard of during that era. It was in charge of the Southern West King for a long period. Later on, the fairy disappeared while the holy generals passed away, one by one. They no longer had capable successors, so declination was inevitable. This trend kept on going until the rise of Buddha Holy Ground. A true fragmentation occurred next. Once righteous sect appeared, Snow Shadow Pavilion became a tiny sect located by the border. Subsequently, Vajra dynasty took over the holy ground and began a conquest for expansion. A tiny sect like Snow Shadow stood no chance and was erased from history by the steel hooves of Vajra's legions. From then on, people no longer saw members of this sect. Thus, the background of this assassin was quite surprising. In spite of that, she certainly had all the unique characteristics of this tribe and should be from there. It has been a while since their extermination. A member from this power was still around and came to assassinate the king today. The motive was clear and reasonable. Revenge for her fallen ancestors. Snow Shadow Pavilion, once the sole ruler of this land. A few big shots became emotional. In the present day, the Southern West King was divided by Buddha Holy Ground and Righteous Sect. These 2 behemoths were considered strong enough by contemporaries. However, these 2 sects combined might not be on the same level as Snow Shadow Pavilion during its height. Since the assassin stayed silent, Attendant Hong's eyes became cold. You'll speak soon enough about the remaining dregs of your tribe after ample punishments. Many shuddered after hearing the attendant's chilling voice. A powerful cultivator like him had countless unbearable torture methods. Your Majesty, please give a command. However, the attendant still asked the king for permission. Snow Shadow is just a dog without a master. Just kill whoever shows up. The king didn't pay it any mind. Affirmative. Kill her. The attendant nodded and ordered. Wait. A lazy voice stopped the soldiers from killing the girl. Everyone followed the source. Who else could it be but Li Qie? Young Master Li, do you have something to say? The attendant stared at him. I'll be taking this girl. Li Qie nonchalantly said. What? This astounded the crowd. No one wanted anything to do with this assassin in order to avoid being implicated as an accomplice or the mastermind behind this. Chapter 37:21. Li Qie didn't bother defending himself against suspicion as if he wasn't afraid of being viewed as the mastermind behind the assassination. The crowd thought that his timing was awful, only serving to invite trouble. Even a fool knew how to act in this situation, but not Li Qie. Of course, they knew that he was no fool. Isn't this too unreasonable? It's directly provoking the king. One spectator whispered. Right, even with him being the saber messenger. A big shot agreed, thinking that Li Qie was being unwise and impetuous. Yes, he had the saber, but this was the king we're talking about. He needed to give the guy some consideration or try to uphold Vajra's prestige. Too domineering. A first-timer assessed. That's Li Qie for you, arrogant and overbearing. Not just anyone can do what he does. One big shot smiled wryly. The group agreed with this logic because Li Qie flattened the two mansions a while ago. He was ferocious like a madman. His choices and conduct shouldn't surprise anyone at this point. Well, Attendant Hong's expression changed since the request made it quite difficult for the king. How impudent! One captain from war camp shouted. How dare you try to protect the assassin? His outburst was justified since an assassination attempt on a king was a crime punishable by full clan extermination. Li Qie's request was contemptuous, to say the least. Say one more word and I'll cut off your dog head. Li Qie interrupted the captain and didn't hold back. The captain stopped, unable to finish his sentence, and turned red. Li Qie's nonchalant comment carried ample weight. He could chop off the captain's head and no one would be able to do a thing. Even the second princess was killed. A captain like him was meaningless in comparison. The golden saber simply had too much authority in Vajra. Your Majesty? Attendant Hong bowed towards the carriage, awaiting orders. If the young master wishes to have her, listen to him. The king seemed bored of this already. The crowd didn't expect the king to be so straightforward and decisive. As a king, he should never allow any provocation and disrespect, let alone an attempt on his life. An assassin should be cut to countless pieces. Anyone who spoke up for her would be disrespecting the royal authority as well, let alone demanding to take her away. Both Li Qie's demand and the king's acceptance surprised the crowd. Most thought that the king would refuse and a new conflict would arise. Is the king afraid of Li Qie? One youth whispered to his senior. To acquiesce in this situation required exceptional patience. Enough drivel. The senior immediately reprimanded. Nonetheless, he thought that the golden saber lived up to its legend. It could actually kill royal members and other citizens. The holder of the blade represented the will of the temple. In other words, Li Qie was the representative of the temple's ancestors right now. After receiving the order, the soldiers begrudgingly released the assassin. Come here. Li Qie waved at her. The latter stared at Li Qie, bewildered. She didn't know Li Qie outside of one brief meeting back in a restaurant at Wish Ward. She was ready to die and wouldn't complain after failing, not expecting to be saved by him, a complete stranger. Furthermore, he was the saber messenger and should be on the side of Vajra. Why did he save her now? She couldn't come up with an answer but still walked over and stood behind him. The crowd wondered if Li Qie was actually the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. Alas, this didn't make sense since only a fool would reveal it right now. Young master, please visit the imperial palace. Don't be reserved. Consider it your own home. The victim, archaic Sun King, had no anger and actually invited Li Qie again. His enthusiasm didn't diminish despite the unreasonable request. I will. Li Qie accepted. People found this strange. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and that this wasn't their first meeting. We're returning to the palace. Attendant Hong ordered. The members of war camp began escorting the king away from Black Robe Alley. Once they were gone, the atmosphere became normal again in the alley. The things different were the ruins where the two mansions used to be, and that the influential Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor have turned to ashes. Okay, the show's over, go do your thing now. Li Qie stretched and told the crowd. They stopped ruminating about the shocking events and stared at Li Qie, speechless. Chapter 37-22. Upon the inception of the storm, most thought that Vajra would undergo a monumental change. The older son would be replaced by the third prince. A bold speculation included the Li and Zhang working together to force an abdication from archaic Sun King. As for Li Qie, they thought that he was inconsequential. Only a side character to be killed by the two clans and an excuse for the Li and Zhang to take action. Now, these prior thoughts turned out to be hilarious to the point of being ludicrous. The supposed victors died and took thousands of clan members down with them. The two clans fell into disgrace, losing their positions in the court and army. These losses were immense. Moreover, Li Qie himself did very little during the process. It was simply no big deal to him. The crowd stared at him as he stretched lazily, not giving a damn about the situation. Let's go. Some experts shook their head while staring at the destroyed mansions. The grandiose mansions that demanded respect were no more. It would take them a while to get over the stark contrast. Ba. The monk lingered around as people were leaving. He approached Li Qie with a beaming smile. Li Qie decided to tease him after seeing his joyous expression. What is it, monk? In fact, many big shots stuck around patiently while staring at Li Qie's armor. Their intent was obvious. The monk became a bit awkward. He scratched his head and smiled wryly. Young master, about what? Li Qie feigned ignorance. The big shots exchanged glances. They knew that this armor belonged to Wish Ward. The monk merely lent it to him. However, its power was immense and highly coveted. No one would want to give it back after obtaining it. What would happen if Li Qie refused to give the armor back to untethered monk? Oh, I was just saying that there is some dust on the armor. The monk hurriedly wiped Li Qie's armor in an earnest manner and didn't let go. That's better, so bright now. I wipe this armor every day back at Wish Ward. It's my favorite hobby. The thick-faced monk continued to do so, not wanting to let go. The crowd didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, everyone could see that he wanted to ask for it back. It was difficult to start the conversation, so he walked around in a circle instead. You're nauseating, stay away from me. Li Qie kicked him away and said, Young master, this won't do. The monk looked as if he had been mistreated. I have to look and clean the armor every day. This has been a thing since I joined Wish Ward, or I won't be able to eat or sleep. He kept on reminding Li Qie that the armor belonged to Wish Ward. Forget it. This isn't fun. It's just a crappy armor. You think I'll keep it for myself? Here, stop acting so disgusting. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Clank, clank, clank. The plates peeled off him and assembled again into a massive bronze statue. It looked exactly the same as before in front of the monk. One would find it difficult to connect the invincible armor earlier to this statue. Ba, you're too generous and kind, benefactor. I am just a lowly being in your supreme presence. The monk placed his palms together, as ecstatic as can be. First, Li Qie was willing to give the statue back. Moreover, whether it be on purpose or otherwise, Li Qie taught him about the mysteries of this statue, so he greatly benefited. Oh my little treasure, I'm taking you home. The monk kept on wiping the armor with his dirty kasaya, not stopping until it's completely shiny. Stop that. Li Qie shook his head. You've never cleaned it before. The monk still cheerfully continued with his task, ignoring Li Qie. In the past, Wish Ward didn't really care for the statue too much, but henceforth, it would become their defining treasure. Young master. Yongling came over. From start to finish, she trusted him the most. That's why she felt fine after seeing Li Qie despite the precarious circumstances. The sky falling down wouldn't matter as long as he was around. Marquis Yang also bowed deeply towards Li Qie. Greetings, young master. Li Qie nodded and accepted the gesture. The Marquis reflected on the events. He worried about his daughter being too close with Li Qie previously because the guy provoked so many people, going as far as killing the successors of the big clans. That's why he wanted his daughter to keep a distance from Li Qie. It seemed that he was worried for nothing. His daughter had a better intuition than him. The guy had the ancestral saber and could kill whoever he wanted. We're leaving, Li Qie said, telling the father-daughter duo along with the survivor from Snow Shadow tribe. Yongling happily led the way. The survivor stared at Li Qie for a bit before following along. Li Qie never restricted her movement and action through seals. It wasn't difficult for her to run away right now. He had no intention of stopping her. This was her best chance to run after committing the heinous offense. She thought about it as well but ultimately decided on following him. Ba, we're going home too. The monk carried the statue, looking happy as if he was carrying his wife. The kick earlier from Li Qie was warranted. This monk was truly vulgar and nauseating. However, the big shots didn't think so at all. If they had the same opportunity, they wouldn't let go of this supreme treasure either. Monk, is your ward selling this treasure? A few big shots immediately followed the monk. Yes, master. How much are you listing it for? Another said. Chapter 37-23. The result of the battle surprised everyone. However, this was still ongoing between the various factions. If anything, the scale intensified. Remember, the The Li and Zhang had a firm grip on both branches in Vajra with numerous positions. The commander and chancellor's mistake resulted in losing everything. They immediately lost more than half of their influence. Furthermore, these newly available positions were highly coveted. Not only the officials in Vajra wanted to move up in ranks, but other powers in the Holy Ground joined the fun. Most didn't care for joining the court or the personal benefits. It was a matter of widening their reach, just like the Li and the Zhang. As long as Vajra was still in charge, they might earn more influence in the future at the Holy Ground. Numerous discussions arose as a result. The biggest questions still centered around Li Qie, or more specifically, his background. Isn't he just a woodchopper from Myriad Beast Mountains? Someone asked. This was widely known. No one doubted this despite the miracles that he pulled off later on. By this point, some skepticism surfaced. Yes, he really relied on this to survive. He picked fruits and vegetables too. Many saw it. One expert had a first-hand account. Many saw Li Qie's way of life back at the temple. He didn't have a prestigious background. Then why does he have the ancestral saber from Vajra? He's the messenger now. One big shot wondered. This was the main focus for numerous cultivators and ancestors. Maybe he obtained a fortune in the mountains? One youth had a rich imagination. He fell into a mysterious cave or cliff and found the resting place of a Vajra ancestor and got the saber there? Ridiculous, there's no such fortune. A senior slapped him in the back of the head and woke him up from his vivid imagination. The senior went on. Do you think Vajra dynasty will just let any guy who finds this saber from a random cave do whatever he wants in their territory? Even their king would obey this person? Vajra would cease to exist long ago in that case. Yes, the ancestral saber isn't an invincible weapon or anything. Another senior smilingly added, if it's a patrimony weapon, then one can use that to order a clan. After all, being recognized by such a weapon meant limitless potential. On the other hand, the ancestral saber from Vajra is only a symbol of authority. Finding the saber randomly doesn't give one the right to kill anyone in Vajra. Being bestowed this authority is what matters. Thus, the ancestral temple is what matters here. Maybe there's some truth to it. One expert pondered. Li Qie might actually be a woodchopper. It's just that a powerful ancestor from the temple found him and chose to give him the saber. That's one possibility, albeit extremely unlikely. An ancestor familiar with the temple shook his head. Why would they give it to an outsider? It's enough power to shake the foundation of Vajra. Others agreed with this ancestor. Even archaic Sun King feared the saber. Wantonly giving the saber to anyone was destructive to their dynasty. Don't forget, who's the one who gained the most from this? A clan high elder joined in. The big shots present were shaken because they all had the same answer. Vajra. The Li and Zhang lost 2 influential positions at the capital and tens of thousands of disciples. Most importantly, they lost their grasp on the civic and military branches as well. Maybe Li Qie has always been a member of Vajra, a secret genius groomed by the temple. This is all a plan to weaken the Li and Zhang? The previous ancestor boldly speculated. I think so too, that's why they gave the saber to him. Remember, the guardian is also trained by the temple. Maybe he'll be the next guardian. Another agreed. The current guardian of Vajra was one of the 4 grandmasters. Nonetheless, his true identity remained a mystery. I thought the successor is clear already, Hu Ben? One guy brought this up. I heard this too before. Someone else said. Li Qie being a member of Vajra is plausible. But a genius secretly groomed by the temple? Does he resemble a genius in the slightest? The group exchanged glances. All their questions would be answered if Li Qie was trained by the temple. However, he was far from a genius since he was still in the conqueror level. In fact, even if he was an enlightened being, he was still 10,000 miles away from being called a genius. All in all, everyone had different opinions of Li Qie, but there was one consensus, that he was a member of Vajra. Of course, Li Qie didn't pay attention to these rumors. After the group returned to the courtyard, Yang Ling and her father smartly left, leaving behind Li Qie and the Snow Shadow survivor. Yang Ling was very curious about Li Qie's risky choice to save her. Was it because they met once back at the restaurant? Nonetheless, she didn't dare to pray. The survivor felt the same way. No matter how she looked at it, there was no reason for the guy to save her. Chapter 37-24, Li Qie observed the female survivor, finding that she was indeed a great, exotic beauty, white hair, jade eyes, and perfect teeth. The girl did the same. The truth was that she found it astonishing that someone like him could dominate the two factions. He looked ordinary with shallow cultivation. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed the story. Alas, the reality was that he was definitely a brutal murderer, a stark contrast to his appearance. The truly pertinent question for her was his motive. Why did he risk offending the king to save a stranger? Perhaps lust? She didn't think this was very likely due to his attitude thus far. Moreover, as the saber messenger, Li Qie would have no lack of beauties in Vajra. In fact, he could pick and marry any princess in Vajra. She was nothing but a captured assassin compared to their noble selves. You have something to say? Li Qie could see what's on her mind and smiled. Why did you save me? She got straight to the point. Because you're a survivor of the pavilion. He answered. I see. She came up with numerous reasons in the past, but this answer wasn't at the top of the list. She hesitated for a while before inquiring. You have ties with the pavilion? She wasn't sure because the pavilion has been destroyed for a long time now. The lucky survivors were few and far in between. As far as she could tell, the remnant members had nothing to do with Li Qie. Not quite. He smiled. This confused her even more. If he had nothing to do with the pavilion and its survivors, then why? Was her background somehow special to him? Or, maybe he had ulterior motives. After all, they have reigned the Southern West King for millions of years and once had plenty of resources. You're thinking that I'm after your treasury or supreme merit laws. He laughed after seeing her barely discernible shudder. She became awkward, not knowing what to say after having her mind read. If your pavilion actually had treasuries left behind, it wouldn't have fallen to this level. He added. This was indeed the truth. She thought that if they had any ace cards left, they would have been able to survive. Before destruction was dished out by Vajra, the pavilion was already finished and reduced to a third-rate sect. There were no treasuries to speak of during that period. Plus, let's assume that there were still treasures left. They might not be able to get into my sight, not even the heavenly jade cicada. Li Qie said flatly. The survivor was both shocked and angry. First, he looked down on the pavilion's treasures. The comment was clearly offensive. On the other hand, he also revealed the peerless treasure of their founder, something their tribe considered invincible. Though she has never seen it, she heard plenty of legends regarding this treasure. The founder used it to sweep through 8 desolaces. It had a special significance in the tribe, so Li Qie's blatant contempt frustrated her. Don't be chafed, I am merely telling the truth, he said. She relaxed and thought about it. All of this no longer mattered. The pavilion and the treasure were mighty once, but this was all in the past. What is your name? He asked. She looked up and stared at him, hesitating. After a while, she still stated her name. Pang Yingxue, a descendant of the Pang and the 6 saints. He revealed, once again startling her. She had no idea how he knew so much about the pavilion. Outsiders only knew the bare surface of the pavilion since it had been destroyed. Even descendants like her knew very little about the past and their ancestors. Unfortunately, you did not learn your ancestors' abilities, only random assassination laws and crappy ones at that. He went on. How do you know all of this? She asked. They have never even talked before, yet he knew everything about her. Trivial matters like this cannot elude my gaze. Just one glance is enough. She didn't respond. Anyone else uttering the same word would have sounded boastful. Here, Li Qie's words were convincing to her. She spent her entire life training. Alas, these laws were indeed average, as he said. Nonetheless, she still focused on honing her assassination art in order to exact revenge one day. She certainly wanted to learn peerless merit laws or the long-forgotten arts of her sect. Rumor has it that these immortal techniques came from a forbidden burial ground back in the ancient age. It's a shame that these techniques have been lost long ago. If I had access to my pavilion's immortal arts, I wouldn't be standing here right now. She stared at him and said confidently. In her mind, the pavilion was still a holy and untouchable existence. Not necessarily. He shook his head. The journey towards the Tao relies on the person more than the technique. Given your current mentality or the mentality at the start, you still couldn't go far with those top merit laws, maybe only a bit stronger than now. You. Embarrassment turned into anger as she glared at him. She wasn't a supreme genius, but she was still confident in her talents. Moreover, she put in more effort and diligence than anyone else. She believed that with those merit laws, she would be on the same level as Golden Cicada Buddhist Child or Phantom Saint Child. Fate didn't let her have them, so she was limited to external assassination arts. After years of training, today was her attempt to assassinate the king. She was aware of the most likely outcome, her death. Chapter 3725. Pang Yingxue naturally didn't appreciate Li Qia's low evaluation but still swallowed her words. Do you want to assassinate me too for revenge? He smiled and asked. She hasn't thought of this issue. She hoped to kill the king of Vajra one day since this dynasty destroyed her sect. However, Li Qia was a member of Vajra too. With that golden saber, he represented the will of Vajra Ancestral Temple. In fact, his status was actually greater than the king, so killing him would be better. She smiled wryly, having never thought of doing so. No, you saved me. She answered. That's why you're not a proper assassin despite wanting to be. A true assassin has a mission. What is yours? He asked. Kill Archaic Sun King to avenge the pavilion. She blurted. Is that your goal or your senior's goal? He smiled. Your seniors lost utterly to Vajra and ran away like dogs with their tails tucked between the legs. They knew that they have zero chance of doing anything to Vajra, so they decided to train you, hoping that you could assassinate the king and wash away the disgrace back then. She opened her mouth but couldn't come up with a response. She shouldered this heavy burden since youth. She was taught that the pavilion's outcome was due to the greedy dynasty, so vengeance must be carried out. Your goal is the result of useless and angry men. He went on. Will Vajra fall after the death of one king? Such nonsense. How naive. Of course she knew this. Vajra could always have a second king. As long as its foundation was there, the king actually didn't matter. Nonetheless, assassinating Archaic Sun King has always been her goal. If killing Archaic Sun King is your goal for cultivation, then your life achievement will be limited. It doesn't matter which merit laws you had access to, that'll be your limit. A true assassin doesn't train for one particular target. They simply want to become the best assassin possible. As for you, you're only a pitiful girl wallowing in hatred, a tool used by your seniors to compensate for their uselessness and weak mentality. They trained you to show that they're still doing something about it. He stared at her and elaborated. Absolutely not. Her expression changed as she denied his sharp analysis. Then what is your reason for cultivation, do tell? He smiled. She stood there silent, unable to answer. She never asked herself this question before until now. The answer was to kill the king and avenge the pavilion. That's the only thing she could come up with. Her determination shook after being exposed by Li Qia. In reality, the pavilion was long gone before her birth. What she knew about it was strictly limited to what the seniors told her. Her education focused on that one goal, to win back some honor for the pavilion. There are no lack of stupid and useless people in this world. They're a true source of tragedy. He went on, if your seniors wanted to avenge the pavilion, they would be the ones taking action and fighting to the bitter end instead of relying on you. Why did the pavilion fall? This was precisely why. They were so useless and unable to do anything about its decline. Now, it's all up to some little juniors. Truly wretched and pathetic. His words pricked her heart and rendered her speechless. You're saying that our pavilion deserved to fall? She asked. That's just a simplistic way to look at it. The pavilion once reigned this region, so you tell me how many countries and clans it had destroyed? Do you think it's unfair that the pavilion went down? No, there's no true reason to feel indignation or grievance. It's just a matter of who is the victor and the loser. He smiled. She was taken aback at first, but then again, the pavilion certainly didn't use words to convince others to submit. Words alone wouldn't let them reign for millions of years. They must have destroyed countless powers. The same logic applied to its eventual downfall. So we shouldn't seek revenge? She asked. Be clear in this case. Do you want revenge or your seniors? If they want revenge, then let them do it themselves and take some responsibility for the pavilion's downfall. He answered, but if you yourself seek vengeance, how far do you think you'll be able to go on this path? I'm afraid your achievements will be mediocre.
You will be nothing more than another pebble on the road. She started having doubts about her life goal after listening to him. She never thought about other matters outside of killing archaic Sun King. This was her sole reason for existence. This new source of doubts left her in confusion. What was the point of training so hard then? What else can I do? She regained her wits a while later and asked. You need to ask yourself what you desire. The path towards the Grand Tao is long. If vengeance is insufficient as the fuel, you need to keep going and find the true motivation and goal in your heart. He said. She couldn't come up with an answer due to her education. She was ready to throw away her life for this goal. Revenge is only the tip of the branch. Understanding yourself will let you go farther and stronger. Once you reach the peak and look down, the vengeance and feud between clans and countries, so meaningless. Just one wave of the hand can eradicate everything. The hatred in your heart right now is trivial and will be your downfall. Even if you can obtain this goal, what's next? Your body might be alive but your Tao pursuit will be dead. Tao pursuit, she murmured. The seniors never told her any of this. Li Chia was right. If she somehow managed to reach the peak, destroying Vajra would only require one hand wave. At that point, this issue of revenge would feel so trivial. Chapter 37-26. Pang Yingxue didn't quite understand all of this just yet but still looked forward to the future. At the apex surrounded by winds and clouds, past grudges and resentments didn't matter at all. Perhaps her future self would find her current actions hilarious. I don't know what I should do, she said. Go where your heart wants to go. If the heart doesn't wish for it, then more effort will still only be a waste of time. He smiled. She began thinking about her true intentions and feelings, entering a trance. His words managed to pierce the inner depths of her heart and mind, the location of her desires and wishes. In the past, if someone were to ask for her reason to live and cultivate, she would have answered without any hesitation, killing the king of Vajra. Now he had swept away the clouds and fogs blocking the path towards the Grand Tao, opening a new window for her life. She was lost in the darkness once and vengeance became her guiding lamp. This was due to education from the seniors during her impressionable years. Now, Li Chia's comment became as bright as an illuminating sun. The lamp looked insignificant in comparison. One Grand Tao to another, she murmured, seemingly having figured out something. However, a thin veil still existed. Nonetheless, this feeling gave her hope and excitement for the future. In the past, her training was arduous and dry. The seniors kept on reiterating her mission. Now she felt a yearning for the Grand Tao, wanting to reach it and feel its existence. This was completely different from her previous way. She wanted to train for herself now in order to open the door to a vast world. Not too stupid, there's still a chance for you. At the very least, you desire for the Grand Tao to be a part of your life. Li Chia smiled while looking at her expression. What should I do from now on? She regained her wits and asked, having never been taught to train for herself before. Start over. He nonchalantly said. You mean, breaking my foundation? She became startled. No cultivator truly wanted to do this, throwing away years of harsh training. The majority would never make this choice. Yes, but not an absolute requirement. To redo is to have a purer beginning with greater potential. It's fine to keep what you have, just improve the foundation by starting with a new mantra. He said. A new mantra. She softly said. Keep in mind that this process will be painful. The new mantra will gradually destroy the previous. This will take a long time. Each energy channeling is akin to being cut by numerous blades. Are you prepared? He elaborated. Destroy my old mantra. She thought about it for a bit before taking a deep breath and solemnly said, no matter what happens, I want to give it a shot. She didn't only want to grow stronger by trying this experiment. Her focus was to obtain the feeling of embracing the Grand Tao and understand its irresistible properties. This determination is enough. He smiled and said, I will give you a mantra then. With that, he raised his finger and a Tao law circled around it. Clank. The Tao law then entered her mind and ocean of consciousness. Boom. The law caused massive waves and took roots deeper in the ocean, seemingly wanting to penetrate her Tao foundation. The pain caused her to cry out in fear. She trembled and gritted her teeth in order to endure this agonizing test. She became drenched in sweat before eventually making it through.
After the Tao law finished taking roots there, it began to grow like a new tree. Some fruits and flowers would come later. She felt unprecedented relaxation and happiness after the unbearable pain. The Grand Tao seemed to be harmonizing with her body. She finally came into contact with the Tao. The thank you. She bowed deeply towards Li Qie. She didn't thank him when he saved her from the king because she didn't know his motive. Now, this showing of gratitude came from the heart. He helped her grasp an entirely new feeling. He calmly accepted her grand gesture. What mantra is this? She asked, not knowing the name of the law embedded in her mind. Just this one law was immensely complicated. It seemed to contain a complete Grand Tao in there. I don't remember exactly. Something like virtuous displacement art. He smiled and answered. Immortal virtuous displacement art. She shouted in astonishment. Oh, that's its full name? I see. He said. Is it real? She became emotional after his confirmation. This is our pavilion's lost technique, our ultimate merit law. Rumor has it that their founder, Jade Sky Lunar Fairy, also known as Empress Wan Xian, obtained it from an ancient burial ground. With the help of an actual immortal, the Empress eventually learned this art. The 6 saints from their tribe later learned it as well. This art allowed them to contend against true immortal sect. In future generations, some descendants managed to learn it. Alas, their proficiency was far inferior. Later on, as the pavilion started to decline, no one else understood it. The merit law became lost with time. That's why she was so shocked when Li Qie supposedly gave it to her just now. Why do you have this? She stammered. He wasn't a member of their tribe. Even if he was, he wouldn't have access to this long-forgotten merit law. Chapter 37:27. I just happened to remember it after seeing you. Li Qie answered. What? Peng Yingshue's confusion grew. This answer didn't make any sense. Remembering this peerless merit law after seeing her? Were the words carved on her face? She knew that this was impossible. She wasn't a fairy or the son of the Grand Tao. Just looking at her wouldn't result in understanding a merit law. Of course, she didn't think Li Qie was duping her either despite the strange answer. There was no reason for him to do so. This made her question his identity. Why? She asked. The two of them had nothing to do with each other, yet he did so much for her. This was no ordinary merit law as well. Cultivators would commit mass murders just to obtain it. Furthermore, she was an enemy of Vajra while he was the saber messenger. She certainly didn't think it was due to her beauty and charm. She had nothing else worthwhile for him to scheme either. No reason, it's just fate. A connection with your pavilion. He smiled and added. She remained silent. Fate did seem to be the only answer for his actions thus far. Are you really a member of Vajra? This beckoned the next question. Vajra certainly had motivations for flattening the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander's faction. But as for saving an assassin? There was no justification. Moreover, he knew her background now and still taught her the merit law? Was he unaware of the phrase, nurturing a tiger invites calamity? Once she became strong enough in the future, she might choose to destroy Vajra. A saber messenger like him shouldn't want this outcome. I am me, not a member of Vajra or Buddha holy ground. He shook his head. This was inconceivable to her. The holder of the ancestral saber claimed that he wasn't a part of Vajra. Other members of this dynasty might consider him a traitor after hearing this. She didn't understand him at all. She knew that he was unfathomable. His cultivation meant nothing. I have shown you the path. He went on. How far you can go depends on your own training. Go rest now. She took a deep breath and bowed again. She wanted to leave but didn't know how to properly address him for the goodbye. Young master will do, he said. Young master, I will always remember your kindness. She bowed again and spoke with sincerity. He then told Yang Ling to prepare a room in the courtyard for Peng Yingxue to stay temporarily. Afterward, Marquis Yang finally greeted Li Qie in a formal fashion. This seemed like a currying favor attempt but not exactly. A marquis should indeed act respectfully towards the saber messenger of Vajra. Go rest too, Li Qie told them. The father and daughter knew that he had just been in a long fight and didn't dare to bother him. In the next several days, they didn't have a chance to speak with him either, completely preoccupied with the number of guests. If it wasn't for Li Qia's reclusive nature, their courtyard steps might have been crushed already. After all, Li Qia had a special status in Vajra. Some believed that he had the same level of authority as archaic Sun King. Thus, numerous officials wanted to see him and build some connections. Of course, they didn't dare to walk in without permission. They talked to Marquis Yang and Yang Ling first, wanting to be introduced for an audience with Li Qia. Yang Ling was known to be close with Li Qia, so through her, maybe they could be connected to his faction as well. This would result in a bright future at Vajra. Therefore, Yang Ling and her father were extremely busy. The Marquis didn't dare to offend the guests but also didn't want to bother Li Qia. This left him in a tough position. Nonetheless, one guest was able to see Li Qia, the Crown Prince of Vajra. "Young master, may I ask when you're visiting the Imperial Palace?" The prince greeted Li Qia first before getting to the point. The Crown Prince came on behalf of his father to invite Li Qia to the palace, the core of Buddha Emperor Division. He greatly benefited from recent events. His role as the Crown Prince solidified quite a bit. Crown Princes usually stayed at the capital, so he didn't have the same opportunity as the third prince. The latter was stronger on top of garnering military exploits in the border. The king had a high evaluation of his third son. Because of this, the third prince actually had more prestige than the Crown Prince. He had the support of numerous sections. This eventually led to the notion of replacing the current Crown Prince. This precarious circumstance changed with the downfall of the Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor. The Crown Prince's largest threat has been eliminated by Li Qia. Moreover, he was able to talk to Li Qia as well. His status soared immensely as a result. The officials who didn't care for him previously quickly changed their tune. All of this culminated in his father trusting him enough to let him come and invite Li Qia to the palace. This made him awfully happy. He was also grateful to this saber messenger who came out of nowhere. He would have lost his position as the Crown Prince otherwise. Now, he saw hope for the future. "Today is a fine day, let's go." Li Qia smiled and agreed. The Crown Prince didn't expect this at all. He thought that a reclusive person like Li Qia would show more resistance. Now, his mission given to him by his father was a success. "Great, let's go then. I'll let the palace's master of ceremonies know to prepare a grand reception for you, young master." The prince couldn't wait. Chapter 37-28. Li Qia told the Crown Prince that a grand reception wasn't necessary. He told Yang Ling to stay behind and wanted to bring Pang Yingxue along. Well, the Crown Prince saw this and became startled. How could he bring an assassin to the main branch? His father, the royal clan, and other powers would have a negative impression of him. To do so in a direct manner was extremely improper. "Is there a problem?" Li Qia asked. "Young master, it's not just a problem." The Crown Prince had a pained expression, nearly wanting to cry. This was a huge problem. If anything were to happen, he might lose his successor status or even his head. "Young master, I do have some estates in this area. I can let her pick one to stay at." The prince looked as if he was at a funeral. There was no way he could ever defend himself in a worst-case scenario. Everyone might think that he was the mastermind behind the attempted assassination. "It'll be fine as long as I'm around," Li Qia said. Pang Yingxue stood quietly behind Li Qia, understanding the implication of her visit. Of course, she didn't think Li Qia had nefarious plans against her, so she followed his whim. Okay, very well. The dejected prince had no choice but to give up. What else could he do? Even his father, the ruler of the Holy Ground, acquiesced to Li Qia when he demanded the assassin. A crown prince like him was in no place to refuse Li Qia. It became abundantly clear that the authority of the ancestral saber was greater than his expectation. A while ago, he assumed that the popular phrase with the saber having authority to kill was just an exaggeration, and that the saber was still beneath the king's dominion. This might not be the case. "Let's go on our way." He summoned the courage to keep going, praying that nothing bad would happen. He hoped that Li Qia would be able to keep this assassin under control. Another attempt and he would definitely be the first suspect. There was no grand reception, but the crown prince still used a royal carriage to take Li Qia into the imperial palace of Vajra dynasty. This palace was located in the floating city above Metropolis. In reality, it belonged to the Holy Ground, not Vajra. This area was stately and could be seen from far away. The members of Vajra were living here right now but could be replaced in the future, whether it be by an order from Sacred Mountain or a loss of sovereignty through inability. Thus, this palace actually belonged to Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Vajra has been ruling for generations, so many forgot about this important information. Buddha Emperor Division consisted of this floating city, serving as a symbol of authority for Sacred Mountain. Its Tao lords used to live here. Later on, Sacred Mountain stopped actively controlling the holy ground and chose a representative instead. This meant that even the strongest power couldn't take over the holy ground without permission from Sacred Mountain. Even for Vajra, changing the king or the crown prince required approval from Sacred Mountain. Though the city was floating, it was as stable as a mountain. It emitted continuous Buddhist lights and the auras of Tao lords. These auras commanded respect and made everyone feel safe. Some believe that it might be the most fortified location in the southern West King. Easy to defend and hard to siege. This statement was logical since it has been blessed by 4 Tao lords. They also stayed here and left behind their marks. Moreover, the sages of the holy ground added their power as well. All of this culminated in a mighty force within the city. Of course, others would bring up Sacred Mountain as another candidate. However, its location was transient. Few actually had enough information on it, so people only used their imagination. After entering the city, one would bask in its vastness and think that it was a continent. The imperial palace only took up a small portion of it. There were also the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights. The other 4 divisions also had their own branch here. Their presence weakened Vajra's authority, at least to a certain extent. Tyranny wasn't possible. The area taking up the most land here was actually Minor Sacred Mountain. It was visible regardless of one's location in the city. I was the source of the Buddhist light and Tao Lord auras. One couldn't help wanting to bow after seeing it. This place was considered one of the sacred grounds in this region. Sacred Mountain never stopped moving, so people had a hard time seeing it, let alone climbing up. Fortunately, Minor Sacred Mountain was here, allowing people to at least get a glimpse. The kings of whatever dynasty was in charge would come here for a coronation ceremony. This legitimized their status. Most believe that Minor Sacred Mountain was built as a copy of the real thing by the progenitor himself. The other 3 Tao lords have also stayed here for a period. The remnant auras of these Tao lords made it impossible for people to climb up. They could only stand at the base to show their respect. Nonetheless, plenty of people still came to do so for millions of years. This capital was quite lively. Strangely enough, despite having numerous pivotal locations, people only needed to pay the entry fee to get in. Chapter 3729. The Crown Prince guided Li Qie to the Imperial Palace with Pang Yinxue as well. The guards were justifiably frightened to see her, immediately readying their weapon. They would have attacked if it wasn't for the Crown Prince and Li Qie being present. The Crown Prince prayed the entire time, hoping for the best or it would be all over. Though Li Qie refused a grand ceremony, the dynasty still treated him with the highest level standard, one equal to the king. A high palace solely meant for ancestors from the temple was used for his arrival today. Of course, Li Qie only smiled the entire time. The Crown Prince personally prepared everything, prompting Li Qie to nod his head approvingly. The prince was afraid that Li Qie wouldn't be used to living in the palace, so he took Li Qie around for a tour, fully describing each location. He spoke earnestly, throwing away the pride usually seen in a crown prince. The imperial palace was quite large, only small when compared to the massive Minor Sacred Mountain towering on the horizon. It consisted of expensive materials, but there were aging signs. It has been around for millions of years as housing for numerous dynasties. During the tour, the 2 met many members of the royal family along with court officials. These groups wanted to win Li Qie's favor, but it wasn't the right time since the crown prince was around. They chose to greet the 2 from a distance instead. The crown prince knew that all eyes were on them and that his status had soared due to his involvement with Li Qie. Nonetheless, he still chose to act with caution since many still wanted to take him down. Li Qie had no interest in this power struggle and just focused on the stroll instead. Strangely enough, archaic Sun King was nowhere to be found, as if he didn't wish to greet Li Qie. Father is busy with pill refinement, it's hard for anyone to see him. The crown prince said so that Li Qie wouldn't be offended. Pill refinement? Li Qie chuckled. Father enjoys learning longevity art and has deep attainments on longevity pills. He spends more of his time doing alchemy. The prince smiled. He didn't dare to use the word obsession to describe his father. Cultivators, especially the top experts, had a desire for everlasting life. This was the same for top alchemists. They wanted to create a pill capable of this. After all, one main goal of cultivation was immortality. This wasn't the case here for the king. He was completely obsessed with this task and took it to the next level. He would do anything to live longer while ignoring everything else, including his duties as a king. That's why most viewed him as an incapable and foolish king. This led to the Grand Chancellor and Grand Commander possessing an unreasonable amount of power. If it wasn't for Vajra's resources and foundation, a king like him would have ended the dynasty's reign over the holy ground. I see, longevity pills. Li Jie smiled and didn't say anything else. The crown prince didn't wish to dwell on this topic. He certainly had grievances over the king being derelict of his duty, only attending several court meetings each year. It just wasn't his place to say anything. They eventually made it to the imperial garden and saw an ancient tree with coiling roots. It resembled a horned dragon, brimming with spirit and quite interesting to behold. Beneath the tree was a man lying in a long chair, looking to be very comfortable. He resembled a 50-year-old mortal. The hair on the sides was slightly gray. He didn't have any wrinkles. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He wore an embroidered robe, looking quite scholarly. However, he had an innate aura that instilled pressure. Clearly a man of high status. The man immediately sat up after seeing Li Jie and got out of his chair. He cupped his fist and greeted. "You must be young noble Li." This was the imperial garden. Most would think that he was the king of Vajra given the circumstances. Plus, his aura and bearing resembled that of a king. "He is the national teacher," the crown prince introduced. The teacher of the state didn't put up an act. He lowered his head and said, "My name is Yi Mingshi. Your fame precedes you, young noble." He was a famous existence, widely believed to be on the same level as the four grandmasters. He originated from Fallen Leaf School, not Vajra dynasty. This sect could only be described as above average, incomparable to behemoths such as Heavenly Dragon Temple or Myriad Blood Sect. It didn't have a powerful progenitor or anything special until Yi Mingshi. He was one of the top geniuses in his generation and joined Duality Academy. He was in the same class as Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign. Both were top students. One of their friends became renowned as well, the current king of Vajra. Rumor has it that Yi Mingshi and Archaic Sun King were friends. That's why Yi Mingshi eventually joined the court of Vajra. However, Archaic Sun King wasn't exceptional like the other two. He preferred alchemy instead before being obsessed with longevity arts. Though Yi Mingshi wasn't classified as a grandmaster, the other grandmasters all thought highly of his power and cultivation level. Some believed that he had fought evenly with the grandmasters before. Due to his impressive abilities, one theory ran rampant in the dynasty, that his secret identity was the Guardian of Vajra, a member of the four grandmasters. People knew nothing of this guardian, only that the guardian was a grandmaster and a member of Vajra. This made it quite strange. Why was this unknown character listed as a grandmaster? Some said that it was because this guardian fought evenly with the other members. Another stated that the guardian had challenged Buddha Supreme before and lost. Buddha Supreme approved of the guardian's power, hence the eventual classification. In terms of power, status, and timeline, Yi Mingshi seemed to be the guardian. He had neither refuted nor confirmed this rumor. This made people even more skeptical. Chapter 3730. Yi Mingshi had the trust of Archaic Sun King. This in combination with his power earned him a pivotal role in the entire holy ground. His polite showing towards Li Jie was more than enough decorum. Keep in mind that even the late Grand Commander and Grand Chancellor wouldn't dare to act haughty in front of him. No need for courtesy. Li Jie waved his hand and asked. In this split second, the teacher saw the bronze ring and became startled. His mouth opened wide. Nonetheless, he was experienced enough to regain his wits with haste. Your Highness, please leave for a moment. Yi Mingshi cupped his fist towards the crown prince. The crown prince didn't know why, but he was sensible enough to listen. He bowed to the two before speaking. Take your time, young master and teacher. I'll take the miss along with me. Pang Yingxue didn't need Li Qie to tell her and quietly left. Li Qie and Yi Mingshi became the only two left in the garden. Yi Mingshi got on his knees and said, "Please forgive my lack of reception. As I've said, no need for courtesy." Li Qie shook his head and sat down on the long chair. Yi Mingshi got up and stood next to Li Qie, stealing another glance at the ring. "How should I address you?" He was aware of the ring's significance but didn't know how Li Qie got it. "Call me young master so that I won't be accused of false advertisement." Li Qie naturally noticed and chuckled. "Of course not." Yi Mingshi smiled wryly, hesitating to ask about the ring. In theory, whenever the ring changed master, it should be a big deal with a grand ceremony. However, no one heard a thing about it. This seemed to be unprecedented due to the important nature of the ring. "Looks like you've seen this ring before." Li Qie smiled. Very few had this privilege, only the strongest members of the holy ground. They needed to be at a certain level before being exposed to it. Others would only think of it as an ordinary bronze ring, nothing more. As for the former crowd, they would be able to recognize it right away. There was no chance of faking it either. "I was lucky enough to meet the paragon in the past and greatly benefited from some pointers," Yi Mingshi said with sincerity and respect. "Talking about that fake monk? Or the fake Taoist?" Li Qie smiled. Yi Mingshi couldn't respond because he considered that man to be a teacher. Now, he found it puzzling that Li Qie would speak of the man in this manner. The passing of the ring meant that Li Qie should have a teacher-disciple or a senior-junior relationship with him. This certainly didn't seem to be the case. Yi Mingshi knew that picking the next candidate for the ring was of utmost importance. There must be a reason why Li Qie was chosen. The paragon is a straightforward and unrestrained man, Yi Mingshi eventually said. "That's one way to put it, I suppose. Better than calling him a fake monk or fake Taoist, but in my opinion, being a butcher is more suitable for him." Li Qie chuckled. Yi Mingshi coughed awkwardly, becoming more and more confused. A junior definitely wouldn't talk about his senior in this manner. "You're thinking that I snatched this ring?" Li Qie knew exactly what the guy was thinking. "I do not dare. I'm sure there's a reason why you have it, young master." Yi Mingshi denied. "There's no reason." Li Qie shook his head. "If I wanted it badly enough to rob the monk, he would have given it to me with both hands. But this broken ring is worthless and isn't worth my effort. I just spent a few coins for it, that's all." Yi Mingshi became frozen. This ring could drive the entire world crazy from wanting to be the next owner. Li Qie's expression looked serious enough. He really didn't give a damn about the ring. Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qie was aware of the ring's significance and value. This made the statement strike harder. But most importantly, he claimed that he could have taken the ring effortlessly. This should be impossible. The previous master, or the so-called fake monk by Li Qie, was a frightening being with immense power. Only one other person in all of the southern West King was qualified to be his opponent. Yi Mingshi was fortunate enough to be taught by him, albeit briefly. That's why Yi Mingshi knew of his power and had nothing but respect for him. "You're joking, young master." Yi Mingshi regained his wits and doubted the claim. "I'm not." Li Qie smiled. Numerous thoughts coursed inside Yi Mingshi's head. He didn't know how to respond. At this point, it seemed that Li Qie really bought the ring for only a few coins. How could this be? The priceless ring represented unlimited authority. Nonetheless, Yi Mingshi could tell that Li Qie wasn't lying. It was difficult for him to believe even though the facts were laid out in front of him. "I can't possibly fathom the paragon and your intent, young master," he eventually concluded with a forced smile. He stopped thinking about this matter. First, the paragon didn't follow the mold. This seemed to be the case for Li Qie as well, hence their strange conduct. No point in trying to understand them without being at the same level and having the same knowledge. Ultimately, the ring was still the ring regardless of how Li Qie obtained it. As for Li Qie, he knew what the monk was up to. He chose to play along because it was convenient while being devoid of karmic ties and consequences. "Young master, since you're at the capital, is there anything I can do for you?" Yi Mingshi asked. He speculated the reasons for Li Qie's visit to the imperial city. The masters of the ring usually had a special mission. 1. I don't really get this line in this context, so I translated it as it is. The idiom here is, hang a sheep's head while selling dog meat, or false advertisement. Chapter 37-31. Just here for fun, don't worry about it. Li Qie chuckled. I see, Yi Mingshi forced a smile. He thought that there was no way a ring bearer would be so willy-nilly. There must be a goal. But in the case of Li Qie telling the truth, someone of his power and authority right now would still cause quite a storm wherever he went. Do you want to go to Minor Sacred Mountain? Yi Mingshi asked again. Climb up there. Li Qie looked over at the mountain in the distance. The kings in each generation go up there to offer their respect to heaven and earth. You naturally don't need to do this, young master. But the ring requires an additional seal before reaching its true potential. Yi Mingshi glanced at the ring that was more than just a status symbol. It had unbelievable power, a reason why it was able to pass down for millions of years. That doesn't matter. This cheap ring is fine the way it is right now. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Others would think that Li Qie was crazy for his assessment of the ring. On the other hand, Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qie had a full understanding of the ring. That made it even more terrifying. He thought that Li Qie was quite frightening and decisive. You're unfathomable, young master. Mingshi hesitated before speaking. But, young master, if you want to pass it down, it'll still need the seal to exert its true power. Not everyone can be as carefree as you. Yi Mingshi shouldn't be the one to say this, but he chose to do it due to his connection with the paragon. Pass it down? Li Qie rubbed his chin and smirked. It can be a raffle, whoever wins gets the ring. Or, I can just throw it on the street. How's that for picking a successor? Absolutely not. Yi Mingshi started sweating and waved his hands. Young master, you mustn't. The ring pertains to the prosperity of the land and its people. Just one mistake and wails of lament will come. Please reconsider. It's fine, even if I throw it away, the fake monk will come and pick it up. Li Qie shrugged. Yi Mingshi took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. This guy seemed like he would actually do something like this on a whim. Young master, you're a virtuous person. Yi Mingshi said, I'm sure you'll pick another person who's just as virtuous as you for the sake of the land. Stop, don't flatter me. I don't care about Buddha Holy Ground survival and it wouldn't be my turn anyway. Li Qie interrupted him. Yi Mingshi remained silent. The entire thing was just too ridiculous to him. You appear to care about the holy ground a lot. Li Qie smiled. Yes, young master. A toppled nest can't have whole eggs. If the holy ground goes down, so will fallen leaf and vajra. Then what do you think about becoming the successor? Li Qie's smile grew wider. No, I can't. I am weak and can't shoulder the responsibility. You're joking, young master. Yi Mingshi panicked and refused. You haven't thought about this at all? Li Qie stared at him. Yi Mingshi realized that Li Qie was being serious. He solemnly responded. Young master, I won't lie to you. Everyone desires an item with so much power, but I can't take it. It'll bring a personal calamity on top of chaos across the holy ground. I'll become a sinner then. This response came from the heart. He didn't come up with excuses. To others, he was certainly powerful and on the same level as the 4 grandmasters. He himself knew that he was far from sufficient. His cultivation path stopped here. If he were to have the ring, it would end with his death and the holy ground's destruction. Your mindset is rare. Li Qie nodded. So many others want the ring. Yi Mingshi didn't say anything. His position at Vajra made it a sensitive topic. Since he had more information at his disposal, he knew better than to comment carelessly. What happens when the ring has a new successor? Li Qie asked. Not you, young master. Yi Mingshi knew that this was an unnecessary question, but he asked anyway. Right, but I can pick the next successor, right? Li Qie chuckled. Yes. Yi Mingshi nodded. That makes the sealing process essential because just the ring alone isn't enough to deter others. Its empowered form will make things smoother. That depends on who has the ring. For me, empowered or otherwise, doesn't matter at all. Li Qie answered. I don't quite understand. Yi Mingshi said. It's nothing, a few people are courting death so I'll do them a favor. Li Qie's eyes brimmed with amusement. Yi Mingshi shuddered after hearing this, already imagining the potential carnage and massacre. Li Qie was saying that even without the empowerment, the next successor would still have no problem. The reason was simple. Li Qie would massacre whoever tried to stop them. Yi Mingshi knew that Li Qie would be able to keep his words regardless of the powerful foes. This would definitely change the holy ground. Blood would flow like rivers. The stench of blood would be unbearable. Young master, you don't have to do this. The sealing process isn't a bad choice. Yi Mingshi smiled wryly. He didn't wish for brutality to overwhelm the holy ground. The loss would be immense. How many people do you think will accept in a peaceful manner? Li Qiye replied. Yi Mingshi thought that supreme authority was too tempting. No person or sect would be able to resist. It was only a matter of who would start first. What about you? Li Qiye interrupted the silence. I am a disciple of Buddha Holy Ground and will listen and obey without any ulterior motive. Ingshi prostrated without any hesitation. He was smart enough to understand Li Qiye's implication. Rise, I was just asking. Li Qiye smiled. I will do my very best. Mingshi respectfully expressed his allegiance. Li Qiye might not need his help, but he could be very useful during the next successor appointment. Smart people like you are rare nowadays. Those who know propriety and their place are even rarer. Li Qiye said. Yi Mingshi stood with a respectful pose and didn't respond. Fine, I'll take a look when there's time. Li Qiye eventually concluded. This is a blessing for the citizens. Thank you for your mercy, young master. Yi Mingshi heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 37-32. Li Qiye wanted to leave after the conversation, but another visitor came along. Young master, this is my third brother. The crown prince standing nearby introduced. The third prince looked grander compared to the crown prince, wearing a tight noble robe. He had sharp features with bright eyes. There existed an air of nobility and ferocity from the battlefield around him. This imposing aura was understandable. He spent years fighting by the border and led his legions to numerous victories. On the other hand, the crown prince resembled a weak scholar, possessing elegance instead of fierceness. This meant that his aura was inferior compared to his younger brother. Moreover, the third prince's cultivation was stronger due to his superior talents. He garnered more resources as a result. Some even said that archaic Sun King favored him more than his older brother. This culminated in the crown prince being at a disadvantage. It made sense how many civic and military officials chose to support the third prince. He was objectively outstanding on top of being an accomplished leader. He might be able to lead Vajra towards further greatness. Greetings. Saber Messenger. Please excuse my lack of reception since I didn't know of your arrival. The third prince bowed his head. He immediately came after hearing about Li Qiye's presence. The guy simply played a pivotal role right now. Moreover, they had an antagonistic relationship. First, Li Qiye was too close to the crown prince, but most importantly, he wiped out two factions and killed the second princess. Remember, the Li and the Zhang were firmly on the third prince's side. Due to their support, the prince was able to win more support from the nobles at Metropolis. This established a good foundation for his future. Unfortunately, both clans were in decline after the death of their leaders. This, in turn, dealt a great blow to the third prince. Furthermore, as the Saber Messenger, Li Qiye had a fortified status in Vajra. Now, since he seemed close to the crown prince, many in the court believed that he should be supporting the crown prince. This caused the neutral nobles to begin picking the crown prince instead. A sudden shift occurred between the two candidates. The third prince felt an incoming crisis as a result. Thus, he immediately came to see Li Qiye and acted in a deliberate manner in order to show his goodwill. Prior to this, he wanted to be in charge of Li Qiye's reception. Unfortunately, this responsibility was given to the crown prince instead by the prince. The crown prince naturally knew the third prince's intent but couldn't stop him. No need for formality. Li Qiye glanced at him and nodded. Messenger, I have prepared a feast in order to rid you of traveling fatigue, the third prince enthusiastically said. The crown prince smiled wryly, but there was nothing he could do. It was up to Li Qiye. No need. Li Qiye interrupted the third prince. The latter didn't give up and insisted. I'm sure you're not used to the imperial palace yet. If you don't mind, I can. I appreciate your goodwill, but it's best for you to fulfill your duties as a prince. Li Qiye waved his hand. The third prince was intelligent enough to understand Li Qiye right away. This wasn't the answer he wanted. Li Qiye ignored him and left, leaving behind the prince whose expression kept on changing. The crown prince, on the other hand, heaved a sigh of relief and followed Li Qiye. Yi Mingshi saw this and shook his head.
He laid down on his chair and closed his eyes. The third prince's expression became ugly. He took a deep breath and left as well. Li Qie couldn't be clearer. For him to stay as a prince and stop thinking about the throne. Not long ago, he wouldn't care about this nameless junior. Alas, the guy was the saber messenger of Vajra now. Alas, he didn't heed Li Qie's warning. How could he be willing to stay as a prince? He didn't allow an inferior man to take his throne. He came in order to make peace with Li Qie and thought that he acted as humbly as can be. Unfortunately, Li Qie didn't give him any face. This was blatant contempt. A man of his status couldn't accept it. After he left the garden and once no one was around, a strategist whispered, "Your Highness, looks like this saber messenger has made up his mind about helping the crown prince." Li Qie's nonchalant attitude could only be construed as such, a clear bias for the crown prince. The third prince snorted, still vexed at how his enthusiasm and sincerity were met with disdain. He used his warm face to warm someone's cold buttocks and wasn't appreciated. This is an unfavorable development. The strategist continued. The saber messenger represents the temple and the will of the ancestors. I believe His Majesty will keep his original decision. Rumor has it that archaic Sun King has long been wanting to replace the successor. He didn't send the order because he didn't wish to break the tradition. The king's attitude was a source of motivation for the third prince. He thought that he had a chance of seizing the throne. Now, this saber messenger might be swaying the king and stopping him from doing so. Ancestral temple isn't the only thing that matters. The prince scowled. Don't forget about war camp and martial hall. In Vajra, outside of the king, these three branches had great influence over the direction of the dynasty. Thus, if the third prince wanted the crown, he needed the branch's support. What is your plan, Your Highness? The strategist asked. Accelerate. The prince said seriously, Is Brother Hu Ben back? I want to see him in person. A successful coronation in Vajra required the approval of the three branches. Next came the approval from the 5 divisions, or at least a clear majority. Finally, this candidate would be announced to Sacred Mountain for the final say. Normally, this last step was only a formality since Sacred Mountain virtually always approved. Sacred Mountain didn't care for mundane matters. It would only interfere if Vajra were to lose its grasp over the holy ground. A mistake by the king or Vajra could also be another catalyst. Chapter 37-33. The third prince stared solemnly deeper into the palace. For him, the arrow had been drawn and couldn't be stopped. Your Highness, what about the temple? The strategist was slightly worried. Sure, ancestral temple, martial hall, and war camp were the 3 pillars of Vajra. They have been holding Vajra together for generations. However, in terms of the succession process, ancestral temple still had the biggest influence. Martial hall focused on training talents in order to produce experts for Vajra. The majority of nobles and royal guards came from this institution. They were loyal on top of being mighty. As for war camp, it was the strongest legion of Vajra, absolutely crucial in dealing with foreign enemies and defending the land. Nonetheless, these two lacked the same weight compared to ancestral temple when it came to the direction of Vajra. This was especially true for the successor decision. Without the temple's approval, having the support of both war camp and martial hall was still not enough. After all, the ancestors in the temple were the true fighting force of Vajra. That's why the strategist remained worried for the third prince. Li Qie had the saber, so to a certain extent, he represented the temple. The third prince was excellent, but he lacked one thing: seniority. His older brother had a stronger claim to the throne according to the rules of Vajra. This could only be overturned by the temple. Even the king himself lacked this authority. Prior to this, the third prince's advantages were clear due to his meritorious achievements. He had the support of court officials and nobles. Many sects in Divine Ghost Division were on his side. On the other hand, the crown prince seemed ordinary in comparison. Others remained neutral about him. That's why many thought that the possibility of him being replaced by the third prince was immensely high. It's just that the recent developments caused by Li Qie changed everything. The neutral parties began joining the crown prince's faction due to Li Qie. We'll see who'll be the victor in the end. The third prince narrowed his eyes and uttered coldly, Just wait, it won't be long now. He had no way out the moment he embarked on the competition for the throne. The winner takes all.
either becoming the king or losing his head. After all, everyone knew about his ambition. Even if he wanted to give up, his followers might not necessarily agree. Plus, his life wouldn't be easy after the crown prince officially became king due to suspicions. That's why this could only end with either his or the crown prince's death. What do you mean, Your Highness? The strategist remained puzzled. Li Qiye is nothing more than a saber messenger. The prince scowled. He can't represent the entire temple. Say we have some support from an ancestor, it renders him meaningless. Which ancestor? The strategist became lively again. You'll find out soon enough that Li Qiye won't be able to act haughty for long. He's nothing without the saber. The crown prince's eyes became murderous. In the history of Vajra, as geniuses grew older and stronger, they would have an opportunity to enter ancestral temple. It seemed that the prince had obtained some help from there. I'm at ease now after hearing this, Your Highness. We'll be victorious for sure. The strategist said. The third prince had everything, just missing the easterly wind. The throne would be his with the help of ancestral temple. We'll have an answer soon. The prince planned to kill Li Qiye first. The guy was a threat in all circumstances. It was better to be sure. Yes, everyone will be waiting for your order. The strategist felt assured. The prince must have heard something from an ancestor in the temple. The appearance of the saber messenger changed the political landscape and the undercurrents in Vajra. Even the calm borders had activities. Recently, Vajra didn't worry about the borders. Chapter 37-34. This challenge came unexpectedly. The geniuses from the various powers in Vajra had no idea. In previous years, due to the two supremes working together, the relationship between Vajra and Righteous was closer than ever before. Now, they weren't as close, but peace was still present. Minor skirmishes only happened between the smaller sects and countries by the border. It had no effect on the grand scheme of things. This provocative challenge wasn't a declaration of war. Nonetheless, it could sour the relationship between the two. Who is it? How dare they look down on us? Someone said with indignation. It's Righteous Scion. Another took a deep breath after hearing the prideful voice. Those who heard this name were startled, whether it be the top geniuses or the powerful cultivators, the young and old alike. He wants to challenge our holy ground? The angry geniuses started contemplating. This title was dreadful and intimidating in the south. In fact, even those from Wild East 8 kingdoms have heard of him. He was a direct disciple of Righteous Supreme. Rumor has it that he had fought against 3,000 geniuses or so without losing a single match. He became the undisputed genius in his region. This wasn't even the most shocking thing. Later on, he defeated the sect master of Righteous as well. This made him renowned across 8 desolaces. Most believed that he was absolutely the number one among the young generation of the Southern West King. His power made his peers lower their head. The older generation who fought him had nothing but praises, even the ancestors. Some went as far as stating that he would definitely become the 4th Tao Lord of Righteous. All of this culminated in an oppressive atmosphere for the young members of the Holy Ground. Even the most talented and prideful ones kept their mouth shut. Their confidence wavered at the thought of facing him. Who knows if anyone in the Holy Ground could actually best him right now? It's unfair. One young genius said. His master is a supreme. We don't have any. Logically, Righteous Scion's opponent should be Buddha Supreme's disciple. The problem was no one has heard of Buddha Supreme having a disciple. Thus, the responsibility fell on everyone in the Holy Ground. What's unfair about it? He's challenging our entire Holy Ground. If not one genius dares to answer the challenge, Righteous Sect will seize all the limelight. One older expert shook his head. The young geniuses became frustrated after hearing this. The Scion boldly challenged all of them. If not one could contend, the Holy Ground's reputation would be thrown away. In the historical struggle between the Holy Ground and Righteous, the former usually had the upper hand. This generation might be different if the Holy Ground lacked a comparable talent. Who will fight him? The young and old started looking around for a candidate that could hoist the Holy Ground's banner. The 4 geniuses. Everyone immediately thought of this group. Vajra's Hu Ben, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, Phantom Sacred Child, and Dugalan of Duality Academy. These were the strongest geniuses of the Holy Ground. They had the highest chance of competing against Righteous Scion. Can they do it? Some still felt hesitation about their ability. This wasn't a slight towards their abilities. However, everyone still thought that they were missing a certain something compared to the scion. I think there's a chance if they fight together, an old cultivator said with uncertainty. Will they actually team up? The group thought that this was unlikely. Top geniuses were prideful and arrogant due to their innate gifts. It's time for them to shoulder some responsibilities. A senior thought that this was a good opportunity for the four to train. One ancestor nodded in agreement. True. If any of them could stop righteous scion, that person might inherit the legacy of the holy ground later on. The crowd became startled. Since Buddha Supreme still didn't have a disciple, most believed that he was still looking for a suitable candidate. This could be a great opportunity for the young generation. A commendable display against the scion might result in becoming the disciple of Buddha Supreme. In a slightly worse scenario, they would still be able to join Sacred Mountain and have a bright future. Who among the four will grasp this chance? Everyone in the holy ground started talking about this topic. The four geniuses haven't truly fought each other. No one knew their power ranking. It should be Hu Ben. Someone living in Metropolis and working in the court hoped that Hu Ben would be able to overcome this crisis. After all, Hu Ben represented Vajra, the current leader of the holy ground. Vajra was under the most pressure to deal with this matter. In terms of military strategy and battle, I'm sure there's no problem listing Hu Ben as number one. This might not be the case in a duel. A different ancestor disagreed. What about Golden Cicada Buddhist child? Someone else said, he's the youngest but should have the most talent and Buddhist affinity. Maybe he'll be able to make the most out of the Buddhamization scripture. I do agree. Others nodded in agreement. Buddhamization versus evil devourer. How interesting. One ancestor said. Diana Dao, Lord of the Holy Ground, obtained Buddhamization from the Four Supreme Truths, allowing one to become a Buddha. He had incredible accomplishments on this path. Coincidentally enough, Righteous Dao Lord possessed another supreme scripture of the same source, Evil Devourer. It had a total of 7 chapters. Buddhamization and Evil Devourer have been competing for millions of years through geniuses learning the respective art. Currently, Righteous Scion was studying Evil Devourer. If Golden Cicada Buddhist child could use Buddhamization, he would have a chance. Has he learned it? This became the next question. I believe so. Being from Golden Dragon Temple is as good a background as one can hope for. He has all the privileges in this regard. Many others had this assumption. Chapter 37-35. Debates and discussions sprung up in all of the holy ground. Who would be able to stop Righteous Scion? The answer focused on the 4 great geniuses. However, people had different opinions regarding these 4s. Some said that Hu Ben should be able to do it. Others thought more highly of the other 3. The strongest has to be the first sister of duality, Dugalan. One cultivator stated. This won some support, especially from the students of duality. They thought that their senior sister would be able to handle Righteous Scion. Another was brought up by someone. Gentlemen, don't forget that outside of the 4 geniuses, we have a miracle creator. Who? A crowd member couldn't come up with anyone on the same level as the 4 geniuses. The so-called son of miracles, Li Chia. He's also called fierce by people. The first speaker elaborated. Another shook his head and disagreed. That's a high evaluation of him. He shouldn't be compared to the 4 great geniuses, let alone Righteous Scion. Did you forget that Li Chia destroyed 2 mansions a few days ago? Li Chia's supporter went on. Who can match this battle record? Certainly not the 4 geniuses. The crowd exchanged glances. Sure, Li Chia did really trample 2 factions by himself. Let's not forget about his numerous miracles before that. Maybe another one will happen and he'll defeat the Scion. The guy had absolute trust in Li Chia. No way. The majority didn't feel the same way. It was the armor from Wish Ward that did the job, not his personal power. Right, Li Chia is only a conqueror or at best, an enlightened being. That's trivial. The Scion can kill him with 1 finger. Prejudice remained due to Li Chia's cultivation. This was a case of generational nobles looking down on the nouveau riche. They thought that Li Chia only relied on external help. I heard Wish Ward wants to sell this armor. He's nothing without it. Any student from duality can defeat him. One young expert gloated. We shouldn't place our hope on something so intangible and uncertain. To challenge a supreme genius like the Scion required the same level of talent. One ancestor also disagreed. This battle pertained to the Holy Ground's reputation and prestige. A weak cultivator like Li Qie couldn't shoulder this responsibility. During the debates, another news came from the border. The official written challenge has arrived. The challenge letter is here now. This stirred the members of the Holy Ground since it made the challenge official. Who will accept the letter? Someone thought about this issue. Various powers remained silent. The same with the top geniuses. Everyone knew that only defeat would come from this. Their strongest geniuses weren't confident against the Scion. They would be intimidated before the start of the battle. It's at Buddha Emperor Plateau now. The letter traveled across the Holy Ground, uncontested. The challenge letter has arrived at Minor Sacred Mountain under the command of the Great Scion. Do the heroes of the Holy Ground wish to accept? The messenger carrying the letter loudly announced. It's at Minor Sacred Mountain now. The situation was heating up. Some people started becoming restless. The holiest location was naturally Sacred Mountain. Unfortunately, no one had a clue where it was, so it was impossible to send the letter there. Most chose to go to Minor Sacred Mountain instead for various purposes. This imitation location was only second to the real thing. It had plenty of prestige since all 4 Tao lords had stayed there and used it as their base. Important ceremonies from Vajra were carried out there as well, including the coronation. All in all, Minor Sacred Mountain had a special and sacred status in everyone's mind. Thus, this letter being there was a blatant provocation to all the geniuses in the Holy Ground. We have to fight. We can't sit idly by and watch this transpire. One genius declared despite knowing the inevitable defeat. How dare he look down on Buddha Holy Ground? Let's spill our blood instead of being turtles hiding in the shell. Another stepped up. Right, we might lose individually, but another 100, no, another 1,000 can come. He challenged 3,000 geniuses back at Righteous, right? Then let's gather 30,000 geniuses to fight him. The more sticks, the stronger the flame. I'm sure we'll be able to stop him. Some started planning. The young ones expressed their indignation. However, no one has accepted the letter just yet. Doing so meant carrying a serious responsibility. Losing meant throwing away the face of the Holy Ground and becoming a sinner recorded in history. The current Holy Ground still lacks a leader that can handle this level of responsibility. A few ancestors could see their hesitation. Of course, it was hard to blame them given the stake. Excuse us for the lack of reception, even though you have traveled so far to get here. An answer finally came from Duality Academy. The speaker had a pleasant yet sharp voice. If you wish for a spar, I, Dugalon, will entertain you. I accept the challenge letter. The voice was unflustered and majestic like the flow of the ocean. The listeners felt their heart boiling. First sister. The students of Duality roared. First sister is finally out of her isolated training. Another said. She'll be able to proudly raise the banner of our academy. Some were nearly moved to tears. The same emotion could be found across the Holy Ground. It was truly frustrating and humiliating for its members that no one dared to accept the challenge. Now, Dugalon stepped up and accepted the responsibility, successfully winning the heart of the people. 1. The author used the character for fierce here. I'm of 2 minds regarding using it again. When the word was first used a very long time ago, I don't know if you guys still remember the long footnote regarding it. There's no good equivalence in English with all the nuances while being one word. I settled for fierce. Monster was another good choice, 70% of the intended meaning while being a tad too negative, but it would have been bad once the number 1 adjective got added. Number 1 monster sounds terrible compared to fiercest. No English speakers would call people fierce out of nowhere while this word is commonly used in Chinese. But as I've thought about it more during the day, since readers are already familiar with this usage, using fierce again is accurate, so I've chosen to use it again. I'm sure some readers will be wondering why the same title is being used in 2 different places. Too much of a coincidence. Just know that this isn't an issue in the Chinese version. Chapter 37-36. Dugalon stepped up during the crisis and accepted the challenge letter, earning the mass support in the process. She alone shouldered the great responsibility, a testament to her decisiveness. She's as brave as any man. No, even braver. One big shot said emotionally. Duality Academy lives up to its fame. It's tough for any peer to compare to her. One ancestor gave her a thumbs up. Solidarity during the rain and winds. She spoke to the rest of the world. The battle draws near, heroes of the holy ground. It's time for us to face it together. Her clarion call resonated with many geniuses. Fairy Dugu, we will do our best to follow your command. A genius said. We will stand with you shoulder to shoulder, until our last drop of blood. Another declared. That's right, we will never falter. We need to let righteous know that Buddha holy ground isn't one to be trifled with. We are ready to die for this cause. Most felt their blood boiling and uttered heroic words. I will be there at Minor Sacred Mountain to aid you, Fairy Dugu. Violet energy billowed from Divine Ghost Division as a calm voice answered the call. Many recognized the voice. One said, that's Phantom Sacred Child, he's joining this fight too. The fairy will be a tiger with wings after he joins. Others became excited. After Phantom Sacred Child revealed his intent, golden light pulsed from Martial Hall of Vajra Dynasty. It seemed as if a golden avatar was flying up in the air to reign over the 9 firmaments. Vajra Dynasty will not stand idly by before this impending crisis. A fierce voice sounded. Hu Ben hopes to inspire the troops by being the vanguard of Fairy Dugu. I will not allow righteous sect to look down on us. Our holy ground is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Victory is ours. This person spoke with confidence. Each word was as sharp as a blade. People couldn't help believing him. Hu Ben is joining too. We have a chance. Many knew the speaker right away. 3 of the 4 great geniuses have expressed their stance, fully invigorating the young generation. They saw hope now in beating the Scion and wanted to be a part of history. Righteous Scion was simply the top dog at this moment and humiliated the holy ground, suffocating other geniuses. Dugalan and the other 2 gave them a fighting chance. Their morale ignited once more. To Minor Sacred Mountain. We need to help Fairy Dugu. Never relent. One genius traveled towards the mountain and said, yes, we'll fight to the bloody end no matter how strong he is. The reputation of the holy ground is on the line. Another added. The older generation couldn't take part in this generation. Nonetheless, many ancestors traveled to the mountain in order to watch the fight. In reality, some ancestors wanted to benefit from watching. Despite their position and age, not that many in the holy ground could actually defeat the Scion. There was no way they would miss it. Minor Sacred Mountain occupied a large area in the floating capital despite having the character, minor, in its name. It was majestic with steep precipices and green forests. Lakes could be seen everywhere along with gurgling noises. Graceful stone steps paved the way to the pinnacle. On top was a throne hall reaching the clouds. While standing at the base, one could feel an immense pressure hitting them right in the face, nearly suffocating them. This was expected because 4 Tao Lords used to stay here. The particular hall contained their supreme intents and marks. Few could handle this pressure long enough to make it to the top. The 4 sides of the hall had 1 statue each depicting the Tao Lords. They faced the world and were ready to give commands. This incredible location was the reason why many made a pilgrimage. The steps looked like a dragon laying on the mountain. Some have counted the steps before. A total of 999 divided into 3 sections. Empty space occupied the 3 dividers. As one climbed higher, the pressure would intensify. There was no skipping. Numerous geniuses were present and stared at the stone steps leading to the throne hall. The verdant hills and rivers also attracted their attention. They suddenly felt the urge to kneel and offer their respect. The pressure is unreal. Can we get up there? A genius wondered. Getting up to the virtue rank is amazing enough. Getting to saint rank is impossible. His friend shook his head. The 3 sections had 333 steps each. They were named from bottom to top. Conqueror rank, virtue rank, and saint rank. A conqueror should be able to handle the first section. Virtue rank had a stricter requirement along with a ceremonial altar. The leader of the holy ground would have their ceremonies here. For example, archaic Sun King's coronation took place at this altar. As for saint rank, only a few managed to get there. The 4 Tao Lords along with some selected heavenly sovereigns. Because of this, the gate to the hall has remained shut for a long time now. Where will the letter be handed off at? Virtue rank? Someone became curious. That gotta be it, right at the altar of authority. That should be the battlefield. An ancestor nodded. Everyone understood the implication. A fight at the altar meant that the scion was challenging the holy ground's authority and dominion. A loss would be far more disgraceful. That's another reason why no one wanted to accept the challenge. Losing would mean going down in infamy. We absolutely cannot lose. Someone clenched his fists. Another ancestor smiled wryly. Those who have seen righteous Scion before knew just how strong he was. What's in the hall? Others were curious about the building. His friends looked up at the pinnacle and wondered. Chapter 37:37. The hall's gate was shut tight, defended by 4 statues. It felt as if the Tao Lords were there in person to protect both the hall and the holy ground. The spectators felt this aura and found themselves to be at peace. There was nothing to worry about as long as the statues and hall were present. Thus, during stressful days, some would look up towards the horizon to see the hall. This allowed unrest to be replaced with serenity. The mysterious nature of the hall also made everyone curious. It has been closed for numerous eras. What's actually inside? One spectator asked a question with no answer. Even the older cultivators who have read plenty of historical texts couldn't answer this question. Who knows? Could be powerful weapons from the 4 Tao Lords or their manuals. Some also disagreed with this and believed that there was a massive secret hidden inside. One old expert said, "A secret? What do you mean?" The crowd became puzzled. "I don't know. Rumor has it that it should pertain to the origin of our holy ground." The expert answered, "What? Buddha Tao Lord started the holy ground. Everyone knows this. He was taught by a supreme Vajra during his youth and learned top Buddhist laws." A youth fascinated with learning said, "It could be secrets regarding the Vajra, or maybe the Vajra passed away in there." Another said, "No, the supreme Vajra should have eternal life. There's no way one would die in there." Most became skeptical. Eternal life doesn't exist. One knowledgeable soul added, "If it does, they would be called an immortal, not Vajra." Everything is possible. The expert earlier smiled mysteriously. Our imagination can be limited. These conversations increased everyone's curiosity. Unfortunately, reaching saint rank was hard enough, let alone opening the hall. Did anyone else make it up there beside the 4 Tao Lords? One youth asked. Of course, they're all famous characters in 8 Desolaces. The most recent one is our Supreme. A senior answered. Buddha Supreme. The crowd put on a solemn expression after hearing this title. Buddha Supreme was the highest existence in the holy ground, akin to a god respected by all. He fought against the black tides at the border, something the future generations would always keep in mind. No one was surprised to hear this answer since he was one of the top 2 candidates. The other would be Righteous Supreme. However, Righteous Supreme was old and rarely showed up nowadays. In this world, the 2 Supremes are the only ones who can make it up there. A young man said with pride. Don't be a frog under the well. His ancestor disagreed. Not to mention 8 Desolaces, there are more capable of doing so in our region. Who? A person close by immediately asked. I know there are 2 more right now in the south. The ancestor stared towards the east and said. Which 2? More and more became curious. The ancient empress of Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The ancestor slowly answered. This title was unfamiliar to most. However, those who have heard of it before became shaken. What about the other? A young cultivator asked since he had no idea about this empress and simply didn't care. The other is worldly immortal from the ancient kingdom of immortals. The ancestor said with reverence. The crowd became stirred. This being seemed more famous than the empress. Worldly immortal showed up 3 times, shocking all of 8 Desolaces each time. 3 Tao Lords lost to the immortal. This is a peerless existence. Virtually everyone found this being marvelous. This being was also from Wild East 8 Kingdoms. The kingdom of immortals was mysterious and shrouded in fog. In the past, outsiders knew very little about the 8 kingdoms, especially this one. However, when worldly immortal showed up for the first time, 8 Desolaces trembled as a result. That era belonged to true immortal sect, dubbed by future generations as the era of the blessed. True immortal had 3 Tao Lords at this point. The third being all things Tao Lord, Li Daoer. This was an unprecedented golden age for them. The Tao Lord had 3,000 disciples on top of being the strongest. No other sect could be compared to true immortal at this point. Li Daoer continued to spread his teachings and beliefs across West Qing, wanting to subjugate it. The sects in this region had no chance of resisting him and became vassals. Worldly Immortal didn't accept this degeneration and descended from above, wearing an immortal robe. The Immortal absorbed the 5 elements and spewed true mantras. All things Tao Lord knew well enough to retreat. From that point on, the Tao Lord never visited the southern West Qing again. Members of True Immortal also stayed away from wild East 8 kingdoms. The world realized that the region was under the protection of Worldly Immortal and shouldn't be provoked. The second appearance was against righteous Tao Lord and his evil devourer Scripture. The Tao Lord launched a campaign against the East, wanting to unify West Qing. Many ancestors from the East lost to him. It wouldn't be long before the fall of the 8 kingdoms. Worldly Immortal appeared again with one strike crossing the sky, reaching the Tao Lord back in his kingdom. The Tao Lord acquiesced and recalled his armies afterward, putting an end to the invasion. This time, Worldly Immortal didn't even show up. Just one technique alone bested righteous Tao Lord. As for the last appearance, it happened during the era of Dhyana Tao Lord. His Buddhism had reached the apex. Some believe that he has surpassed Buddha Tao Lord in this regard. He then decided to spread Buddhism to the east as well. Buddhism was immensely popular during this point and surpassed other cultivation doctrines. Worldly Immortal showed up and challenged Dhyana Tao Lord to a Tao discussion on top of a mountain. Outsiders didn't know the outcome of this discussion, only that henceforth, Dhyana Tao Lord left the east and stopped trying to spread Buddhism there. Thus, Worldly Immortal never lost against any Tao Lord. The title echoed across all of 8 desolaces. Everyone felt nothing but respect when uttering this title. Worldly Immortal and Ancient Empress, are they still around? One listener said softly. Right, Ancient Empress last appeared during the foundation of duality. She came to listen to Duality Master's speech. I don't think anyone saw her again. A historian said. True, they might have passed away. An expert said. Drop this foolish notion. Beings of their level can't be speculated by regular people like us. The ancestor who spoke earlier disagreed. The skeptical members of the audience stopped talking. These 2 beings were on the same level as Tao Lords. They weren't qualified to make comments on this topic. We need to get going. I'm sure the letter will reach this place soon. Someone looked up and began climbing. Chapter 37-38. Climbing up Minor Sacred Mountain was no easy task due to the innate pressure found here. The lowest step still required the Conqueror level. Many began the ascent. The moment their feet made contact with the step, they felt the pressure pressing down on their shoulders, akin to carrying 10 mountains. The higher they went, the heavier the force, causing their bones to creak. Nonetheless, they tried their very best. This served as a pilgrimage to pay their respect for the Tao Lords and sages. Furthermore, one would be hard-pressed to find a better spot for training. 333 steps, normally, were nothing for cultivators. This wasn't the case here. Each step was akin to walking barefoot across 1,000 miles within a desert. For some, they would find it impossible to go further. The steps served as an uncrossable wall. For example, starting at virtuous rank, the pressure more than doubled. The Conqueror-level cultivators had no choice but to stop. Conqueror and virtuous rank also served as a measurement of sorts. The youths capable of reaching the latter were definitely geniuses. The successful ones had a joyous and prideful expression after reaching virtuous rank. After all, this was their time to show the world what they were capable of. They looked back and saw many peers unable to move upward, unlike them. This was an achievement equal to Dugulan, Phantom Sacred Child, and Hu Ben. Rumble! The world suddenly quaked. The loud explosions startled the ascenders. After listening closely, the noises sounded like a cavalry galloping across a paved street, loud enough to hurt the eardrums. They looked over and saw billowing dust. Indeed, it was a cavalry rushing forward like a tsunami. The shine of their golden armor was blinding. The members looked mighty and sharp like thrusting spears. Boom! They stopped at the base of Minor Sacred Mountain. Just a second ago, the troops were moving at full force, yet they stopped at the same time. These riders seemed to be one entity, capable of moving freely as a whole. The spectators couldn't help becoming impressed. War Camp of Vajra. The banners made the background of these troops obvious. This was Vajra's largest and strongest legion, one of their pillars. This particular group is Huben's. Someone noticed the markings on the auxiliary banner. He's finally here. Another expert noticed him leading the group. The leader wore golden armor and had an impressive stature, looking extremely gallant. His helm had a special symbol, looking like a thunderbolt descending from above. Despite his young age, he had plenty of accolades on the battlefield. Many fell victims to his blade. Vajra dynasty took his development and training quite seriously due to his talents. He spent his youth training in martial hall. After sufficient mastery, he entered war camp and became the youngest general there in no time at all, on top of having the most potential. His focus was on maintaining peace at the border, defeating enemies time and time again. Eventually, archaic Sun King bestowed him with an official title, Peacekeeper Grand Commander. Next to him was the third prince of Vajra. This wasn't surprising at all because when the third prince was at the border, he received a lot of help from Huben. Huben was clearly supporting the third prince. This played a large part in war camp support for him. Huben jumped off his horse and looked around. As a battle-hardened general, he always had a fierce and murderous air around him, a stark contrast to his age yet felt perfect on him. The members of the Holy Ground have the responsibility to uphold its prestige even if it means death. Huben's eyes flashed with lightning. Worthy of being one of the four geniuses. One youth was moved. Not just that, he's the disciple of a grandmaster. A cultivator from Vajra quietly said. Huben was considered the best genius in Vajra. Rumor has it that he was the guardian's disciple. This remained unconfirmed by the court. Huben made it past conqueror to virtuous rank in no time at all without stopping once, impressing the crowd in the process. I'll wait here for the letter. He then sat down on the step and said. Those nearby didn't dare to disturb him and only nodded their head to greet him. 3 of the 4 geniuses are here today. One spectator said. With the exception of Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, the rest expressed their view and would certainly come here. Phantom Sacred Child arrived a bit later. His arrival was far more low-key since he came alone, only accompanied by a purple fog. No one saw how he got there. It was as if he emerged from the fog. Phantom Sacred Child is here now. Numerous shouted after seeing his figure. The lack of fanfare didn't stop the crowd from noticing him. He had the most potential among his tribe on top of being a direct disciple of a grandmaster. Any of this was enough to make him stand out among his peers. Phantom Sky Step. Someone from the previous generation had to praise. What an amazing movement technique, few can keep up with it. The Sacred Child was famous for his agility thanks to this technique. Many ancestors stronger than him still couldn't catch him. His figure shook once and he made it to virtuous rank right away, not far from the altar. The third prince immediately greeted him along with the other geniuses. He was far more amiable compared to Huben. A moment later, a clear voice sounded. I apologize for making everyone wait. The crowd became excited after hearing this voice. Chapter 37-39. Everyone knew who it was right away after hearing the voice. A figure flashed into existence at the base of the mountain. Eyes turned bright due to her presence, especially the young male cultivators. They couldn't avert their gaze. A dragon seemed to be visiting this region. Immortal light scattered and commanded attention. This gorgeous woman obtained the spotlight just by merely existing. She wore a white dress and had her hair rolled up in a top knot, looking like she had just come out of a painting. The way she held her sword made her look heroic. Her eyes stirred the spectators, rendering them unable to be arrogant. Instead of a feminine air due to her beauty, she exuded the temperament of a solitary Tao seeker. The duality of her appearance and aura charmed the men. Dugalan. Even the older cultivators were in awe. Her beauty matches her name. So gorgeous. One youth became enamored. First sister. The students from Duality shouted. Dugulan, one of the 4 geniuses of the Holy Ground and 5-colored sacred sovereign's disciple. The reason for her fame was more so her power rather than her beauty. There was a reason why she was the first sister of Duality. It had nothing to do with seniority and age. There were obviously older students than Dugulan. Nonetheless, they still had to call her first sister. There were always unconvinced geniuses and students who came to challenge her position. Thus, battles were relatively common even though she never actively sought them. The result was always the same, ending in her victory. Nonetheless, she kept a low profile and didn't shine like Phantom Sacred Child in his tribe. The latter also had to fight repeatedly in order to maintain his position as the successor of the Divine Ghost tribe. Being the disciple of 8 Tribulation Blood King didn't deter others enough from challenging him. This allowed him to train and polish himself through actual battles. This was the same for Hu Ben. Martial Hall was a place where the strong ruled and the weak were eliminated. Hu Ben had to defeat his peers in order to be at the top. The only idle one among the 4 geniuses was Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. Of course, this didn't mean that his cultivation was lacking. Due to his love for traveling and eating, he visited many temples and proved his Buddhist attainment there. The young generation had no chance of out-debating him. As for the older generation, perhaps only his master, Wisdom Sacred Monk, could best him. Ultimately, Dugu Lan fought in public the least compared to the other geniuses. This still didn't deter her position. Most considered her the strongest out of the 4. There were rumors of Golden Cicada and Phantom coming to duality for a spar. The outcome remained unknown to outsiders. Her lack of battle records didn't diminish her status. The other 3 geniuses respected her enough to never dispute the rumors. Her arrival caused quite a stir. Many cupped their fists to greet her since she was the first to answer, saving the Holy Ground's face. Just imagine, if no one had dared to do so, the Holy Ground's reputation would be in shambles. Its young generation would have no prestige left to speak of. Most importantly, she was actually qualified to accept the challenge from the Scion due to her power. It only took the blink of an eye for her to effortlessly appear on the steps of virtuous rank. Fairy Dugu. Both the arrogant Hu Ben and the prideful Phantom Sacred Child came to greet her. She sat down beneath a tree in the meditative pose with her sword resting on her knees. She looked at the crowd and said, "No need for me to say how strong righteous Scion is. I alone am not his opponent." The crowd felt as if she had just poured cold water on them with her words. This killed their enthusiasm. "But the Holy Ground must fight," she added. "We are on the same boat now and I need your assistance. There are plenty of talented cultivators in our land. Let's try our best." She spoke in a matter-of-fact tone instead of some persuasive rhetoric. Hearts became heavy afterward. Nonetheless, she knew how strong the Scion was. Making a bold statement to increase confidence wouldn't be effective. The only way they could win was through actual power. Having said that, she glanced over at a creek nearby for some reason. She looked back at the crowd after seeing a lack of response. "We have your back, Fairy Dugu," Phantom said. "If one-on-one doesn't work, we'll all go together." Righteous Scion didn't ask for a one-on-one duel. "Yes. I have 1,000,000 men ready to start a grand formation. It'll be enough to delay him at the border to buy time for everyone." Hu Ben added. "It's a good idea," Phantom replied. "If we just let him come straight to Minor Sacred Mountain without any resistance, it would be too shameful. Some have to at least slow him down." "Just give us the command, Fairy." Other geniuses nearby expressed their stance. The older experts shook their head. Numbers didn't actually matter against someone like Righteous Scion. The truly effective fighting force was still the 4. Maybe if they fought together, they would have a chance to win. "Let's invite a Tao Lord weapon. It'll give us a better chance to win," one genius said. Most thought that this wouldn't be too effective since the Scion would surely have one too. "Let's prepare to the fullest extent. We must do our best," Dugulan said. She knew that relying on a weapon wasn't enough to make up for the gap. It had to be an insane ace card. "Is there really no hope?" Another felt her pessimism and quietly asked. "No, I'm sure there are hidden masters at the Holy Ground capable of stopping him," she calmly said, not offended in the slightest. Chapter 3740. Dugulan's words made the crowd ponder. If she had only said it once, it could be coming from humility. Alas, it seemed that she was merely telling the truth. "No one else is stronger than your group right now, Fairy Dugu," one genius said. The 4 great geniuses stood at the top in the Holy Ground. The internal ranking of these 4 remained unknown. "I do not dare to accept this praise. There are higher peaks in the Holy Ground that just aren't known." Dugulan shook her head. Really? The genius and his friends were perplexed. I think that's impossible. Only the other 3 geniuses might be a match for her in the holy ground. A fan of Dugulan didn't believe it. Yes, Fairy Dugu, your group working together will definitely stop Righteous Scion. The other chimed in. Well, I'll be the first to admire someone who can push Righteous Scion back. I wish to broaden my horizon and see such an expert. Hu Ben laughed. He wasn't being sarcastic since very few in the young generation in the holy ground were stronger than him. He didn't care for the rest and also doubted Dugulan's comment. It would be the holy ground's blessing to have someone like that around. Phantom's sacred child nodded, feeling skeptical as well. After all, he had fought most of the famous geniuses in the holy ground or at least knew about them. With the exception of Golden Cicada Buddhist child, no one else was on the same level as the 3 present. Moreover, all the top geniuses in the holy ground have virtually gathered here. None fitted her description. There's always a miracle creator. Dugulan calmly said and glanced at the creek nearby again. If we can't stop the Scion, I hope someone else will do so. Fairy, no need to boost the enemy's morale. Hu Ben smiled and said, we won't know the true victor until the very end. Our holy ground's talents can't be inferior to Righteous Sect. Hu Ben rarely lost during his debut. Due to his experience in battles, he was confident in fighting against Righteous Scion. He was certainly aware of his foe's ability and reputation. Nonetheless, this was limited to Righteous Sect. The guy could be strong just like the legends, but he still wanted to give it a shot. We should be the ones creating a miracle instead of waiting for someone else. Phantom said, being relatively confident. Miracle, huh? This word immediately made people think of the same person. Yes, that guy might actually be able to defeat that monster. One youth murmured. No one can do it outside of Fairy Duga's group. Don't be ridiculous. The fans of the 4 immediately refuted this belief. Who are you talking about? A young cultivator asked. Li Chia, the guy dubbed as the Son of Miracles. He has done some ridiculous things so far. The youth answered. He trampled the 2 mansions at the capital, right? Some nearby said. That's him. The youth said. In reality, the crowd's impression of Li Chia wasn't that positive. They had nothing against Li Chia but simply thought that he lacked a certain something compared to Dugulan's group. These 4 came from prestigious clans and had brilliant talents. Moreover, they trained hard in order to earn their current prestige. On the other hand, Li Chia was only a woodchopper who somehow became the saber messenger of Vajra. Maybe he was an enlightened being now, but this was far from enough. This cultivation level was only decent at best and had nothing to do with the word genius. Plus, it seemed that most of his feats were done with external help. This Li Chia is devilish indeed. Maybe he can be of use against Righteous Scion. An older expert became interested in this development. Should we invite him to the coalition? I think it will heavily increase our chances. One youth suggested. I haven't seen him recently though. He might not be interested at all or he would be here right now. Someone else who has been staying at the capital said. Not interested? More like he's afraid or he would be here if he is as magical as you all claim. Isn't defeating the Scion a great opportunity for him to be famous? Another who disliked Li Chia snorted. That makes sense. A few nearby nodded. Our foe is truly strong. We should still try and invite any ally that we can. The opposition suggested. If young Master Li is willing to assist the holy ground, nothing can be better. Dugulan smiled. I want to see this Li Chia without that invincible armor. We'll see if he's really magical. Hu Ben laughed, clearly revealing his disdain. His animosity towards Li Chia was understandable. He supported the 3rd prince while Li Chia killed several allies of his. There was no way he would like Li Chia. We should welcome this young noble into our alliance. It's just that the fight will be very dangerous. He needs to think about it. Phantom said. His attitude was better than Hu Ben's, but there was still a veiled contempt towards Li Chia. There's no way this Li guy stands a chance. The majority agreed with the 2 geniuses. Li Chia has numerous ace cards up his sleeve. Don't forget this. The other side thought that everything came easy to Li Chia for some inexplicable reason. Don't forget that Righteous Scion has even more ace cards as the successor of Righteous. He has Tao Lord weapons capable of destroying everything. Another snorted. No, I have no doubt that Li Qie would be able to repel righteous Scion. Dugu Lan expressed her stance and silenced the crowd. They didn't dare to argue against her. All right, let's invite Li Qie. Time to see his divinity. Hu Ben said. It's not a bad idea. Phantom agreed. Some members of the audience thought that these two might be using this battle to kill Li Qie with a borrowed knife. The letter is at Buddha Emperor City now. A message interrupted the conversation. Chapter 3741. The news of the letter startled everyone. It's here. The experts on Minor Sacred Mountain became nervous, especially the younger ones. The provocation from the Scion infuriated them. Alas, there was a touch of helplessness because he was just too powerful. Few could actually fight him directly and make him pay for his contemptuous attitude. All eyes were on the base of the mountain now. They saw 3 people slowly appearing in their vision. 2 men and 1 woman from righteous sect. They had a calm expression despite going up against the mass. Though peace existed between the 2 powers, being under so much scrutiny would warrant some anxiety. This wasn't the case for the letter-bearers. They seemed to be strolling, completely undeterred by the gazes. The mark of righteous on their uniform looked particularly conspicuous and provocative due to the circumstances. The woman stood in the center, seemingly in charge. She wasn't older than Dugu Lan. In terms of appearance, she was pretty with an oval face. Her eyes were bright like the stars with unique lights hidden within. She wore a faint blue dress without any jewelry and ornaments. It looked like a regular outfit, yet upon closer inspection, it was perfectly fitted. She was pretty, not in an astonishing manner. Her beauty resembled a pristine piece of jade, exquisite without being carved. Her eyebrows were unique, emerald and pointing slightly upward. She had a faint smile, looking rather amicable. Of course, there was a disparity between her and Dugu Lan. The latter was gorgeous, enough to sway the soul at first glance. To her left was a saber wielder. He had a large stature, half flesh and half stone. It gave off a fortified and powerful presence. Despite having a bulky frame made of stone, he didn't look heavy and sluggish at all. His steps were as light and free as the clouds. To the right was a tall and slender man with a white complexion. He seemed quiet and graceful like a weak scholar. One gale could probably send him flying. His weapon of choice was a whip coiled around his arm, looking nimble like a spirit serpent. 2 from the 5 prodigies of geniuses. No one recognized the woman in the center. However, most knew the 2 men. Due to the relationship between righteous and Buddha, cultivators would normally travel back and forth. Thus, the members of the Holy Ground were familiar with the top talents in righteous. Thunderblade Xiao Fengyun and Cloud Whip Lu Huaishe. Some could be considered acquaintances with them. It just wasn't the right time for a greeting. This only shows how strong the Scion is, having these 5 prodigies as the vanguard. One spectator commented. Similar to the Holy Ground, Righteous also had numerous sects and countries within its territories. The 5 great prodigies were the top talents from there. Who is that girl? This became the next question. She should have a unique status in order to have these 2 as her escorts. However, no one recognized her, not even those who have stayed at Righteous for a long time. I don't know, maybe a disciple of an elder from Righteous sect. Someone speculated. The actual Righteous sect was similar to Sacred Mountain. The members of the latter rarely showed up. If a disciple from an elder there were to walk around the Holy Ground, they would be treated with the utmost respect. The crowd applied this same logic to the woman. To be the letter messenger from the Scion was indicative of her high status. I am Su Tsuemei of Righteous Sect. She stopped before the steps and smilingly cupped her fist. Our sect's Scion will be coming to the Holy Ground to challenge its heroes. The challenge letter is here today. Please excuse the lack of etiquette and decorum. The crowd was certainly annoyed or infuriated at the Scion's disdainful challenge. However, this girl was polite, so they couldn't vent their anger or it would reflect badly on the Holy Ground. After all, she came alone without an army all the way to Minor Sacred Mountain. Treating her improperly would show a lack of elegance and grace. Thus, they remained silent. Moreover, accepting this letter meant bearing the brunt of the responsibility by actually fighting the Scion. They needed to have enough power to do so lest they want to embarrass themselves. They turned towards Dugu Lan. Even Phantom and Hu Ben did so. The Scion is gifted and ambitious. Dugulan answered. Our holy ground is not belligerent. This doesn't mean we're afraid of fighting. If he wishes to see our techniques, then we will show him what we can do. I, on behalf of the members of Buddha Holy Ground, accept this challenge. Dugulan spoke calmly without any hostility. Her response was thoughtful, earning her the praise of the crowd. They then waited for Xueqi to hand the challenge letter over. In order to get there, she must make it through Conqueror and Virtuous rank. This shouldn't be a problem for Thunderblade and Cloud Whip. What about this girl? Your reputation precedes you, Fairy Dugu. Xueqi smiled and walked up the steps with the two men behind her. She had no problem reaching Virtuous rank before curious gazes. Chapter 3742. People stared intensely at Xueqi as she walked up the steps. It was time for Dugulan to accept the challenge letter. A truly pivotal moment for the Holy Ground. Xueqi made it up to Dugulan's level and scanned the area. She glanced at Dugulan first before being surprised after looking at a creek nearby. She composed herself and started walking in that direction to everyone's astonishment. She was supposed to hand over the letter. Even her two escorts didn't know what was going on. What's happening? The crowd followed her movement. What about the challenge letter? One genius blurted out. Dugulan was right there already. Some became angry right away. Is she trying to insult Fairy Dugu on purpose? She's purposely insulting the entire Holy Ground. It won't go as she plans. Another furiously said. Their annoyance was warranted. Thousands of geniuses were here to wait for the challenge letter. This was giving Righteous Sect plenty of face. On the other hand, Xueqi suddenly ignored Dugulan and walked somewhere else. This could only be construed as deliberate disrespect. If Righteous Scion was the one doing this, they wouldn't dare to say anything. The problem was, this Xueqi looked to be a regular disciple from Righteous Sect. How dare she put on such a show? The calmest person present was Dugulan. As the main character, she should be the most offended one after being ignored. However, this seemed to be within her expectations. Minor Sacred Mountain had rivers coursing around it. From a distance, the rivers looked like coiling dragons. Not far from Virtuous Altar was a creek surrounded by trees, looking quite peaceful. Xueqi came to a twisting section of the creek to see a man fishing there. He wore a hemp robe and a veiled hat large enough to shield from the sun. This naturally hid his face as well. He hasn't moved in a while, seemingly asleep. No one paid attention to him a while back. Xueqi, a member of Righteous Sect, greets you, sir. She bowed deeply towards the fisherman. The spectators became astonished. Why did the courier focus on this fisherman instead of her duty? Who is that? They were perplexed. Looks a bit familiar. One expert said. The fisherman seemed to be asleep and ignored the girl. I apologize for bothering you, sir. Xueqi's head lowered even more, as subservient as can be. The fisherman finally looked up and lazily said, You're forgiven. It's Li Chia. After he raised his head, people finally saw who he was. It turned out that Li Chia had been here a long time before Dugulan and the rest. What is he doing here? The crowd found this surprising since he had disappeared after destroying the two mansions. Does Li Chia know her? This perplexed them all. It is an honor to see you, sir. I have heard of your exploits before. Tome continued. As the saying goes, nobody will find fault with extra courtesy. Li Chia smiled and said, Call me young master. Righteous Sect has waves of geniuses. Glory will come soon with one like this. The members of the Holy Ground were dissatisfied with this remark. Li Chia praised their opponents in public. This wasn't good for morale. Certainly not appropriate during the sensitive circumstances. He thinks too highly of himself. One prodigy scowled. Is he forgetting that he's part of the Holy Ground? Another from Vajra coldly uttered. You're too kind, young master. Buddha Holy Ground has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It'll be just as resplendent. Xueqi hurriedly responded. A true dragon cannot hide forever. Li Chia replied. Unfortunately, the majority consists of fools. This casual insinuation was as clear as can be. The crowd started glaring at Li Chia. In this key moment, they all focused on how to deal with Righteous Sect. Li Chia was breaking the solidarity despite being a member of the Holy Ground. What are you trying to say? One youth shouted at Li Qie only to be ignored. Think about your background first before you speak. You're from the holy ground too. Another added. Is he conspiring with the enemy? Banish him in that case. One guy talked among his group. That's letting him off easy. If he's an actual traitor, off with his head as a warning. A peer had murderous flashes in his eyes. Shut your mouth. An older senior immediately scolded. The young ones were impetuous with their words. Li Qie could say whatever he wanted since he was the saber messenger. Offending Li Qie meant offending Vajra. Given Li Qie's brutal personality, he might actually mobilize Vajra and start a war over petty quarrels. I am occupied with business and will come back later, young master. Xueqi bowed again. Go. Li Qie waved his hand and went back to focus on fishing. Humph, not helping us is one thing, but he's actually lowering morale and degrading the holy ground's reputation. One spectator said with disdain. A number of geniuses were annoyed with Li Qie. One of them said, haha, how is he going to help with his meager skills? I don't think he has the courage, that's why he's flattering righteous sect. Li Qie's comment has truly offended the majority of the crowd. Even Phantom and Hu Ben didn't take it in stride. Of course, they were smart enough to keep their mouth shut. As for Dugulan sitting beneath a tree, she didn't say anything either, as if she had expected this. Chapter 3743. I have heard of you long ago, Fairy Dugu. You do live up to your reputation. Tsutsumi went back, then cupped her fist and told Dugulan. You're too kind, Miss Su. Dugulan replied. My knowledge regarding Righteous sect is limited. I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar with you. Righteous has plenty of talents and disciples. I am only an ordinary disciple. It's understandable. Tsuemi smiled back. Tsuemi remained calm despite facing thousands of top talents from the holy ground, including a genius like Dugulan. Her courage and composure were admirable. No wonder why she was chosen as the courier. On the other hand, I've heard of a few rumors about Righteous Scion. Dugulan seemed amused while looking at Tsuemi. Is that so? I'm sure there are plenty of rumors since the tallest tree has to block the strong winds. There has been no lack of positive and negative comments. Right. Dugulan nodded, trusting the nonsensical rumors will drag us down to their level, only adding unnecessary problems. I'm glad we agree. It's a shame that we couldn't have met sooner. It is my pleasure. Tsuemi said. The pleasure's mine. Dugulan smiled. The crowd listened attentively. These two seemed to be enjoying their conversation, virtually lacking any hostility. One would mistake them for two friends or admirers of each other. It wouldn't be surprising if this led to friendship, at least according to the current mood. Fairy Dugu is special. A listener said, still elegant and friendly while facing this challenge. How many can do it like her? No one has mistreated or disrespected Tsutsumi so far. Nonetheless, due to the nature of the challenge, they still had some prejudice or distaste towards her. On the other hand, Dugulan didn't express any of this. That's why we call her fairy, flawless and freed from mortal imperfection. One admirer couldn't help praising. I am here to give you the letter in the Scion's stead. Tsuemi held a box with rays emanating from it. People became serious right away and watched with bated breath. This was definitely a big event for both the Holy Ground and Righteous. The Scion isn't aiming at you specifically. He wishes to test himself against all the heroes in the Holy Ground. Tsuemi said. I understand. Dugulan nodded. We shall accept his challenge and face him when he comes. Tsuemi finally opened the box. A letter slowly floated upward and pulsed radiantly just like a supreme treasure. The material was obviously precious. From this, one could see that despite his arrogant tone, the Scion didn't actually look down on the holy ground. The effort spent on this letter alone was indicative of how much he cared. The crowd started thinking as the letter was floating towards Dugulan. If it wasn't for her, who here would dare to accept it? The one to do so would have to fight no matter what for the sake of their reputation. Dugulan raised her hand, caught the letter, then opened it. The light became as bright as a rising sun. Boom! A power exploded and spread across the region. The waves were unbearable for some cultivators. Many were caught off guard and got sent flying, unable to withstand the tsunami currents. They had to spin repeatedly in the air in order to regain stability. Some smashed onto the ground or got blown off the mountain. Chaos and disorder took over right away. A haughty figure emerged in the light. Though it was faint, just one hand wave could suffocate others or render it impossible to stand straight. As I head eastward, I hope that the path won't be empty. Who in the holy ground will be able to stop me? The figure spoke sonorously. Just one brief sentence struck the crowd hard. Some couldn't handle the words echoing in their ears and succumbed to the overbearing pressure. The figure then disappeared. The letter turned into golden particles that scatter away. The scion's words infuriated some of the young geniuses here. It felt as if he was looking down on the geniuses from the holy ground, already assuming superiority. They regained their wits and stared at Dugalan. She remained cool and told him, "Miss, please tell the scion that I'll be waiting to fight him right here. It is expected for Fairy Dugu to guard minor sacred mountain." Xueqi smiled. "I hope that others will fight him along the way or it'll be a boring journey. You surely can't be the only combatant in the massive holy ground." The listeners found this frustrating. Xueqi made it sound that only Dugalan was worth the scion's time. Some were young and easily offended. One genius stepped up and said, "Righteous scion's strength is unquestionable, but the holy ground has plenty of talents. If he dares to come, we'll show him what we can do." Earlier, the two escorts behind Xueqi have remained silent. Thunderblade smiled and responded, "You sound quite confident." The members in Righteous adored the scion. Thunderblade was no exception. "He'll find out once he's here." Another genius from the holy ground added. The young talents from both sides were arrogant and prideful. They certainly didn't like each other. "Well, I don't see it. I hope that there won't be too many turtles hiding in their shell on that day." Thunderblade smirked. "Watch your words." A genius barked back. Chapter 3744. Thunderblade Xiao Fangyun's retort offended all the cultivators from the holy ground. Nonetheless, the unpleasant content carried a hint of truth and struck where it hurts. The members of the holy ground did show hesitation when dealing with the scion until Dugalan stepped up. The holy ground would have been humiliated if it wasn't for her. Others would have mocked it for years. "My words are nothing but the truth. If you think otherwise, come forward," Xiao Fengyun said. "Fengyun, enough." Xueqi smiled and shook her head to stop the provocation. "Got it." Fengyun slightly bowed but still smiled at the experts in front of him, clearly taunting them. His smile could only be construed as disdain and contempt. "Righteous sect is strong, but so is our holy ground," Hu Ben uttered coldly. "Though the scion isn't here, if other members of Righteous wish to test us, we're more than ready." "Why not?" Fengyun said. "If you all want to, we're ready as well." He took one step forward while holding his saber, looking relaxed despite facing thousands of people. The holy ground must do something to answer this provocation. "Let's see the great arts of Righteous sect." Hu Ben stepped forward, looking fierce. "Hu Ben, teach him a lesson." One prodigy loudly supported. "A spar is fine." Xueqi didn't stop them this time. "What do you think, Fairy?" Hu Ben stared at Dugalan. She was in charge of the competition, so they were ready to listen to her. "Our opponent is Righteous Scion." Dugu had a calm yet focused expression as she answered. "We need to do everything we can then." "I understand." Hu Ben pondered for a second before nodding. The true combatants against the Scion were their group. This final battle was extremely important. They needed more information on the Scion's true power and resources while hiding their own. Dugalan wanted the top geniuses to avoid minor skirmishes. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. The problem was, very few in the holy ground could actually force the Scion to use his real abilities. Outside of the four geniuses, the Scion probably didn't need more than half a move to defeat his foe. Since their holy ground had this idea, Righteous sect probably thought the same way. Thunderblade might be using this opportunity to gather information on the top geniuses of the holy ground. "It would be unwise to fight you right now, Taoist Xiao. Seems like a battle between us won't happen." Hu Ben paused for a bit then added. "But there are other geniuses here who might be interested." "What? He's spared just like that?" One youth didn't grasp the finer details. In his opinion, Hu Ben was dodging a direct confrontation at the expense of the holy ground's reputation. "It's just a strategy." A smarter youth responded. The four of them need to think about the scion and conserve strength, hiding their real abilities. The others immediately understood why Hu Ben backed off and stopped blaming him. Understandable. Xiao Fengyun didn't mock Hu Ben for doing so. He turned towards the crowd and said, "Excuse me for overestimating myself, but I wish to spar against any willing challenger. The ones present must accept the fight against Thunderblade." The previous hesitation with the scion was shameful enough. This would be utterly unacceptable. Should I go? A junior sought counsel from his senior. What is his cultivation realm? Another quietly analyzed Xiao Feng Fun. Myriad form sanctity, unclear whether it is the intermediate or grand level. Dugulan revealed. Fairy Dugu, your vision is impressive. Xiao Fengyun wasn't startled after the revelation of his cultivation. Grand level myriad form sanctity. The geniuses who wanted to fight earlier hesitated. There were powerful ones present, young lords of sex and Saint Childs. Some of them were at the myriad form realm, albeit only at the intermediate level. Facing one level higher meant uncertainties. Be mindful of our Thunderblade saber when fighting him. It's a good weapon made from the bones of an auspicious lighting beast. Su Tsueme smiled and warned the other geniuses. Unfortunately, her goodwill was taken as naivety or foolishness. That saber is powerful indeed, but Daoist Zhao's bloodline is more dangerous. Dugulan concluded after taking a closer look. The crowd pondered while staring at the hybrid body. His actual bloodline remained unknown. You already know the ins and outs before seeing me in battle. It seems like you can kill me in one move. Fengyun smiled wryly. No, that's unlikely. Dugulan shook her head. Fengyun was certainly impressive as one of the 5 prodigies in Righteous. Even if he was weaker than the 4 great geniuses in Buddha Holy Ground, he was still among the top. The members of the Holy Ground exchanged glances. None had absolute confidence in beating him. Normally, losing wasn't a big deal. After all cultivators must lose eventually. However, this was a competition between Righteous and Buddha, a historical event. To lose now would brand them as a loser forever. It was better to be passive in this case. Chapter 3745. The atmosphere felt awkward and oppressive for the Holy Grounds members. It would be too embarrassing if no one accepted the challenge. Dugulan, Hu Ben, and Phantom couldn't fight since they needed to focus on their real opponent. Allow me to see your techniques, Brother Xiao. One person finally stepped forward. He wasn't as tall as Xiao Fengyun but still looked quite tough and brimming with power, seemingly capable of moving anything in front of him. It's Lin Hao. Others recognized the youth. One of the 5 heroes from Duality Academy. Maybe there's a chance of victory. Some became excited. There are only 3 heroes now. Another quietly said. The crowd then remembered that Li Xiangquan and Zhang Yunji have been killed by Li Qia. Maybe other students will take their spots. One student said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At least they didn't need to do it themselves. Plus, Lin Hao was strong enough to put up a good fight. Senior brother Lin, you got this. The students from Duality started cheering. Lin Hao's bravery earned points for the academy since everyone else hesitated. I have heard of you before, Brother Lin. Xiao Fengyun said. Your Furious Axe is a top technique in the Holy Ground. It is an honor. It's just an exaggeration. I am nothing compared to the real heroes in this world. Lin Hao shook his head. In recent days, he became more introverted and humble, fully focusing on cultivation. You're too humble. You are rumored to be a master at the Furious Flame Law. It will be a fortune to see it. Xiao Fengyun said. People were surprised to see Fengyun knowing so much about Lin Hao. Looks like Righteous did their homework, clearly researching the top talents in our Holy Ground. One youth said softly. Obviously, they had to prepare before challenging us. Another said while being glad that he didn't step up. Xiao Fengyun already knew Lin Hao's techniques and abilities. Maybe other arts as well. It's just an earth-level law with limited power. I hope I won't make a fool out of myself. Lin Hao said. Lin Hao certainly had the worst background out of the 5 heroes. He came from nothing instead of his peers who were usually from the nobility. Li Xiangquan and the others already had access to top merit laws or ancestral arts even before joining Duality. This wasn't the case for Lin Hao. He started as an ordinary student in duality and learned elementary merit laws at the start. An Earth-level law was impressive for regular cultivators. However, it wasn't much for the influential nobles and geniuses. This was his biggest disadvantage. Senior brother Lin still has an inborn fate palace. One duality student said. His fate palace allowed him to excel against the odds. Nonetheless, his starting point was still lower than others. A senior once told me that merit laws decide an individual's starting point, but as for their height, it's up to them. Feng Yun said. I do agree with that. Seems like even if I were to lose, it won't be a vexing defeat. Lin Hao laughed. Let's get started then. Feng Yun walked forward while holding his saber. I hope I'll be able to see the famous evil devourer art of righteous. Lin Hao walked forward as well. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed because I'm too slow to learn this supreme art. I'm not qualified either. Feng Yun smiled wryly. My art is from my clan, Thunder Saber Art. It might not be enough to enter your sight. Feng Yun deliberately revealed his best merit law. The Shao is one of the top 5 clans in Righteous. Dugu Lan interjected. Thunder Saber Art is certainly a top-tier technique. According to the rumors, Righteous Dao Lord received points from the seniors of the Shao clan and learned this art. He stopped using it after becoming a Dao Lord, but later on, he helped modify this art. She wasn't trying to boast her knowledge, only to remind Lin Hao. A saber technique fixed by a Dao Lord. Others became startled and thought that they were lucky to hold back. Fairy, it seems like you know everything. Maybe more about our clan than some of our own members. Feng Yun praised her. It's no big deal. I had a trip abroad at Righteous during my youth. Dugulan said. Others haven't heard of her experience before in Righteous. Brother Lin, the truth is I am indeed at the grand level. Please be careful now. Feng Yun took a deep breath and told Lin Hao. This was rather unexpected. Feng Yun's goal was to test the geniuses in the holy ground. But now, he revealed his merit laws and cultivation realm before the start of the fight. Victory or defeat actually didn't matter here. Only information gathering. What was the point in fighting then? Incredible. And Brother Shao, I've only recently reached the grand level as well. Lin Hao also stated his cultivation realm. Senior brother Lin is at the grand level now? Some duality students couldn't believe it. So the rumors are true. He just didn't admit it before. Another student said. Duality Academy is incredible. Even someone who has no background to speak of can reach this realm. One older expert became emotional. People of talent appreciate one another. An expert commented. Shao Feng Yun and Lin Hao have never met before, but they seem to be appreciating each other and could have been friends under different circumstances. Brother Shao, make your move. Lin Hao took out 2 axes that were hanging on his waist. Chapter 3746. Lin Hao and Shao Feng Yun stood face to face while everyone else watched with bated breath. Both were at the grand level of the myriad form realm. This was nothing short of impressive at their age. They might not be the best of the best, but were still geniuses among geniuses. They certainly had a bright future given their current cultivation and had no problem becoming heavenly sovereigns. In fact, they would be at the top level of that realm, becoming the strongest ancestors of a sect. Thus, this fight was worth a watch even for the top ancestors. The two took the fight seriously, not daring to be careless. Who'll win? Some youths lost their patience during this standoff. For them, the fight was more than just Lin Hao's personal score. The Holy Ground's prestige was on the line as well. Senior brother Lin, obviously. His inborn fate palace gives him a powerful life fire. Shao Feng Yun can't stop it. One spectator said. I hope so. Another student replied. This would be a boost to the Academy's image. A more insightful genius disagreed. Lin Hao's chances are low, to say the least. They're both in the same realm, but in terms of mastery, Lin Hao is far shallower. As Fairy Dugu said, Shao Feng Yun is from a famous clan in Righteous. He has access to resources that Lin Hao isn't privy to. An expert agreed. A few powerful geniuses from the Holy Ground thought about fighting Shao Feng Yun before Lin Hao. They hesitated because of Feng Yun's clan. This deterred their confidence. Thus, the hopeful members of the crowd became quiet. The logic was sound. Lin Hao's background was his biggest weakness. Therefore, his available merit laws and weapons couldn't compare to Xiao Fengyun. I'm starting now. Fengyun unsheathed his saber. Clank. Crackles detonated unceasingly as lightning waves engulfed the blade. He seemed to be holding a bundle of lightning bolts instead of an actual saber. Overwhelming blast. He roared and pushed his saber forward with lightning speed. The actual blade couldn't be seen anymore, only lightning bolts twisting together. The currents flowed swiftly like a torrential river, looking like a spear piercing through space. It felt as if a dam had fallen and the ferocious lightning bolts instantly rushed out to hunt Lin Hao. It consisted of speed, power, and sharpness, crushing space in the process while aiming for Lin Hao's throat. This move was ferocious and potentially fatal while being extremely hard to defend. Activate. Lin Hao was ready. He roared and released his Fate Palace. Life fire was released with a similar intensity. This flame had an all-destroying destructive capability, able to burn through everything in its path. Boom! The lightning river and the fire wave made contact, resulting in a terrible shockwave of fire and lightning twisted together. Loud crackles and blinding lights materialized, akin to the eruption of a volcano infused with lightning. The flames seemed to have the upper hand and started drowning out the lightning. The flow suddenly reversed towards Xiao Fengyun like an unstoppable army. This is possible? One youth became slack-jawed. His cauldron of life is special. No one among the young generation can have a stronger fire. A big shot praised Lin Hao after seeing this. The life fire seemed rather unstoppable, ready to burn the opponent to a crisp. Lightning bird. Xiao Fengyun showed no sign of fear as he performed his next technique. The saber immediately released more lightning. Screech. As he swung his blade, a lightning bird flew out. The image of an auspicious divine beast. Even the older experts became startled. The saber was made from the Dao bone of this auspicious beast. Rumble. The bird soared upward and released more lightning bolts. It looked like the ruler of this affinity. Its claws could tear out the fabrics of space to open a portal to a lightning world. It didn't take long before an ocean of lightning accumulated to meet the incoming life fire. Boom! This influx of power seemingly overwhelmed the torrent of fire. Lin Hao saw this and finally used one axe for a vertical slash. Its speed was unreasonable. The afterimage in the air appeared a long time after the actual movement. The monstrous slash seemed capable of splitting the world into two halves. Furious slash. His roar echoed in everyone's mind. Boom! Fengyun retaliated perfectly by parrying the axe with his saber, preventing his head from being split open. The crowd felt pain in their ears from the loud explosion. Fiery sparks splattered from the impact point while Fengyun was pushed a dozen steps backward. Yeah! Brother Lin! The duality students applauded since Lin Hao had the upper hand. The slash earlier made them feel amazing. They have been holding back anger and indignation for a while now. Lin Hao's reputation is well-deserved. Another genius had to admit that Lin Hao was worthy of his fame. He might not be the strongest among the 5 heroes but definitely in the top 3. He would be one level higher if he came from a big clan. One ancestor sentimentally said. Among the 5, he certainly worked the hardest so his cultivation was solid. The rare members of the crowd who came from humble backgrounds took pride in this. After all, he represented their dream. Chapter 3747. The first swing forced Xiao Fengyun back and pleased the crowd. Lin Hao rode the momentum in a spurt of energy, not allowing Fengyun to breathe or regain stability. Earthrend. He swung his second axe and released a massive fiery meteor with a long trail towards Fengyun. The flames burned the air, creating blurriness and a melting phenomenon. Crack. The ground cracked enough though the axe was still in the upper trajectory. Lava oozed out from the cracks and actually lunged towards Fengyun. The second swing was more dominating than the first and harder to stop. So strong. One spectator blurted out while his knees buckled in fear. The geniuses in the same realm became emotional. They admitted that Lin Hao was quite strong despite lacking resources and top merit laws. Fengyun retaliated by pinning his saber into the ground. Buzz. Lightning bolts coursed underground. In the next second, a diagram with lines made of lightning appeared on the ground like a peerless totem. Lightning pillars. Feng Yun roared and thick lightning bolts came out of the ground, mighty enough to shoulder the sky. They created a net-like barrier to stop all offenses. Boom! Lin Hao's axe struck the barrier. Rumble! The power of the hatchet was devastating, seemingly wanting to destroy the capital. Alas, it wasn't enough to split the lightning barrier, only forcing some cracks on the surface. Feng Yun took this opportunity to retaliate. The next saber swing lacked the same fanfare as before. This slash was virtually imperceptible. Once people noticed it, it would have been too late since the blade would be inches away from the neck. Abyss Lightning. This was a killing move from his clan's Thunder Saber art. This one was different from the rest, looking weak due to its subdued nature yet was extremely fatal. Many opponents died to this particular move instead of the flashy ones. Most young spectators didn't see the move clearly. They only felt a cold breeze by their neck as if something was on the verge of piercing through. Watch it, your neck! The stronger geniuses shouted to warn Lin Hao. Of course, it was way too late once the words came out. The tip of the saber was already there. These geniuses could already imagine the fatal result. Clank! More sparks slashed outward. Lin Hao managed to stop it with his third axe that came out of nowhere. His speed wasn't inferior to Feng Yun in the slightest. That was close. People heaved a sigh of relief. Their back was drenched with cold sweat by now. Triple Furious Axe. They finally understood his title after seeing this. Normally, people only saw the two axes hanging by his waist, not the third one. Those who didn't know him well would only think that he was a dual wielder. Where did the third one come from? One cultivator regained his wits and wondered. Xiao Feng Yun wasn't puzzled by this and activated more lightning bolts. Watch it! The spectators shouted. Lin Hao didn't need them to warn him. He knew that this wasn't looking good because Feng Yun's body was covered in lightning bolts right now. He had no choice but to switch to defense. Ravage the 9 firmaments. Feng Yun roared and the lightning bolt soared straight towards Lin Hao. Boom! 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 In the next split second, the bolt struck Lin Hao and exploded. Lin Hao's reaction was impeccable as he pulled back his axe to defend himself. Alas, it wasn't enough to block all the lightning bolts. He was sent flying through the air and vomited blood. His armor also broke down from the explosions. Bam! He smashed into the ground, looking disorderly. The atmosphere became frozen while the members of the holy ground couldn't keep their mouths shut. Lin Hao had the upper hand just a moment ago but everything changed so quickly. A while later, Lin Hao got up, looking bloodied from top to bottom. Senior brother Lin, are you okay? One student came over, wanting to help him. Lin Hao gently rejected the guy and stood straight on his own. I've lost. He smiled wryly without looking dejected or angry. It's too early for that, you can still fight. Xiao Fengyun shook his head. The wounds weren't serious enough to negatively affect Lin Hao. He could keep on fighting if he wanted to. A loss is a loss. No need to prolong it. I can still fight but the gap is clear. I'll only be inviting further humiliation. I am weaker and wholeheartedly accept defeat. Lin Hao said, not too bothered by the loss. This battle pertained to the Holy Ground's reputation. Some wouldn't take losing as lightly as him right now. That's why the others didn't want to take this risk. On the other hand, Lin Hao seemed rather accepting of the whole thing. This strong mentality impressed the crowd. I like your style, brother Lin. It's an honor to fight you. Feng Yun cupped his fist. You're too kind. The Zhao's saber art was amazing. Lin Hao reflected. This gentlemanly display was enviable. The result didn't matter as much as the experience. Sometimes, an enemy can be cuter than a friend. One person said softly. Brother Lin, you've done well in representing the holy ground. It's a great contribution. Dugulan spoke. I'm sorry. Lin Hao smiled bitterly and finally accepted the help from his peers to leave the scene. Silence took over. His loss, regardless of its elegant nature, was still a blow to the holy ground. 1. This used to be Sanbin, now changing to triple with this context. Chapter 3748. The geniuses of the holy ground had nothing to say. They didn't mock or criticize Lin Hao for losing. In reality, they probably wouldn't have fared better. Lin Hao was absolutely strong, perhaps only weaker than Dugu Lan's group. A few others could be stronger than him but certainly not by much. After seeing Xiao Fengyun in action, they realized that defeating him cleanly would have been virtually impossible. Not losing in a disastrous manner would have been a good outcome. Prior to this, some prideful geniuses were infuriated with Xiao Fengyun's attitude. However, it was tough to act out given the guy's displayed power. Xiao Fengyun could definitely be listed among the top geniuses of the Holy Ground. This was a terrible start for the Holy Ground, losing the first round. Anxiety and nervousness surfaced in the young genius's mind. No need to worry, this is just the nature of fighting and cultivation. Dugu Lan consoled. Unfortunately, the atmosphere didn't get any better. The young ones still wore a heavy heart. How about a spa with me now, fellow Taoists from Buddha Holy Ground? Cloud Whip Lu Huaisher stepped forward. This was expected because his side had the morale advantage. The Holy Ground would have done the same. But since Lin Hao had lost, who would want to fight Lu Huaisher now? Lu Huaisher and Xiao Fengyun were part of the 5 prodigies. This meant that he was likely just as strong. Huaisher stood facing the members of the Holy Ground with an indifferent expression, looking like a bamboo tree. The Holy Ground's members exchanged glances, feeling the same hesitation as before. The stake was even higher now. Losing a second time would be more serious than the first. The pressure was palpable for any potential challenger. I cannot see through your background, fellow Taoist Lu. Nonetheless, your power is worthy of admiration. Dugu Lan gazed at him and concluded. Her assessment startled the crowd. Could it be that Lu Huaisher was even stronger than his friend? She said it in order to warn the geniuses here. You're too kind, Fairy Dugu. My defeat is certain if you join the fray. Lu Huaisher cupped his fist with a serious expression. Your vision just keeps on impressing. His power is indeed mighty. Definitely the first or second in our group. Xiao Fengyun laughed. Xiao Fengyun currently served as a standard for fighting capabilities. It seemed that only the 4 geniuses of the Holy Ground could defeat him. Now, he admitted that Lu Huaisher was actually stronger than him. Can it be? He's in the Grand Dao Sacred Physique realm? One listener murmured. Grand Dao realm. The top geniuses present couldn't help shuddering. Given the guy's age, it meant that he was a dragon among men, a genius among geniuses. Should be peak myriad form if not already sacred physique. One older expert said. The members of the Holy Ground found the situation deteriorating. It became harder to breathe for them. Those on the verge of coming out prior changed their mind. If Lu Huaisher was only as strong as Xiao Fengyun, some still had a chance of putting up a great fight or winning. Now, the gap between the two seemed considerable. This shattered their confidence. I can handle a grand-level myriad form cultivator. A formidable genius said. But the sacred physique realm? No way. Everyone knew when within one realm, one could rely on peerless merit laws or treasures to make up the cultivation gap. However, when it was an entire realm, this was the difference between heaven and earth. Righteous Sect is using their ace cards for this. One genius said. Their 4 geniuses needed to take action now. Are you an actual disciple from Righteous Sect? Phantom stared at him and asked. I've only become one recently after falling into the good graces of the seniors. I do not dare to represent Righteous Sect due to my lack of abilities. Lu Huaisher answered. A direct disciple of Righteous. The geniuses from the Holy Ground became shaken after hearing the confirmation. Righteous Sect was similar to Buddha Holy Ground in that it governed numerous vassals and tributaries. Normally, everyone could claim to be a disciple of Righteous. This was the case for the members of Buddha as well. However, under official events or serious occasions, this no longer applied. Phantom was asking whether the guy was from the actual sect. For example, Thunderblade was from a great clan under Righteous banner. Being in Righteous meant being a part of this sect and learning its merit laws. The equivalent for the Holy Ground would be joining Sacred Mountain and learning there. An actual disciple and a mere member of Righteous were 2 completely different things. Do we have anyone from Sacred Mountain here? This beckoned the question. No one could answer. Sacred Mountain actually had many disciples due to its long history. However, these disciples rarely came out. The revelation destroyed the hope of the geniuses present. They had no choice but to stare at Dugu Lan, Phantom, and Hu Ben. Does anyone wish to fight? Lu Huaishe repeated with a cold expression. The members of the Holy Ground took it as a provocation. Hu Ben and Phantom exchanged glances. If others didn't want to fight, they must do something. Chapter 3749. Hesitancy and doubt permeated the side of the Holy Ground. Losing to Lu Huaishe would be a great blow to the cause. The members of the Holy Ground wouldn't be able to keep their head high when facing someone from Righteous after losing. Thus, they placed their hope on Dugulan, Phantom, and Hu Ben. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time for them to fight according to the plan. They needed to focus on the Scions since they were the ace cards of the Holy Ground, the only geniuses that could actually keep up. Thus, the later their involvement, the better. This made it harder for Righteous to understand their actual abilities. Unfortunately, no other members present had absolute confidence in beating Lu Huaishe. Anyone at all? Lu Huaishe asked again. The common words were viewed as another insult by the other side. They were frustrated but couldn't do anything. I'll overestimate myself and fight you, fellow Taoist. A pleasant voice answered. A woman stepped out, wearing a simple yet meticulously crafted dress. She wasn't as beautiful as Dugulan but still had a special aura that made her unique and elegant. One would never get bored of staring at her. Senior Sister Xiaoye. She's stepping up. A student from Duality shouted. Another of the 5 heroes from Duality. Others recognized her. Those from various powers became dejected because so far, both combatants were from Duality Academy. The Academy is showing why it is number 1 during this time of crisis. One big shot sighed and said. The youths here had to admit that the students from Duality had more courage. First, it was Dugulan. Now, both Lin Hao and Qi Xiaoye also stepped up. Vajra didn't take charge nor did the mighty Divine Ghost Tribe. Duality Academy was at the forefront when everyone else faltered. This was rather commendable. Can Qi Xiaoye win? Lin Hao lost to Feng Yun. The crowd remained pessimistic. Lin Hao and Qi Xiaoye should be evenly matched. The problem was, Huaishe was far stronger than Feng Yun. I think Hu Ben should be the one to fight. A genius commented. They knew that to obtain a win here, it had to be either Hu Ben or Phantom Sacred Child. The Holy Ground couldn't afford to lose 2 times in a row. Their vast land couldn't muster someone to beat the geniuses from Righteous? That would be disgraceful. We'll see. Sister Xiaoye is from a great clan. She should have plenty of resources. One Duality student said. Most students showed her full support due to her bold choice. From what I know, the Qi isn't a part of Buddha Holy Ground. Lu Huaishe's eyes narrowed. Right. Xiaoye nodded and gracefully responded. The Qi isn't a part of the Holy Ground but I am a student of Duality. I'm sure you won't mind my getting involved. It's fine. Sutsuame smiled and said. Duality is a pillar of the Holy Ground. You can certainly fight. Please give me pointers, Miss Xiaoye. Lu Huaishe took a deep breath and solemnly said. Same to you, fellow Taoist. Xiaoye didn't underestimate her opponent. Buzz. With that said, she activated her vitality and auspicious energy billowed, fully enveloping her. Her vitality was pure and regal, adding to her already immaculate temperament. She resembled the daughter of a supreme king, commanding respect and reverence. A member of the pure blood tribe. An older expert became emotional. The royal family of the blood tribe, so prestigious back then. No, that's not all. An ancestor from this race took a careful look and noticed a faint lunar glow on her forehead. A half-moon seemingly peeled from her forehead. She held it with both hands, looking like a supreme treasure or weapon. The lunar glow combined with her pure vitality. She looked transcending and magnificent as a result. Half-moon, the ancestor concluded. 2 great bloodlines, so pure too. Eyes were wide open. The members of the blood tribe were extremely excited. Both Half-Moon and Pure Blood were royal clans of their race. Though they have declined and weakened, they were still quite famous. She could be considered a jewel of their race due to her pure bloodlines. The old blood experts saw her boundless potential. Excuse me now. Qi Xiaoye uttered before activating the Half-Moon. It became blindingly resplendent. Clank. The light then condensed into a single slash soaring straight at Lu Huaishe before the crowd could react. It cut through space and left behind an afterimage. Spatial lines could be seen from the breaking process to the astonishment of the spectators. The lunar slash seemed unstoppable. Even the toughest material would feel like tofu before its sharpness. Good move! Lu Huaisha shouted and instantly used the whip that had been coiling around his arm. Rah! As he swung forward, a dragon roar could be heard. The whip turned into a dragon with black scales. Its claws were just as sharp as the lunar slash and tore space apart. Boom! The two moves collided, causing the region to quake violently. Chapter 3750. Boom! The shockwaves made it difficult for others to stand firmly. Lu Huaisha's attack frightened the majority of the mass, clearly showing them that he was stronger than Xiao Fengyun. The force of the dragon-like whip caused Qi Xiaoya to tremble once. Damn! A genius gasped, feeling his palms drenched with cold sweat. Some thought that they have made the right choice but not accepting the challenge. Otherwise, they would have looked like clowns after losing in one move. Shit! The students from Duality worried the most while clenching their fists. She seemed to be at a disadvantage after the first exchange. His power is indeed above Xiao Fengyun. One older expert became startled. If he can reach the sacred realm, he'll be eligible to become a sect master in just a few years afterward. Die! Lu Huaisha roared and leaped upward. Boom! The Fate Palaces emerged and released majestic Grand Dao power and true chaos energy. The whip in his hand coiled and the sky turned dark. A true dragon with black scales emerged and blotted out the area. Its draconic energy rampaged like a tsunami. Others became frightened and lost their composure. Loud blasts came next and the draconic energy gathered, turning into an ocean drowning everyone. The overbearing draconic aura was suffocating. People's knees buckled uncontrollably. 8 celestial dragons. Lu Huaisha waved his hand and affected the spatio-temporal fabrics. As the whip came down, 8 dragons manifested into reality. They roared and started descending downward, ready to unleash an apocalypse. Their shape and form varied. One was of the fire affinity, another was shrouded in a golden radiance, another was cold enough to seal the world in a layer of ice, one more was surrounded by darkness. The fiery dragon's claws melted the ground, the golden one tore space apart. The ice one began sealing the sky. Each unleashed their destructive potential, seemingly wanting to destroy minor sacred mountain. Not to mention the young geniuses. Even the older experts were startled by this attack. It displayed all of Lu Huaisha's strength and proved the previous speculation of him being stronger than Xiao Fengyun. Qi Xiaoya gathered her strength into the half-moon. Her pure vitality erupted like an endless torrent. The frightening vitality and lunar light instantly fused. The half-moon transformed into an arc before becoming a massive ball of light, serving as an unbreakable defense. At the same time, it also emitted waves of energy for retaliation. Boom! Lu Huaisha froze for a moment. The 8 descending dragons also slowed down. However, this didn't last long before the 8 dragons regained momentum and resumed their attack. They slammed onto the light ball. The golden dragon used its claws like divine swords. The fire dragon incinerated the outer layer. The black dragon used its dark affinity for a consuming attempt. This combined power of the dragon seemed unstoppable. The half-moon in Qi Xiaoya's hands flickered and dimmed down. She trembled continuously, seemingly unable to stop the attack. Break! Lu Huaisha didn't let up and added more power to the 8 dragons. Rumble! His empowerment allowed the dragons to launch a relentless onslaught. Eventually, cracks could be heard and seen on the circular barrier. Not good! One spectator blurted out. It seemed that Qi Xiaoya wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Losing was only a matter of time. She's not a match, another genius said. Senior Xiaoya, you can do it. One student shouted in support. Yes, you can do it. Keep holding on. Other students cheered for her. Crack, crack, crack. Unfortunately, more and more cracks appeared. The barrier was on the verge of collapsing. Boom! After several more attacks from the 8 dragons, the barrier finally crumbled and Xiaoya was blown flying. Lu Huaisha decisively gave chase with his whip. The thing pursued her like an evil dragon, wanting to claw open her chest to get to her heart. This move showed no mercy. The spectators became startled by this development. Losing was one thing, but she might actually die from this.
It's over. A few turned away to not see a gruesome death. The whip was just ferocious and unstoppable. However, a terrible power erupted and blasted everything in the near radius. It was as if a Tao Lord was here in person.
Even the whip was sent back. Lu Huaishe staggered backward from the backlash. The perplexed crowd saw Qi Xiaoye standing up straight and holding a treasure seal with both hands. It was as red as blood and painted the sky in the same hue. Nothing in the world could match its weight. If it were to fall, it could destroy heaven and earth. It exuded a terrible Tao Lord aura, capable of sweeping through all evils. Unfortunately, the seal was missing one corner. This seemed to be due to incompleteness, not that it was damaged later on. The creator of this seal simply didn't finish the refinement process. People couldn't believe it. They thought that she would die to the whip, but she turned the tides back during the very last moment.
A Tao Lord weapon.
An ancestor recognized the seal right away. Well, this was rather obvious for anyone due to its rampant aura. Chapter 3751. Wow, a Tao Lord weapon. Others shuddered and some even felt the urge to prostrate while staring at the seal. Even Hu Ben and Phantom's sacred child stared carefully at this artifact. How many can just take out a Tao Lord weapon like her? An expert murmured. Senior sister Xiaoye actually has a Tao Lord weapon. One student from Duality couldn't believe it. The crowd simply didn't expect her coffer to be so deep. That's a descendant of a Tao Lord for you. Some students took a deep breath. Someone close to her said, I've heard rumors that she's from an ancient clan with a Tao Lord. Seems like it's true. She has to be the strongest out of the 5 heroes. An older student commented. Qi Xiaoye has always kept a low profile and rarely fought anyone. In terms of authority and fame, she was far inferior compared to Li Shangquan and Zhang Yunji. In fact, even Lin Hao was more popular. In reality, she always kept a distance from most events and matters. That's why even her stepping up today came as a surprise. Because of this, most didn't remember her. Zhang Yunji and Li Shangquan were too bright in comparison. It seemed that they should have been paying more attention to her because she actually had the most resources out of the 5 heroes. The other 2 certainly had a prestigious background. However, they definitely didn't have a Tao Lord weapon on them. Duality Academy has some hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The experts here had this thought. Hu Ben and Phantom, who were far more famous, might not have a weapon of this level either, unlike Qi Xiaoye. Only Dugulan had a calm expression as if this was expected. Scarlet Moon Seal from Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. Lu Huaishe recognized the weapon. It's only an incomplete treasure, not comparable to a real one. Xiaoye wasn't complacent. Is that the genius Tao Lord whose fate is unknown? One ancestor talked among his peers. This Tao Lord had limited influence since he disappeared right after becoming one. He didn't leave behind legendary tales and contributions. During his youth, some actually considered him as the #1 genius in 8 Desolaces. His fate was truly tragic and people forgot about him. He died too early and didn't finish refining this seal. It couldn't be considered a complete Tao Lord weapon. Nonetheless, Lu Huaishe still had a serious expression. Looks like there's hope. Excitement returned to the students of Duality. She'll definitely be able to pull out a win now with that thing. Another student said. There was no doubt that her chance of victory was far higher now. So that's why she accepted the challenge. She came prepared. One genius who was worried at the start concluded. Let's get started again. 8 celestial dragons. Huaishe roared and swung the whip. Boom! 16 dragons came down from above, swinging their claws at Qi Xiaoye. Break! She was undeterred by this special move and leaped into the sky with her seal in front. The power of the seal contained the might of a Tao Lord. Even the strongest beings would be reduced to ashes. This was naturally the case for the dragons. Lu Huaishe groaned from the impact and was blown away. His whip disintegrated. Yes! The spectators from the holy ground applauded. Well done! Another shouted excitedly, looking joyous. You're the light of our academy. One student loudly shouted. It became a tie now so everyone could breathe easily. The atmosphere prior was just too much to take. At least it looked like an even fight between Buddha and Righteous now. So strong, Lu Huaisher had blood streaming out of his mouth as he said, "Brother Lu, you haven't gone all out yet. It's time now." Xiaoye calmly said without a hint of arrogance after the successful blow. "I have to if I want to leave alive." Lu Huaisher smiled wryly. The crowd couldn't believe it. Huaisher's power earlier was enough to deter all the geniuses here. He was still holding back. Anxiety returned to the geniuses after hearing this. "Don't worry, senior sister Xiaoye has a Tao Lord weapon," one student said. Who knows if it was to cheer for Xiaoye or just to convince himself about the chances. Clank, clank, clank. Huaisher's hand started shaking before another whip appeared. This whip was different from the one prior. It looked like a thick chain consisting of golden links. Gales started blowing away the clouds above after he held it. It emitted the power of a supreme. He seemed rather unstoppable after summoning this weapon. 1. The pronoun is he, but it could still be a she. Chapter 3752. Lu Huaisher gave off an unstoppable aura. Just one hand wave could cut down 8 decimalaces. The whip, in particular, could beat the immortals above and the devils below. The members of Buddha Holy Ground took a deep breath while looking at the whip. They could easily sense its might. In fact, it was most likely on the same level as Qi Xiaoye's Scarlet Moon Seal. Righteous sect is no slouch when it comes to resources. One commenter said. Lu Huaisher's personal abilities were impressive enough. Now, he became a tiger with wings, virtually unmatched in this place. He was a real disciple from Righteous sect. Of course, he wasn't comparable to someone like Righteous Scion but still far above Thunderblade Shao Fengyun. The Shao was a powerful clan but still far inferior compared to the actual Righteous sect. It's fortunate that senior sister Xiaoye has a Tao Lord weapon. One student said after seeing the powerful whip, becoming very worried. Nonetheless, there was still a chance for Xiaoye. "This is your real weapon." Xiaoye stared at the whip and said, "This is given to me by a senior in the sect, a legacy from a wise sage. I can't exert it to its fullest potential and will only besmirch its reputation." Lu Huaisher didn't reveal the whip's name, but it certainly had an illustrious origin. It belonged to Soaring Crane Heavenly Sovereign, the master of Heaven Devourer Tao Lord. Its name is Divine Gold Whip. Dugulan sitting under the tree revealed the name of the weapon. From Soaring Crane Heavenly Sovereign? The crowd became startled, even those from the previous generation. Heaven Devourer Tao Lord was none other than the man who revitalized Righteous sect. Under his leadership, the sect became mighty again, enough to push back the formidable Buddha Holy Ground. His master wasn't as famous as him. Nonetheless, he was still a top heavenly sovereign. His whip allowed him to be uncontested as the sect master of Righteous. The whip was definitely not weaker than Xiaoye's Scarlet Moon Seal. This shows that Lu Huaisher is an important disciple there. They're focusing on grooming him. Others were shaken after realizing this. "I have nothing but the utmost admiration for your knowledge, Fairy Dugu." Lu Huaisher didn't try to hide at all while cupping his fist towards Dugulan. "Be careful now." Qi Xiaoye showed no sign of hesitation after the revelation. She immediately attacked with her seal after one warning. It swept forward like a majestic mountain and crushed everything in its path. Rumble! Time and space shattered. The seal appeared in front of Lu Huaisher's chest before others could blink once. Crack! Crack! The area in front of his chest shattered as well even before the seal made contact. "Good move." Lu Huaisher laughed and flicked his wrist. A series of whipping noises could be heard and the whip coiled into a great wall to stop the incoming seal. Boom! The resulting blast was deafening. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. Both combatants staggered 3 steps backward after the exchange. "Seems even." Others noticed after the direct confrontation. "The whip is really strong." One commenter spoke on the whip. Remember, the seal was a Tao Lord weapon yet the whip was competitive. Of course, this was partly due to the seal being incomplete. "Activate!" Lu Huaisher shouted, not daring to underestimate Qi Xiaoye. He knew that if he didn't go all out, defeat would be inevitable. He released all of his vitality. 11 palaces appeared and lined up, turning the vitality into a vast ocean of blood. The true fate protected by the palaces looked like a deity with an oppressive aura. Grand Tao's sacred physique. One spectator shouted. Lu Huaishe finally showed his real cultivation realm by revealing the palaces. Impressive. Xiaoye praised but didn't relent. Activate. Her auspicious energy and vitality soared to the sky like a reverse waterfall. Numerous geniuses nearby were blown flying by the shockwaves. Her vitality was dense and pure, seemingly endless. Just this alone was startling. However, she also had 11 palaces in her blood ocean. 11 palaces. The crowd became astounded. At first, even the students from duality couldn't believe it. Some rubbed their eyes and recounted again. Sure enough, 11 palaces. This meant that she was in the sacred physique realm. As one of the 5 heroes, the majority was in the myriad form realm. Lin Hao himself was considered strong at the grand level of this realm. That's why everyone thought that she would be in this realm as well. After all, she wasn't as famous as the others. Right now, her true cultivation realm caught everyone by surprise. I think senior sister Xiaoye is number 1 among the 5. One student said, realizing that Xiaoye has been hiding her true abilities. I have nothing to be proud about when there are so many hidden experts at the academy. Lin Hao became sentimental. Someone far stronger than him kept a low profile all this time. There was no need for him to be prideful. The academy is mighty indeed. Lu Huaishe was moved as well. You're no regular disciple from Righteous either. Xiaoye returned the compliment. It seemed obvious by this point that Lu Huaishe was an elite even in that sect. It's my lucky day to be able to see a Tao Lord's art. Lu Huaishe raised his whip, ready to fight again. I can't wait to see the secrets of Righteous as well. Qi Xiaoye said seriously. The Qi had a Tao Lord before, but Righteous sect had a far deeper history. She had no advantage to speak of in this fight. Chapter 3753. 11 Palaces against 11 Palaces. Scarlet Moon Seal versus Divine Gold Whip. The crowd watched with bated breath. Both sides were evenly matched, whether it be their cultivation or weapon. Who will win? The duality students became anxious. Those who were cheering for Qi Xiaoye earlier stopped. It was impossible to tell the victor right now. It's not quite Righteous versus Buddha, nonetheless, still an amazing spectacle. One big shot found this fight interesting enough. At this point, both the young and old, even the ancestors, wanted to watch this high-level fight. Miss Xiaoye after you. Lu Huaishe cupped his fist and let Xiaoye start first. His attitude made her worry inside. The danger was certainly there, but she had no choice but to fight. I won't be reserved then. Xiaoye answered. Her 11 palaces issued loud explosions. The true fate became resplendent. Numerous Tao laws began to descend like heavenly waterfalls, seemingly covering the entire region. Her pure vitality churned and rotated at an increasing pace while issuing detonations. The ocean of blood gradually turned into an all-devouring maelstrom. Once the process finished, the spectators couldn't look straight at the maelstrom any longer. They became dizzy and lost their balance, feeling awfully nauseous. I'm gonna puke if it keeps spinning. A few young ones couldn't handle the rotational impact. Though the maelstrom wasn't sucking anything in, it was affecting the orders of heaven and earth. This changed everyone's worldly perceptions as well, being affected by the continuous rotation. By this point, some dropped to the ground. Others finally vomited. This move affected everyone and robbed them of being able to fight back. They would have stood zero chance against her. Go! The seal in her hand activated and released a bloody beam. It looked like a spear piercing through the sky. The next moment was a bright explosion blinding the crowd. Boom! A bloody moon floated up from her ocean of vitality. This was another form of the seal. The moon dragged up the bloody maelstrom and caused untold destruction to the spatial fabrics. Both the moon and the maelstrom crushed everything along the way, whether it be spatial temporal affinities or Tao powers. No technique or force could stop this move. Blood Moon Ascension, a supreme technique of Scarlet Moon Tao Lord. One ancestor was horrified. Others who haven't heard of this technique before became emotional. This title was apartment. Can Lu Huaishe stop this? Many started at Huaishe, wondering what technique he would use. Senior sister Xiaoye got this. The younger members of the audience found hope for her victory. Lu Huaisha made his move as the moon and maelstrom were crushing down on him. His whip moved like a dragon towards the incoming attack. Strangely enough, the whip didn't carry the same fanfare as Xiaoye's technique. It looked inferior in both momentum and power, so the crowd became surprised. They thought that it was impossible for him to stop Xiaoye's technique. This wasn't the case. Bam! After the whip hit the moon, both the moon and the maelstrom were greatly affected. Their power and momentum fully stagnated. This was akin to a fire inside a cauldron being temporarily pushed back by a pot of cold water. People couldn't believe how effective the whip was. Just a while ago, Blood Moon Ascension displayed such a wondrous and domineering visual phenomenon. On the other hand, the motion of the whip looked feeble in comparison. Nonetheless, it still stopped Xiaoye's move. What's going on? The youths had no idea why. Why is this happening? They found this extremely bizarre. Dugulan's eyes flashed brightly before speaking. Evil Devourer 7 chapters. These words stirred the listeners right away. Evil Devourer of the Supreme Four Truths. An ancestor became frightened after knowing the origin of this move. Righteous Tao Lord found the Evil Devourer section of the Fourth Truths during his youth. After finishing his Tao, he wrote 7 chapters and passed them down to his disciples. Supreme Four Truths is a legendary heavenly scripture. Others have no chance of seeing, let alone cultivating it. Dugulan went on. You think too highly of me, fairy. Lu Huaisha shook his head. It's embarrassing to say this, but I lack the talent to learn it. I barely know the basics of one chapter. Yes, Force Devourer chapter. Dugulan nodded. This is far beyond the basics. You have reached grand completion already. I'm not even close compared to the Scion. Lu Huaisha said. The crowd couldn't believe it. Dugulan said that he was at grand completion, yet he claimed to be surpassed by the Scion. Just how far did the Scion get with this chapter? A heavenly scripture. Others became afraid. No one doubted the power of Evil Devourer 7 chapters because their holy ground had one too. Buddha Tao Lord also found one part of the Supreme Four Truths, Buddhamization. Chapter 3754. Force Devourer art was a part of the 7 chapters, one of the best merit laws in Righteous sect. Just like its name, it could absorb all offenses regardless of their power. This was the reason why Lu Huaisha was able to stop Qi Xiaoye's Blood Moon Ascension with a casual lash. Go! Qi Xiaoye didn't give up and released more vitality. A resplendent tsunami emerged with loud fanfare. The Blood Moon emerged again, still pushing down with an unstoppable momentum along with the maelstrom. The power of this move was definitely awe-inspiring. The Tao Lord aura accompanied was oppressive. People couldn't help shivering with fear. Lu Huaisha remained calm and performed another lash, issuing metallic clanks. The whip still traveled like a soaring dragon to hit the floating moon. Boom! The power of the moon immediately extinguished, akin to fire met with an overwhelming amount of water again. After another failed attempt, Qi Xiaoye trembled once and instantly retreated to keep a safe distance. The crowd took a deep breath. Qi Xiaoye's move was immensely powerful. No one could refute this. However, the whip still effortlessly stopped it. It's inscrutable. One ancestor concluded. Force Devourer can absorb anything. The only way is for the attack to be overwhelming. Otherwise, Qi Xiaoye's attacks are nothing but delicacies. An aged high elder added. Force Devourer was the most effective when used against someone at a similar power level. If the difference was too great, it would no longer work. For example, the current Lu Huaisha wouldn't be able to absorb an attack from an actual Tao Lord or peak Heavenly Sovereign. Even if he were to master the art, it still wouldn't make up for the difference. The issue here was that the two were evenly matched. Thus, Qi Xiaoye's techniques were rendered ineffective. What can she do in this situation? A spectator wondered. She had her hands tied at the moment, having no better plan against Force Devourer. This was her first time facing the 7 chapters from Righteous. There was no previous referencing point. Of course, in reality, having references and experiences simply didn't work. She just needed to use overwhelming force. Skills and techniques didn't matter here. Is there a way to defeat these 7 chapters? One youth asked. Is there a way to defeat world crossing? An ancestor answered rhetorically. The youth had nothing to say. World crossing was Diana Dao Lord's technique originating from Buddhamization. World crossing and Evil Devourer 7 chapters were both merit laws at a similar level. In history, no one has been able to stop world crossing. One could be stronger and shoulder it, but to fully nullify it? Impossible. Therefore, if solving world crossing was impossible, the same would apply to Evil Devourer 7 chapters. The 7 chapters are worthy of being from a heavenly scripture. It's truly unique. Qi Xiaoya has to admit. This is all I have managed to learn. The Scion's attainment is far greater. Lu Huaishe humbly said. How many chapters have he learned? Dugulan suddenly spoke. Ears seemingly became longer as everyone stared at Lu Huaishe. Just 1 chapter, Force Devourer, was enough for him to stop Qi Xiaoya. What about Righteous Scion then? Lu Huaishe opened his mouth, ready to speak. People became excited right away. However, he smiled and shook his head. Fairy, my cultivation is too shallow to see through him, I'm afraid. He naturally knew that Dugulan wanted to pry more information out of him. People became disappointed but understood his hesitation due to the contest. If he had learned 1 chapter, then the Scion most likely knew 2 or 3. Fairy, I can tell you that the Scion has learned at least 4 out of the 7. Xueqi, who has been standing to the side, suddenly interjected. The listeners trembled after hearing this. Lu Huaishe with only 1 chapter seemed strong enough. Even Dao Lord merit laws were ineffective. What would 4 chapters be capable of? Hu Ben and Phantom became serious. They were confident prior, but after seeing Force Devourer, their mentality slightly wavered. Dugulan was undeterred. She smiled and said, 4? Perhaps the Scion has learned all 7. That's one possibility. Xueqi didn't deny. You're quite knowledgeable. No, it's just that if the Scion wishes to become a Dao Lord, it's essential that he knows all 7. That might be the first goal for any disciple from Righteous and a qualification to prove their Dao. Dugulan responded. Truly logical, impressive. Xueqi slightly nodded while pondering. The conversation between these two shocked the crowd. Just 4 chapters were dreadful already, but the entire thing? The Scion would be unstoppable, right? One youth said. He's already unstoppable. Last year, he swept through all of Righteous. An expert who has been to Righteous before said. He wanted to add something else but decided to keep it to himself. He would have said, the Scion would sweep through all of the Holy Ground as well. However, since so many members of the Holy Ground were present, that comment would be too offensive. So there's no hope? The youth quietly said. The Scion was obviously far stronger than Lu Huaishe. His attainment in the 7 chapters was at another level. Who would be able to stop him then? Some stared at Dugulan only to find that she was still calm. No emotion could be read. Miss Xiaoya, do we still continue? Lu Huaishe asked. He had no intention of taking this to the bitter end. The fight seemed decided already. Accepting defeat might be the better choice. Nonetheless, just thinking about it was tough for the crowd. This would be the Holy Ground's 2nd loss already. 1. Crossing here means delivering, like ferrying or killing or converting. It depends on the context too. It is still unclear whether heavenly scripture is in its own class as the previous ones or if heavenly is just used as an adjective. Chapter 3755. The young ones from the Holy Ground felt suffocated as if an invisible hand was grabbing their throat. Qi Xiaoya's defeat would be another heavy blow to the academy. They stared at her, aware that the reputation and dignity of the Holy Ground relied on her. The 7 chapters are indeed special. I'm afraid I don't have a solution. Qi Xiaoya took a deep breath and said solemnly. The audience felt their hearts sinking downward. Is she going to accept defeat? They would never be able to stare a member of Righteous sect in the eyes afterward. It's not your fault, Miss Xiaoya. Lu Huaishe nodded. For millions of years now, no one has been able to solve these 7 chapters. It is understandable. Though Lu Huaishe's tone was polite and he didn't try to mock the Holy Ground, the other side still found it unbearable. It's not difficult to solve it, just an incomplete chapter of a heavenly scripture. There's no deep profundity to speak of. A leisure voice suddenly interrupted him. The casual and indifferent tone froze everyone. Evil Devourer 7 chapters were derived by a Tao Lord from the Four Supreme Truths. The speaker's assessment made it sound inadequate. Who is so bold to say this? Many felt this way. No one has been successful in solving the 7 chapters. Only the top geniuses and masters in history bothered to attempt. The wise sages have all failed, yet this person viewed the topic with such frivolity? They followed the voice and noticed that it was none other than Li Qie who was fishing by the creek. His head was still lowered and hidden by the hat. If he wasn't the speaker, people would have thought that he was sleeping. They forgot about him since he didn't utter a single word from start to finish. Now, his arrogance got everyone's attention. It's Li Qie. Those who have witnessed him in action before thought that they have grown used to his style. Alas, this time still surprised them. Dugulon and the others stared at him. Qi Xiaoye, in particular, became excited. Can he actually break the 7 chapters? A believer of his still remained skeptical due to the historical precedents. The greatest geniuses have failed. How could a junior like Li Qie do so? Hey, it's possible. Li Qie even understood sword point from Sword Emperor? No one has done so in history, right? A student from Duality said. But you're forgetting that sword point is just a casual move left behind by Sword Emperor. The 7 chapters are from a heavenly scripture. After its derivation from righteous Tao Lord, it should be far stronger and more profound than sword point. Understanding sword point doesn't mean that he can break the 7 chapters. The difficulty must be several hundred times greater. A doubter stated. Yes, easier said than done. Discussions with conflicting viewpoints sprung up everywhere. Young Master Li, you believe you can break our 7 chapters? Lu Huaisher's eyes were heated as he stared at Li Qie. It's just an incomplete chapter. There's no difficulty to speak of. Li Qie didn't move at all while responding. Young Master Li, though I will be overestimating myself, I am eager to try after listening to you. May we spare? Lu Huaisher said. I don't need to do it myself over one minor art. Li Qie casually responded. Lu Huaisher and everyone else became speechless. The 7 chapters were just a minor art? Even invincible Tao Lords wouldn't dare to make this claim. Li Qie's arrogance couldn't be described with words. This isn't a joke, mind your words. Hu Ben glared at him. The other spectators thought that Li Qie was exaggerating as well. This matters pertains to the reputation of our holy ground. It's more crucial than anything else. If he can't back up his claim, righteous sect will mock us for 1,000,000 years. One youth murmured. Please watch your words in order to not besmirch the holy ground's reputation. The Evil Devourer 7 chapters aren't that easy to defeat. Another easily stimulated genius told Li Qie. Right, now's not the time to be flippant and careless. Another chimed in. If you can't back up your words, you'll become a sinner of the holy ground for harming its reputation. One expert snorted. In fact, many had faith in Li Qie. It's just that his comment was too extreme and left no room for failure. This exacerbated the severity of the situation. He would lose both his and the holy ground's reputation. Li Qie turned a deaf ear to the criticism and continued fishing. You're displaying absolute confidence, young Master Li. Lu Huaisher took a deep breath, doing a great job at maintaining civility. The 7 chapters were the ultimate arts of righteous. Many people took pride in being able to learn it. Lu Huaisher's Force Devourer was his best merit law and a reason for pride. Others would be livid after hearing Li Qie disparaging their prized art. Nonetheless, he stayed calm and didn't think that Li Qie would actually be able to do so. If you don't personally do it, how will you break our arts? He elaborated. Though he was an enemy, the members of the Holy Ground nodded in agreement. Yes, claiming to be able to break it without doing it himself? That's a little absurd. One genius said. It's beyond the point of taking back now. How humiliating will it be for the Holy Ground if he can't do it? Another scowled. 1. If Li Qie says this, then it's most likely an official heavenly scripture and new ones do exist. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.